Recording in progress.
I'll start counting.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the NEJAC public meeting. I see we have quorum, so we can get started. My name is Paula Flores-Gregg, and I'm the designated federal officer for the NEJAC. I just want to quickly do some reminders. We do have some presentations early this morning. We will resume with our regular introductions after the presentation, but I just wanted to make sure that we had everybody here, and I think we do. Thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Matt to introduce.
Yes, and I think because she is in high demand these days, especially today of all day, she will be bouncing over to the NEJAC right at, or a little before 9 o'clock. We're going to go right in with Robin Collin, our Senior Advisor to the Administrator for Environmental Justice. She's been with us the better part of a year, 10 months, 9 months, 10 months now, but has just been a tremendous force since day one in EPA, not only in helping to elevate EJ as we have across the board with the budget and the program and everything else, but also just a tremendous force within the EJ program, helping to lift up the staff that have been working so hard throughout the years. Really just a tremendous spirit and intellect and leader for us across EJ, within EPA, and across the federal family as well. So I'm going to get out of the way. I'm sure many of you know Robin, and pass it over to Robin to do her thing.
Thank you so much, Matt. Thank you, Paula. Thank you, members of the NEJAC. I know some of you already, and I look forward to having a chance to talk individually to you over the next day and a half that we have here. I am scheduled to be at the NEJAC and the IAC meeting, a joint meeting at 9 o'clock. So I will be leaving just a little bit early, and I really regret that because I know you have lots of questions, and I would like to hear them. Even if I can't answer all of them, I will get back to you. So I want to introduce Sabrina Johnson, who's here. She is my senior level associate, and she is the person to buttonhole. If you don't actually buttonhole me, please talk to Sabrina. Let her know your questions and concerns. She will get them to me if you can't get them directly to me, and I will get back to you. So we are a team. Don't hesitate to talk to either one of us. And it's really such an honor to be in your presence today. I want to say that I believe NEJAC is our compass. We understand true north when we talk to you all. And that is really the best kind of advice. We need to hear from you so that we can stay aligned clearly with our communities and our mission. And you have done this spectacularly well for 30 years. It was my honor and pleasure to be an activist on that side of the room for many years. 30 years ago when you were getting started, and I remember Clarice Gaylord was in Matt Tejada's position. You may not have heard Clarice's name, learn her name. You need to know who she is, Clarice Gaylord. So I want you to know that I'm familiar with your work. I'm a fan of your work. I'm always working to figure out how we can make better use of your time and your work, because you are truly the gold in this mine, and you have led us to the position we're in. So thank you. More to come on that. I want to take a moment to reflect back and then to look forward with you. Since the last time this group met, consider what has happened. Consider how pandemic has exposed what systemic racism has done to our public health system. Because once again, while the pandemic injured the entire country, it was communities of color worst and first. Consider how climate change has exposed the vulnerabilities that were imposed on our communities, again, communities of color and low-income communities, worst and first. And even though it has only been 2 years since the Biden-Harris administration took over from the morally, politically bankrupt predecessor, it's only been not even a full 2 years. Consider the way the economy was devastated by fraud, mismanagement, depravity at times. And all of that exposes this underlying truth that environmental justice has been working on for the entire time of the movement. These flaws come from a source of systemic racism. They are there and they impose costs on us. I say us because I am a person of color, worst and first. But be sure of this. We are all in this together because we are connected. So I say all this because what a 2 years it has been for us, particularly at EPA. It has not yet been a full 2 years since my boss, the administrator, Michael Regan, took over at EPA. And I want to remind you that EPA was left to die under the Trump administration. And the people who survived that, I personally am grateful to each and every day. I see the staff who survived all that. It was ugly, and it was hard. And when I was privileged to come into this position, I want to remind you that we had an agency that had been hollowed out from the inside. That's what Michael Regan took over. And it is really remarkable to understand what he did. Number one, together with the Biden-Harris administration, he put environmental justice at the core, at the center, and he committed us to act not just by following the law and following the science, but following justice. This was something new, and to do it transparently. He changed our mission in that sense. In addition, he made our agency adopt a cross-cutting strategic goal. Now, I know that's kind of dry and boring, but it's really important to understand at EPA, this was the reconstruction of our agency. And across all programs, all regions, all activities, Matt and Lillian led our entire agency in committing itself in thought, word, and deed to the work of environmental justice. Those implementation plans are real, they are concrete, I have seen them, and we are working on them. That's the internal work that Michael Regan turned us to. Now the external pieces are beginning to become visible. And I say, I understand the sense of urgency. Of course it's urgent, but you must understand where we came from and how much we have been able to do. Not because we are the wealthiest agency, we are not. Not because we are the biggest agency, we're the smallest. Not because we're the most visible agency, we are not. But because we have the right values. And those values come in large part from NEJAC. For 30 years, you've been telling the EPA about its mission, reminding us that its mission is human health and the environment, that we care as deeply about human sacrifice zones as we do for endangered species. So, I just wanted to take a few moments now and go over some of the things that I am most proud of, and then to ask you humbly for your help in a new focus, I think, for our agency, help us face a future where we are going to be building the communities we want. First of all, we have a new Office of Environmental Justice and External Civil Rights, and I know you were briefed on that yesterday. This is no small thing. We have taken the pieces of different programs, put them together in a new national program, and I'm really proud to say I saw several of you in Warren County, which was an important symbolic moment for us as the administrator stood up this new program publicly. In addition, in these less than 2 years, at EPA, we have put in the infrastructure for safe drinking water and decent wastewater treatment conditions in communities that have been overburdened and overlooked for, 100 years, hundreds of years. I'm going to call out a few names and they aren't the full list. Flint, Michigan, we went there. Michael Regan went there. And it's not just that he went there, it's not just that EPA went there, it's that we remained there and the work that we did. I'm going to call out a few more names. Jackson, Mississippi. He went there, he goes there. It's the follow-up that matters. We have used the money for conditions of infrastructure in water, and water is life, right? Without water, we don't have life. Clean water is life. We have improved those conditions and will continue to improve those conditions with millions of dollars dispersed through EPA, through Office of Water. And we have put first the communities that were worst off. You know, those are communities that have survived a legacy of pollution imposed on them by a history of racism that has embedded itself in systems. We have disrupted those systems. I'm proud of the fact that more legacy polluted communities than ever before have been placed into our Superfund and Brownfields programs for remediation. And we have been given more resources now to go after those communities which have borne the brunt of legacy pollution for far too long. We have put clean school buses in every state of this union without exception, and more to come. We have committed ourselves to the work of civil rights, and as I said in Warren County, the money that we've been given, and I'll talk for a moment, in a moment about this money. The money we've been given, not a cent of it can be spent lawfully to recreate racism in any form. And that means we have to commit ourselves to rewriting the map that has created this kind of disparity in our communities. We are committed to that work. And I believe that the work of cumulative impacts will help us to make sure that we recreate the map, so that we are not pouring billions of dollars into an obviously broken mold. I'm proud to say that in these scant 2 years, not quite 2 years, soon, and by soon I mean before the new year, we will have issued a new document called Legal Tools for the Use of Cumulative Impacts under EPA authorities. This Legal Tools document will provide both the legal authorities and examples of communities who are using cumulative impacts to make a variety of decisions. I believe that this work, the Cumulative Impacts Legal Addendum, is an important action step. In addition, we have issued a robust program of research for cumulative impacts. This cumulative impacts research agenda has been published. It is an important action step, not just because we need the science to support our public policies with evidence, but also because we have committed to community inclusion in our scientific endeavors. We have committed our scientists to coming into communities, including communities as scientists in their own best interests. In addition, we have, with the help of some of you, engaged in an action platform to help communities define how cumulative impacts will look and function in their communities. It's a place-based effort. And in our action platforms, we want to encourage communities to think about how we go about accurately portraying their lived experience. This is a community, place-based effort. This is the work that we want to use science and law combined with action. So, for example, health impacts statement, studies, are one potential tool, but they're not the only tool. Let us keep in mind the ultimate goal is this: to use a true, accurate portrayal of communities' lived experience to protect human health in those places and the environment in those places. And this is an evolving doctrine. It combines community, it combines science, it combines law, it will combine partnerships so that we can move forward in a holistic and authentic way for the future. This afternoon, you'll hear more from Charles Lee, who many of you know personally, who's been working for 20 years to develop a methodology that accounts for all of these moving parts, that helps us to see how, in an authentic sense, we can put all of these strands together into action. So I encourage you to come and listen to what he's saying and also to participate. It is so important for us to get this right. And one of the important things that I deeply respect about NEJAC is the authenticity and frankness of the discussion. If we don't have it right, I know who will tell us. You all are reliable. And so we depend on that. I wanted to assure you that we are working hard to protect human health and the environment. We have achievements. And then looking forward a little bit to the future. Justice 40 was an epic promise that 40% of the benefits of certain investments would come to our communities. That promise was made in an executive order, and it was made before any of the real money started to flow. EPA did its in-house work of reflection, and our values are right. We have gotten our alignment around environmental justice into the fundamental documents and working of our agency, and then the money started to flow. So you have 3 big tranches of money. The American Rescue Plan, what we're calling BILL, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, and last but not least, the Inflation Reduction Act. Together, those 3 bills legislation put about $100 billion on the table together. Wow. I'm going to take a moment and just say, wow. I don't know if that was conceived of as a blessing. It's certainly a challenge. And so as we look to the future, one of the things that I think is so important to speak to you about, and for us to have continued dialogue about, is how to get that money dispersed correctly to the communities it was intended to benefit. As I will take IRA last, even though it's the most recent tranche of money. It's a lot of money. We have the $3 billion so-called block grants, are really not block grants. For those of you around the table who understand the term block grants, that's not what they're. But I'll let Matt explain all that at some other date. We've got the $3 billion, but that's not all. Because in the Greenhouse Gas Fund, there's $15 billion that's supposed to go to disadvantaged and low-income communities. Here's the challenge, and I hope you all will help us. IRA says that that money can go to community-based organizations in partnership with other community-based organizations, in partnership, sometimes with universities, in partnership with other nonprofit groups, in partnership. I understand that the sums of money that we are talking about, multiple millions of dollars for any particular grant, that kind of money is infrastructure money, it's government scale money, it's huge. So we need to make partners. But here's the thing. Some of these folks haven't been particularly trustworthy. Some of these people we've got history with. So how are we supposed to make partnerships? We cannot walk away from that money unless you are willing to consign our communities to the conditions they're in. We have enough money on the table now to change the communities in a way that we couldn't even dream of. Keep checking my watch. I got 2 minutes here. But here is what I want to propose to you. We are the leaders of collaborative work. We have been preaching and teaching how to do collaborative work. So now we have to do that with people we have history with. I'm not saying that we walk away from the history. What I'm saying is we acknowledge that history. We acknowledge the history every time we sit down to the table to talk to people. Let us acknowledge it. Michael Regan acknowledged the sense of responsibility that EPA has because of its history. That's a good place to start. That's a good place to start. To acknowledge the lands that we sit on belong to Native people. To acknowledge these things is a good starting place, but we need to make these partnerships based on our money. And so I'll leave you with this last thought. In these scant 2 years, we have gone from a poverty mentality to an abundance mentality. We need to make that pivot. We've gone from begging for couch change to having access to real money. And in order to access and mobilize that real money, we have to make a mental change as well as a structural change. The mental change is, that's our money, act like it. So, when you're talking to a partner as a wealthy person, what you say to that potential partner is, what can you do for me? What is your value-added proposition? And how do I make sure that you account to me for my money? That's a mental change. But that's the position we're in now. I want you to go out and preach to all of our organizations and get our young people ready to act like they're wealthy people, because they are. This is our moment. The other thing is, I think we have to structure ourselves to receive. And that may mean making coalitions. Well, we've been preaching coalition, collaboration. We know how to do that. Practice it. I can see coalitions of community-based organizations who together are substantial enough and experienced enough to be pass-through entities. And if they were, for example, pass-through entities, then understand the way this works. You take 30% or 20%, whatever the percentage is for overhead, and then you make sure the rest of it gets to the recipients. If the pass-through entities are themselves in the community, I have no problem with that. I do want that to be the structure. So I've got to run, but I wanted to leave you with that thought. I do not want to avoid any questions. I would be more than happy to answer them and have more dialogue. Will you forgive me? Thank you. Such a pleasure.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Collin. As I understand, we're going to be able to have some lunchtime with you tomorrow, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So then perhaps we can do some questions during that period.
You bet.
Thanks a bunch.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt, opening remarks?
Hey, well, I hope everyone had a good evening. I know we were late into the evening last night, although not as late as we have been in the past. So a little bit of discipline, which I appreciate. I know we did, though, unfortunately, had to cut short a lot of the NEJAC engagement with the final about 10 presenters that we had last evening. I think in this first half hour, I don't know when we wanted to maybe see if folks had any thoughts to that. We might have a little time right now in this half hour before 9:30. I'll leave it to the chairs and Paula to figure out if now is an appropriate time. But we're going to have a lot of information today coming at y'all. And as you've heard, the Inflation Reduction Act and how we are really going to drive those resources to the places across the United States that need and deserve them the most. This is a huge opportunity for the NEJAC to be one of, if not the first, public body that is being engaged on a lot of these pretty historic and significant for communities with EJ concerns resources. So you're going to have kind of a retinue of folks from our leadership, particularly from the Office of Air and Radiation coming through at you today. I know it's going to be a lot of information. I think and believe that this will set up kind of a regular cadence of these programs checking in with the NEJAC over the coming at least couple of years as we work to design these programs and then deploy these programs and make course corrections through these programs. That's certainly one of the things to be discussed and raised today as leadership comes in. But this is not to form working groups on these specific things. This is more for the in-the-moment consultation with the NEJAC throughout the day today. So this is an opportunity, not that you need the urging, but to sit forward in your chairs and really give them your feedback today on these things, because this is their opportunity to hear directly from y'all and then take that back and actually integrate what they hear from y'all in the decisions that are going to be made over the next couple of months. As you know, there's a lot of things happening very quickly. We have a lot of deadlines. Somebody yesterday brought up, I can't remember the phrase. I wrote it down and then I threw that piece of paper away. The sense of urgency, though, and not being a prisoner to urgency and really wanting to be methodical and deliberate and engage and do things in the right way, which we are committed to do. But in a lot of respects, especially with the Inflation Reduction Act, Congress didn't give us any time for that, right? We've got to make some decisions now and deploy. I will say, and as we've talked about for the last year or so, I have never seen EPA as a body, the political leadership, the career leadership, the staff, so regularly go to the touchstone of environmental justice, accumulated experience and wisdom that has been created over the decades. And a huge part of that accumulated experience and wisdom is what the NEJAC has accomplished in its almost 3 decades. I've never seen so much not only looking backwards and rereading reports, and folks even reminding me, like, hey, wasn't that in a NEJAC report? I'm like, which NEJAC report? Which one are you talking about? There's really a very clear interest in what is happening today. It can sometimes be frustrating, I know, as we talked about yesterday, to actually see the results of that in decisions that come out in real time, and being able to actually identify, well, what changed as a result of what the NEJAC did. That is certainly something that we have taken to heart, that we continuously look to improve upon, being able to show back to the NEJAC, what has changed. It's important for transparency, important for y'all just to know what is going on, but most importantly, it's important for the accountability of having a body like this, of living up to what we heard last night in public comment, and making sure that it actually touches down inside of the agency and changing the way that we do our jobs, and changing the way that we make those decisions, and changing the way that we allocate the resources that we have in front of us right now. So I'm super looking forward to hearing what my colleagues are going to share with y'all today. I'm even more looking forward to what y'all are going to react to with that, and what y'all are going to share back with some of our colleagues today. And then at the end of the day, of course, we have a couple of things that I'm going to share. Charles Lee and Robin, I believe, will be back at the end of the day as well, to talk about some of the other big commitments we have in the strategic plan. And then we'll have more of this tomorrow. So just looking forward to all of that. Yeah, and now I'm going to turn it over to Sylvia.
Thank you very much for that, Matt. And I just want to say that I also really appreciated how you've really worked to keep the NEJAC informed with a lot of things along the way. As you acknowledged, and also as Jacqueline brought to us yesterday, the 30-year anniversary of the NEJAC too is also something that's important for us to note. And as you're going to have an opportunity to chat later with members of the NEJAC, many former members of the NEJAC are now over the NEJAC and trying to again continue this tradition of engaging the administration around environmental justice, and even expand beyond the EPA, right? So across the whole administrative family, I guess you all call it, the federal family. But I think one of the things, again, that we've talked about as NEJAC is the importance of really listening to public comments and really trying to figure out how it is that we can, in whatever way, bring in what we're hearing into the work that we're doing, either through our work groups or working with staff to figure out, again, where those can be touch points, if not directly through headquarters, through the regions, hopefully in some ways getting them back to the communities. And I think that aspiration is still something that we're trying to figure out how to better ground, because I think it's very much still a frustrated process for a lot of communities, especially when we hear folks come time and time again, right, to say that, I've been here now for 10 times, right? I've been coming here for 20 years. And so I was really wanting to take to heart what we heard from Dr. Collin, but also trying to really figure out how it is that we're doing things in a more timely, sort of meaningful way. Also yesterday, we had started off the day with our business meeting, as you'll recall, and we got a nice briefing again about the FACA rules, right? What it means to be an advisory council, things we can do, can't do, how it is that we can get a better sense of how it is we're oriented to work, the ways that we can sort of also take on work groups and committees. We also had an opportunity to learn about the new steering committee, and so welcome new steering members. Thank you for your additional service there. We also had a time to meet with the work groups in person, which has been tremendous because all of our work for the past 2.5 years has been online. So we did have some meetings with the farm worker and pesticides work group, with the NEPA work group, water infrastructure work group, which is also currently working on a charge from the Office of Water, and the finance and investment work group that we'll be hearing from tomorrow. We've also got some presentations coming from the PFAS work group as well. We also had an overview of the National Program Office of Environmental Justice and External Civil Rights, and that was really important for us to get a better sense too of the structure and the priorities that they've already set out, the leadership. And then we also had the discussion about Title VI and the potential for a new work group, something that's been part of NEJAC conversations in years past about how it is that we want to ensure that civil rights enforcement, that the application of the law is really being carried out to ensure that the environmental protections are being employed for our communities. And then we concluded again with a long session of public comments. Again, always a valuable time for us. So as we get into another full day here, again, I'm going to ask council members to really just try to be active listeners. I think especially if in your best way, thinking about what you heard last night in public comments, and can find a way to connect that too with what we're hearing. I think sometimes when we hear from communities, we also hear that while the dollars really are tremendous, concerns about how it is they're really going to touch back to communities and whether or not the ways in which the proposals are coming forward or the ways in which the EPA is envisioning using them are really going to manifest in the ways that will make that meaningful change that we need. So again, if you can really be thinking in that sort of way, it'll be helpful for us to be able to offer feedback later. And so really appreciate your input throughout the day. I'll turn it over to my co-chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia. I think Sylvia gave a really good recap of what we did yesterday, but also what is ahead of us. And I think what I would like to emphasize is us thinking about the ways that we can translate what we've heard in the public comment period, what we've even heard in terms of the appeal from Robin Collins just a few minutes ago. How can we take all of this and translate this into action? There were various points at which we all seemed to be very moved, impassioned, angered, saddened. There were a lot of different emotions that I think we felt yesterday hearing from the different public commenters, connecting their stories to our own stories and what we've experienced in our communities, or perhaps connecting what they said to the experiences of communities that we've worked with and in. And so we're not here just to hear those things, we're here to push forward action. We keep hearing that this is our moment, and I believe that it is. Never before have so many different things been aligned in our favor, and in the favor of environmental justice communities and environmentally overburdened communities. So how can we take this moment? How can we respond, as Matt was saying, in the moment, to get some things out to agency staff as they're working on things from day to day? How can we influence what they're doing through our interaction here? Yes, we have the work groups. Yes, we need to advance the work through those work groups as well. But how can we take advantage of every opportunity that we have to influence how things are implemented, so that at the end of this administration, we can look back and say that we achieved something significant. So think about it. How can we translate that passion, the inspiration that I think we've all gotten, to use the voices that we have and to use the tools that we have as the NEJAC to push forward this transformative change that our communities so desperately need. Thank you. Mike.
Yeah, thank you, Sylvia and Nataki. A great summary of kind of what we all experienced yesterday and what's ahead of us. In some respects, repeating what that recap, I'm sort of thinking about. I'm dividing yesterday into two parts. The initial part was learning about the new structure and programs within the agency, and then the very powerful public comment. And as we had many public commenters who we had seen before, but I did feel that there was that the impact on NEJAC of hearing some stories that were not terribly dissimilar from stories we had heard in the past, the impact on us was different. Our kind of collective response and commitment to act on what we heard was at a new level, and I'm thinking about the fact that now this in this era of abundance to address environmental justice issues, as opposed to the previous era of going from poverty to abundance. I really appreciated the way Robin Collin framed that. The commitment within EPA and the structure within EPA, the fact that those things are all together, the funding, the commitment, and the structure within EPA with the new office, gives us really an extraordinary opportunity to have an impact. And I'm very, I'm very excited about that, and I feel that sense of excitement within the entire council. I think it's going to be an incredible year ahead of us, really challenging, because we're going to lean in on these programs that are, ascending at a very rapid, climbing at a very rapid rate, but they're in a formative stage. They're building the plane while it's flying. I forget exactly what that term. That's exactly what's happening. We can be the mechanics and the pilots as these programs are taking off, and that's what I would like to see NEJAC do going forward. A really big challenge for us, but I think we're up to the task.
Thank you, Mike. And now we will begin roll call.
Thank you, Council. So similarly to what we did yesterday, you'll see here on the slides the list of stakeholder groups and NEJAC members there. I want to ask you also to add a little something today. Like, one of the things that I think is also really important, especially following yesterday's FACO discussion about how we are really providing a service, public service, right? I want to also be able to have you all just maybe acknowledge or note any other EPA FACAs or advisory groups that you participate in, or any EJ councils that you're a member of. So maybe if you'll just list one or two of them as you do your introduction. I want to note these because I think it's important to also recognize where you all are also spending your additional time providing advisory responsibilities around EJ. So as we do that, if you'll also just maybe note one or two things. Thank you. And so if we can begin there with our academia stakeholder group, and April, if you'll get us started. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. April Karen Batiste. I work at Colgate University, which is in Hamilton, New York. I'm from Region 2, and I serve in the academic stakeholder group. In terms of additional work, my research is explicitly on environmental justice, particularly climate change, and climate justice on the fishing community in the Caribbean, particularly Puerto Rico, Trinidad and Tobago, and Haiti. And I also serve as a member of the advisory board for the Journal of Environmental Justice.
Sorry, go ahead and just continue on the list there. Let's go with Ben, Jan, Sandra, and Jill.
Hi, I'm Jan Fritz from the University of Cincinnati. I write about environmental justice in prisons and environmental justice movements. And I was on a advisory council for EPA that was terminated under Trump. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Ben Pauley, and I'm with Kettering University in Flint, Michigan, Region 5. I serve on the PFAS working group, the Water Infrastructure working group, and I'm also on a working group under the National Drinking Water Advisory Council that's dealing with microbial issues and disinfection byproducts in water. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Sandra Whitehead with George Washington University in Washington, D.C., Region 5. I am on the Florida Brownfields Environmental Justice Committee. I've been active on that for about 15 years. I am an advisor to Forward Fort Washington, which is a community-based group in Fort Washington, Maryland, traditionally African-American community that's trying to make some strides in their environmental justice work. And my research is based around health impacts and cumulative health impacts.
Morning, Jill Harrison from the University of Colorado Boulder. My research has focused on regulatory culture within environmental regulatory agencies and the experiences of staff who advocate for environmental justice reforms and their creative strategies to persist in that work within a regulatory culture that's been resistant to their efforts in many ways. I've also done research on immigration policing in the years following 9/11 in rural Wisconsin, and on political conflict over agricultural pesticide drift. And I have sat on other advisory committees in the past, including around migrant farm labor. Currently, most of my advising work is with regard to undergraduate students and graduate students, and I co-founded and direct a graduate certificate in environmental justice at the University of Colorado.
Thanks very much. And so let's hear from our business and industry representatives.
Mike Tilchin with Jacobs Engineering here in Region 3. I'm the Vice Chair of NEJAC. I chaired the Air Quality and Community Monitoring Work Group, and I'm on the Water Infrastructure Work Group. Outside of NEJAC, I've been very active for 19 years with the Anacostia Watershed Society, which is, the watershed is, many of the communities are communities of color, and it was, until the last decade or so, really a forgotten river for those reasons. That work, frankly, is the work that connected me to NEJAC, and I'm delighted to be here.
Thank you, Mike. And we don't have Venu today. We hope you'll be able to join us at some point. Let's go on to our community-based organizations, and if you'll start us off, please, Reverend Dr. Ambrose.
Yes, Ambrose Carroll, Region 9, founder of Green the Church. I also work with the West Oakland 8617 Environmental Steering Committee, also with Cancer Free Economy Network over the Midwest, and also help lead an organization called the Coalition for Environmental Equity and Economics for the state of California. Thank you.
Let's go on with Leticia, Semeli, Pamela, Jerome, and Sophia.
Yo soy Leticia Conde Mejias. I'm from Region 1 with Green Eagle Warriors, where I'm the founder and executive director. We work with children and families. I'm also on the Governor's Council for Climate Change Equity Commission, where I met Mary Engelman Lotto. I'm on NEJAC, which is the Connecticut Environmental Justice Advisory Council. Also the BPA Policy Chair, which is the Building Performance Association for the United States of America. I'm the co-chair of policy there, where I focus on equity, inclusion, diversity, and workforce development as it relates to communities of color, which are underrepresented in all things energy and science. I'm the chair of Efficiency for All, where I founded a program for workforce and education around the concepts of energy equity and energy pollution and the impacts on humans and their health. And I also talk a lot about energy access and affordability because it's a real problem in vulnerable communities. I'm also on the Governor's Council for Workforce, the Office of Workforce Strategy Council for Workforce and Equity, air quality here, pesticides for farm workers newly, and water infrastructure, I hope, and God willing, I'll be on one for climate here in NEJAC. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Semeli de Aslan, El Paso, Texas. I'm a community organizer with La Mujer Obrera, an organization working with low-income women of Mexican descent on the borders for over 40 years. I'm only 41, but the organization has been there for 40 years. Thank you. I was part of, or we just sunsetted the air quality work group here within NEJAC. In my hometown as a community organizer, I'm the vice president of Familias Unidas del Chamizal. And I don't know, I think, We work and organize in one of the most polluted neighborhoods in Texas, and also one of the poorest neighborhoods in the nation. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Pamela Talley, and I am from Region 7. I am with Lewis Place Historic Preservation, which is a nonprofit organization that I am the executive director of. It's 22 years old. We represent a historic Black community that was one of the first areas where Blacks were able to move in, and they had to fight to get in because there were restricted covenants on the homes in the area. So we have done, everything we could to preserve our history and all, and our culture, because there has been this real attempt to wipe it out. The area is located in an area that has been truly disinvested in by the city, and of course HUD and other federal and state agencies were a part of that. So neighbors with a lot of pride have just done what we can to survive. So we're looking forward for some investments from federal dollars or wherever. So other than just NEJAC, that is my work. I have been doing, as I said, historic preservation, but we've also done environmental work on the ground in our community. So, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Jerome Shabazz, the Executive Director of the Jazz Tech Development Services, Inc. and the Overbrook Environmental Education Center. We're a not-for-profit organization in Philadelphia, PA, Region 3. We serve on NEJAC in the community-based organization sector. I'm on the Finance Investment Working Group and sometimes with the AIR program. Outside of NEJAC, I'm also a member of the DEP, or the State of Pennsylvania's Environmental Justice Advisory Board. One of the founding members of the City of Philadelphia's Environmental Justice Advisory Council. I was appointed by the governor to the Citizens Advisory Council for the DEP, which I'm the chair, and I'm also a board member of Keep Pennsylvania Beautiful.
Good morning. I'm Sophia Owen. I am the Senior Attorney and the Director of Environmental Justice Legal Services at Alternatives for Community and Environment, or ACE, some community-based organization in Region 1. We are a Black-led and predominantly Black-staffed organization that's been around for almost 30 years. Next year will be our anniversary. We focus, all of our work is related to environmental justice. Through that work, we co-convene a table in Massachusetts focused on environmental justice, getting EJ-related legislation passed and doing implementation work on EJ. We're also the convener for the Northeast region for the Climate Justice Alliance, and we do a lot of work in coalition with them through that. I personally serve as the public service and pro bono chair for the Boston Bar Association's energy and environment sector. And when I am not doing all of that, I organize with a collective of people who are both currently formerly incarcerated or allies who are focused on addressing the conditions in prisons in Massachusetts, and we do that through the lens of water justice.
Thank you very much. Just doing a bit of a time check. We've got 6 minutes before our panel starts, so I'm going to ask you all to just tighten it up a little bit to more like 30 seconds. All right? So let's continue with the rest of our community-based organizations. I know, right? We'll give more time tomorrow. So let's continue on with Ivanka, Richard, Nina, and Nataki, please.
I'm Ivanka Hall. I'm the Executive Director of the Northeast Ohio Black Health Coalition. It's in Region 5 in Ohio. I'm actually a member of the Ohio Equity Council for the Sierra Club. I am the founder of two organizations that address lead, which is the first is the Cleveland Lead Safe Network, and the second is CLASH, Cleveland Lead Advocates for Safe Housing. I've spearheaded efforts to address lead poisoning across the country. I'm also part of the New Voices for Reproductive Justice, the Black Women Green Future program, but I'm also an honoree for 2021. And I'm a member of the National Council of Negro Women, National Equity Committee, and a number of other boards and other organizations that I work with in the city of Cleveland. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm next. I'm Richard Mabian, and I am from Region 7 out of Kansas City, Kansas. First of all, I'm the Executive Director or founder of a Building a Sustainable Earth Community, which I think is what we need in this country. I take homage and ownership of being an unofficial Green Czar. My claim to fame is my ability as a black person to reach members of the black community to lead them on a pathway out of poverty. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nina McCoy. I'm the chairperson of Martin County Concerned Citizens. I work with Appalachian Citizens Law Center as well as Livelihood Knowledge Exchange Network to try to build a bigger coalition of infrastructure, water infrastructure situation for the poor areas of Appalachia in Kentucky. And University of Kentucky has worked with us on a pilot grant in 2019, and we now have an NEJAC grant to study disinfection byproducts in the eastern Kentucky region.
Nataki Osman-Jelks, co-founder West Atlanta Watershed Alliance, immediate past co-chair of the Proctor Creek Stewardship Council. I am co-chairing the Water Infrastructure Work Group for NEJAC outside of NEJAC, and FACA service. I serve on the Environmental Justice Leadership Forum, convened by We Act, and it's a group of environmental justice organizations from across the country. I'm working with Mustafa Ali and colleagues to set up an Environmental Justice Advisory Council for the National Wildlife Federation. I teach and train the next generation of environmental and environmental justice professionals, women leaders, specifically at Spelman College, and I'll leave it at that.
Thanks very much for that. Let's go into our non-government organizations, and we'll start off with Andy, go on to Jeremy, Jacqueline, Brenda, if she's available, Legends here so far online, and Aya.
Thanks, Sylvia. Good morning, everyone. I'm Andy Crooken with Moonshot Missions. I'm out of Region 2 in New Jersey. I've been serving on the NEJAC's Water Infrastructure Group, also on air up until its completion, and also been working with Ben on the representing NEJAC on the drinking water study for disinfection, and also representing NEJAC with the initiative with the EPA's initiative to protect children's health. Outside of NEJAC, I serve on New Jersey's Environmental Justice Advisory Council, and also with a community group called Heart of Camden in Camden, New Jersey. Thank you. By the way, I must say, it is an honor to work with all you committed people. It's just amazing what you do.
Hey everyone, Jeremy Orr, out of Detroit in Region 5. I serve as Director of Partnerships at Earth Justice. I'm on the Water Infrastructure Work Group here at NEJAC as well. Outside of NEJAC, I serve on the faculty at Michigan State University College of Law, where I teach water law. Serve as the chair of the Environmental and Climate Justice Program for the Michigan NAACP, and I'm on the Michigan Environmental Rules Review Committee, which oversees rulemaking for the state of Michigan.
Hello, my name is Jacqueline Shirley. I work with the Rural Community Assistance Corporation. I don't do anything. I'm 60. I joined the military at 17. I was in the military for 18 years as an Army field medic, working with the Arctic Scouts in Alaska. I changed professions at 32 from human health, and I didn't know what to do, so I said I'm going to just change my patient to the Mother Earth and environment. through my harping at my organization, because I believe as a federal grantee and as a technical assistance organization, we need to go in to the communities we work with and the communities we serve with the environmental lens. And I asked my organization and leadership, do you really have the environmental lens just because we do good work? Do you really ask all of the members of the community when we go in and build rural economies? Are we asking the quiet ones that we don't talk to? Are we asking them? And my organization says no. So I've been advocating environmental justice, and I want organizations to be environmental justice practitioners, and my organization and network has formally formed an environmental justice working group, and they're waiting for me to go back to Albuquerque when we're going to finally have our first official meeting. So I'm very happy with that. We've been EJ before EJ was cool, before EJ got billions of dollars. Oh my goodness, now everybody wants to be EJ. Oh, what was Jacqueline saying what she's been bitching at us for all these years? Yeah, that's me. And I know we're supposed to have 30 seconds, but EPA could wait. Miss Collins said his name. I never said his name. All last 4 years, I never said that guy's name. In October, some of you know, because I shared this story when my child first died from fentanyl overdose on January 1, 2021. In October of 2000, I was crying in my bedroom because watching the morning news and got my laptop, and doing work, and I was crying. Baby comes running in. What's wrong, Mom? He just called me un-American. He said that EJ work and DEI work is un-American. Even Charles Lee was signed up for one of his webinars. EPA had to stop all their environmental justice webinars because that guy, he called it un-American, and it hurt my feelings. It was like a personal attack. He called EJ un-American, and my baby, it's okay, Mom. He come over and hugged me. He's just a jerk. Don't listen to him. We're going to win next month anyway. And we did. So thank you. And I love NEJAC. You guys are just amazing. You guys are important to me. You guys were important to my baby. And I want to thank you again for letting me have that 5 minutes, and I want to put on this table today that from now on, that 5 minutes should be awarded to, it should be the NEJAC 5 minutes, NEJAC highlight. Every NEJAC member should have 5 minutes at every meeting to be able to speak, to have a soapbox, and to share, and to motivate and share their inspiration of EJ. We are the hope. We heard that last night from Pamela. So everybody here should have 5 minutes to share what EJ is to them in their heart. Koyana.
Thank you, Jacqueline.
Brenda,
I don't see her online yet.
Okay. My name is Aya. I come from Region 9. I serve on the steering committee of the Green Leadership Trust, which is a coalition of nonprofit board members, especially green nonprofits. We seek to diversify the nonprofit industry, and that's part of the source of the problem. It's a very colonial, it's a very white-led movement still, the NGO industry. Transition US is a social permaculture experiment of a bunch of gardeners really trying to seek social change by applying garden theory onto community organizing. We organize at the municipal levels, and we're seeking now to restore ecosystems with indigenous leadership. I am serve on the conceptual committee of the Frontline Resource Institute with luminaries like Varnice, Miller Travis, and Peggy Shepard. I work on technical assistance in the subgroup, and with Common Vision, We've been planting fruit trees and orchards for 35 years. We have 390 public relationships with 390 public schools in California, most of them Title I schools, and so it's food education is big, and we've done food reclamation work in West Oakland, where it's a food desert. Reclaiming food and distributing it to frontline groups and homeless encampments. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, so you're looking to get me in trouble every time I want to give some extra time. We've been indulged because we're still waiting for folks in the next panel, so which is why we've been able to kind of get away with it. We've got 3 more folks. I'm actually next. I'm Sylvia Arduino. I'm a 26-year community organizer with Michigan Welfare Rights Organization. Came onto this council to focus especially on issues of poverty connected with environmental justice. And so that's the roots of the work that I do. In terms of other advisory boards, I sit on the EPA's Great Lakes Advisory Board, and I'm also chair of the Governor's Michigan Environmental Justice Advisory Council. And so let's turn it over now to Millie, Lauren, and Scott, and then we're going to start our panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sylvia. Millie Piazza. I'm from Region 10, representing state government, the Washington State Department of Ecology. I'm the program manager for our Office of Equity and Environmental Justice, and I serve on 2 Washington State councils. First, the newly formed Environmental Justice Council for Washington, which I'm just a bit excited about after 30 years of working in this field, and the Governor's Interagency Council on Health Disparities. And I wanted to take a portion of my 5-minute soapbox to just rethink the word philanthropist. It's always been a dirty word to me. I don't like it. I don't like that we glorify that word philanthropist. And I was looking at the definition, and it says a person who seeks to promote the welfare of others. And so I think we need a word for that for us, because this is it. Yeah. So thank you all.
Hi, I'm Lauren Hopkins. I am from the city of Houston. I'm actually the Chief Environmental Science Officer there. And in that role, I advise on policy for the city and create bills for legislation in the state of Texas. And I guess my main duties are research to support policy, and I'm talking quantitative evaluation of health effects and pollution. That's my background, and on the LGAC.
And just briefly, LGAC is what?
EPA's Local Government Advisory Council.
Thank you. All right, and we don't have Joy, John, or Jonathan with us at this time. Oh, I take it back. John is there. Hello, John, online. John, would you like to introduce? Okay, it looks like you're unmuted. You want to try? We still don't hear on our end. Let's see if we can figure out the tech around it. How about while they're doing that, John, we're going to have Scott come back in just a few seconds, okay? Thank you.
Sure. Good morning. Also humbled to be here with everyone. I'm Scott Clough. I'm the Environmental Programs Director for the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. That's out in the Four Corners, Colorado, New Mexico, and Utah. What that means is I run a small department that helps the tribe with their environmental issues, including we've got a community in southeast Utah that we're working on an EJ project with an EJ small grant relative to the community health. Major concerns, past, present, and future, being located next to the United States' last uranium mill in operation. And I am very proud that this year represents half of my life working for the Utes. Yeah, hard to believe. I'm also the vice chair of the National Tribal Caucus, and that is an advisory group to EPA that advises EPA on their work with tribes, and been doing that for about 12 years. Also on the board of directors of a couple local nonprofits in my community.
Terrific, thank you all so much. Do another test here. John, can you unmute just to see if anything's different now? And good morning. You can hear us, but we can't hear you yet.
Maybe ask him if he's got his phone turned on.
Okay, they're telling us that it's on your end. Anything different this morning with the setup? No? Would it be possible to call in for the audio? Do you have the call-in number? Yeah, it looks, on our end, it looks like we see the mute button is off. So we should be able to hear you, but for some reason the sound's not coming through. Okay, I'm wondering, how about calling back in and trying it again? We're going to start the next panel, but in the break, I'm going to ask if we can then do your introduction. Would that be okay? And give you a few minutes for that, because we definitely want to hear about the work that you're doing in the community that you're in as well. Thanks very much. Okay, so Paula, I'm going to turn it over to you so you can. Thank you. I'll look at my agenda. All right, forgive y'all. You have to run a show, but I'm not always following it. Okay, so here we're going to have the first of 4 panels on the Inflation Reduction Act. And so this first one is going to be about program design considerations for the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. And so we are going to be led in this panel by Zeeland Hoover, who is the Senior Advisor for Implementation at EPA. And he will be joined, I understand, correct, by Alejandra Nunez, Tim Profeta, and Jahi Weiss. Is that correct?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, red is on. Wow. That's a curveball. Tim is in the back of the room and will be listening in, but has to step away. I believe Ale maybe is joining online, and Jahi had a commitment at the White House. But we are all here in spirit, and I'm here in the flesh. So excited to see all of you again. Sylvia, would it be helpful if I started with some context setting, and then we can jump into the discussion questions?
That'd be terrific, especially to help us be able to be oriented for the other sessions too.
Wonderful. So before we get into the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund piece, I'll just take a moment to talk through, as Sylvia said in her introduction, the first of 4 sessions on the Inflation Reduction Act. So we are really excited across the federal government and at EPA in particular about the opportunity that the Inflation Reduction Act presents us, particularly coming on top of the bipartisan infrastructure law that we have been working diligently to implement over the last year. And what's really great about the Inflation Reduction Act, or the IRA, is that it really rounds out the investments. The bipartisan infrastructure law, which I've had the privilege to discuss with this group previously, really invests heavily in water infrastructure and environmental cleanups and clean school buses. We now have an opportunity to make really concentrated investments directly into environmental justice organizations and in the agency's air programs. And so we're just really excited about the opportunities here. If we go to the next page, what the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, so the next page is on the GGRF, but I'll just take a moment to talk briefly about the overall IRA programs as well. So it's $41.5 billion at the agency. Of that, $27 billion is for this Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, which is what we're going to discuss in this session. There are also about $11 billion in programs in our Office of Air and Radiation. Jennifer Macedonia and other senior leaders from the Office of Air and Radiation will be joining today. We have 2 sessions scheduled on the air programs. One is focused around the mobile source programs, and one is focused around the stationary programs. And then the The fourth session is around the $3 billion Environmental and Climate Justice Block Grants program that the Office of Environmental Justice is going to be implementing. And so it's a lot to ask of you, we know, but we wanted to use this opportunity now to get feedback on all 4 buckets of programs, because we are moving fast to get these programs designed, to get the funding opportunities out to communities. And this is the single best moment for to get your feedback, because we're in the thick of early program design, and we have not made any binding decisions across any of these programs. The administrator wanted to make very clear that we needed to pause for a moment, hear from a wide range of stakeholders and partners, take in that feedback and input, and then hit the ground running to make those rapid policy design decisions and get the competitions out the door. So that's where we are. That's a good segue into the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Program, which is, again, the single biggest program by far in the Inflation Reduction Act, and it's $27 billion with about 2 pages of legislative text directing us how to use it. So again, a place where there are a lot of different potential outcomes, and we've really been stressing that we have not made decisions about the contours of the program. We've been meeting with hundreds and hundreds of folks in public listening sessions and meetings with different stakeholder groups and with our federal advisory committees in settings like this one, to get feedback on the questions that are out for public comment, and we sent the request for public comment to this group as a read ahead. I'm going to just take one more moment to run through the slide that's on the page here, which is an overview on of the 2 funding streams, and basically the Spark Notes version of what's in those 2 pages of statutory text. And then we'll open it up for discussion, and we're really eager to hear what input you have for the team developing this program. So the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund statute, it's $27 billion. There's basically 3 funding streams. There's a $7 billion pot of funding, and then there's a $20 billion pot that is split between $12 billion and $8 billion. And so you see on the page here, there's funding stream 1 and funding streams 2 and 3. So I'm going to walk down the left-hand column first. That $7 billion pot is for competitive grants that can go to states, municipalities, tribes, and eligible recipients. This is the only pot of funding of the $27 billion that can go to states, local governments, and tribes. So that is one of the main ways that this is unique. Eligible recipients, we'll talk about that definition a little bit in a moment, because the right-hand column can only go to eligible recipients, but the shorthand I'll use for now is think of nonprofit financial institutions that don't take customer deposits, and we'll get back into that, but nonprofit financial institutions. So $7 billion can go to states, local governments, tribes, and nonprofit financial institutions. It can be used for, again, according to the statute, a wide range of activities that reduce emissions. However, the statute specifically references distributed technologies such as residential rooftops, residential rooftop solar. And so there was a clear sense of Congress that there is a strong preference for this funding to go to rooftop solar, sort of behind the meter, consumer-oriented rooftop solar and other distributed energy solutions. That is, that use of funds is one of the big areas that we have been soliciting input from stakeholders on. The other important point to note about this funding is that it is exclusively for low-income and disadvantaged communities, and the statute says that it must benefit those low-income and disadvantaged communities, but importantly, it leaves to EPA to define low-income and disadvantaged communities, and also to define what it means for them to benefit from these investments. So 2 really important decisions that need to be made about the beneficiaries of this program. Moving to the right-hand column, funding streams 2 and 3. So the eligible recipients and the use of funds are the same here. The distinction is that $8 billion must go to those low-income and disadvantaged communities. Same 2 questions. how do we define them, and how do you define that word benefits. The distinction here, as I mentioned, is this can only go to those nonprofit financial institutions. And so the statute refers to them as eligible entities, and it goes on to specify that they are a nonprofit entity that provides capital, invests in projects, provides technical assistance. They can also capitalize sub-grantees, so you could give funding to a nonprofit financial institution that would then go on and capitalize other entities, and there's more flexibility in the statute for the sub-grantees. The other important restriction is that these nonprofit financial institutions cannot be depository. So if you look at the landscape of nonprofit financial institutions in the country, you may be thinking, for example, of local CDFIs or other nonprofit financial institutions in your community. If they take customer deposits, they wouldn't be directly eligible to apply for this funding. They could, along with many other types of entities, be a sub-grantee of a different recipient. But there is that restriction in thinking about who these recipients can be if they have to be nonprofit, non-depository.
I'm so sorry, forgive
yes.
my ignorance here, but I don't understand what it means to take a deposit in what you're describing there. Are you talking about banks?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so any financial institution where someone can walk off the street and put their money in the bank would be a depository institution. And so there are nonprofit banks, but they would not be directly eligible. And that's an important point because nonprofit banks are a huge universe of the folks that are out in communities doing project finance. Again, they could be a sub-grantee. They could not be a direct grantee. And so I just wanted to really drive that point home, and I'm glad you asked the clarifying question. And then again, for eligible projects, these are the language is on the page here. Again, these are projects that will reduce and avoid greenhouse gas emissions and other forms of air pollution. So a lot of statutory flexibility in the types of projects that get funded. A lot of flexibility for the types of financial instruments. We've heard from members of Congress that they really wanted to provide EPA and EPA's future grantees with the flexibility to fund innovative approaches that will really make the highest and best use of this funding. Yes, Andy.
Sorry, one quick question. From what I'm reading then, could municipal utilities apply for funding to digest their biosolids, convert that into electricity to reduce their greenhouse gas reduction, but also make the plants more resilient? They're often in EJ communities, so they could generate their own electricity with the biosolids. That would be a huge win. We did that in Camden, and it lowered our costs, made it more resilient, and also reduced odors and reduced biosolids. Would that be an eligible kind of project?
So that is a great example of a potential project. And again, I'm going to be hopefully not frustratingly vague, but I just want to ensure we haven't made decisions. So that is a great example, and we really appreciate it. It does get at that issue of, how do you think about benefiting, that definition of benefiting EJ communities? And so this is probably a good point to turn it back to you, Sylvia, to facilitate the discussion. We would welcome input from the group on what considerations we should take into account, and we can walk through sort of a couple themes, or we can just open the floor for any feedback across the program.
Thank you for that. And so why don't you all put up your cards if you do want to ask a question here, but I want to ask you, Zena, if you will also indulge me here for a minute. I think, again, because you've come to the council a few times and we've had the pleasure of being able to learn from you, I need you to break it down. This is not making sense to me in a whole bunch of ways, and I don't want to feel ignorant here, right? But I think that I'm also representing a lot of communities when we're in the end, we're like, how's this money's getting down to the ground, right?
Yep.
And so, to me, this all looks trickle down like everything does. I want to know, what are direct connections to EJ organizations, EJ communities, disadvantaged communities? How is it that through the entities that you've got listed here, states, municipalities, tribal governments, eligible recipients, how are they going to be mandated in some way to partner with EJ communities, with grassroots groups, not through the big NGOs, so that we can also be beneficiaries and direct participants in these instruments for change, right? The funding that leads to the instruments for change. Can you help us understand that better?
Absolutely. And Sylvia, you're in good company. We've spent a lot of time digesting those 2 pages and going word by word. So I think one thing that may help is to just sort of walk through, to your point, that the kind of handoffs from EPA has money and who it's given, and sort of what are the handoffs of that money until it reaches a project. So there's a couple different options. So if we start with funding stream number 1, EPA has funding. Let's say that we give a grant directly to a state or a tribal partner or a local government. They're the EPA grantee. They will, have applied to EPA for a grant. We give them the grant. Let's say that EPA has structured some or all of the funding for a program to support residential rooftop solar in low-income communities. We would run a competition. We would issue a grant to our grantees, let's say, a mix of those eligible recipients. And then those grantees would then award funding either, directly to homeowners to install solar panels, or they may have put together a grant proposal to work through solar aggregators and developers and community-based organizations that are doing solar development. Again, we have not made any decisions about what types of models we would improve, so everything that you just ran through is very helpful of potential criteria that could inform the competition. But that would be the flow of funding for funding stream 1, of funding to grantees, and then grantees either directly to a project or to an intermediary that is aggregating projects and doing project level work. Funding streams 2 and 3 have potentially additional layers because our grantees have that ability to further subgrant to additional entities. So one option is EPA gives a grant to let's say a national grantee or multiple national grantees who are tasked with supporting greenhouse gas emission reduction projects in, let's say, different swaths of the country or different types of communities. And those entities then have 2 options. And they can do both. Option 1 is direct project finance. So our grantee could go and go out, look for projects, find a great biosolids project in an EJ community where they could directly invest and do great work, and they could potentially choose to do that. So our grantees are going out and they're directly identifying and funding projects. That might work for really big projects. It may or may not be scalable for lots of small projects. And so those grantees also have the option to identify a wide constellation of partners who they can fund who would go do this type of work. So say there's a great organization that is doing community-based home retrofits and home electrification work. Maybe our grantee works to invest in that entity to fund some of that work because they have the local relationships and know-how. That is just one example. And again, part of what is exciting but also a little overwhelming at times about this project is there's a lot of flexibility. And we at EPA have to figure out how to draw the rules of the road so that we are supporting innovation and creating flexibility for our grantees, but also making sure that the funding is going to the communities that need it the most, that it is going to the projects that have the most impact, that it is going to meet EPA's high standards for program integrity, and is ironclad for expected future oversight or legal challenges. And so that's going to be a balancing act, but again, there's a lot of flexibility in the statute, and we are going to have to put some contours around that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And so, and I'm sorry, I wasn't watching the cards. I think I'm just going to do a round this way, okay? And I apologize if you were sooner over here. Let's go with Sophia, and then we'll make the way around the table. But I'm going to ask you all to keep it tight, all right? Thank you.
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions, and more things may occur to me. But one question is, how is zero emissions defined? Or is there a definition? Another thing to flag, and I'm sure other folks will get to this, is I'm really worried about leaving definitions in terms of the benefits and like must be deployed in, and like what does that actually mean? And then the last thing is whether carbon capture and storage is something that has been discussed at all or imagined at all, because from the EJ perspective, it's an unproven solution that won't actually reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and there are a lot of us who don't want to see those sort of projects funded.
Great. Thanks, Sophia. I will also try to be more concise in my responses so that we have plenty of time for questions. So on definitions, the specific statute for those 2 pages do not define a number of the terms. It was passed as an amendment to the Clean Air Act, so there are places where we can point back to EPA's extensive track record on defining terms in the context of our Clean Air Act regulations. So that said, there will be a need to think through what constraints we put around definitions, and that's one of the questions that we had in the RFI. There's also no explicit statutory prohibitions against any individual technology. So there's not a statutory basis for that. Again, that is one of the many considerations that have to be worked through in the program design. Jacqueline?
A friendly reminder to my fellow NEJACers, identify yourselves before your question. Jacqueline Shirley, RCAC Region 6. I am actually going to be speaking up in for rural Alaska. I'm originally from rural Alaska. My main concern, just looking at because I was waiting for you to go through the funding streams, who is available for all these different layers of funding, and greenhouse emissions, and I'm hoping that millions of dollars will go to rural Alaska for wind farms. Because, in rural Alaska, we do not have a road system. So we have, we buy our bulk fuel, diesel fuel, once a year by the barge. And if it has to be, and if the community runs out of diesel fuel, then it has to be flown in. And, right now, in, I think it's NEJAC, they're going at $15 a gallon. So, and our gas in rural Alaska does not change every Tuesday like we have in urban. So, on the eligible entities, the Denali Commission in rural Alaska, that is an interagency commission that was, formed by Congress to be an efficient way of getting services and funding and projects out to rural Alaska, and it is successful. The Denali Commission is kind of like the Appalachian Commission many years ago. So we have that same model for rural Alaska. Electricity, in rural Alaska, because our electricity is run by diesel. We pay 27% of our income for electricity versus 7% in urban Alaska. And even for our water and wastewater systems, I'm in many villages like mine, because, we live on flat land. People take gravity for granted. Let me tell you, when you don't have gravity, your water and sewer bill is very high, because we have vacuum pumped water systems, because we don't have gravity for gravity flow. So it takes diesel fuel again to even run our water and sewer. So, and then, 6% now of the AVAC, the Alaska Village Electric Co-op, 6% of their generation is by wind. That's only 6%, because it costs a lot of money to put up 4 windmills in a village. It costs $6.5 million because there's no road system. Everything has to come in by barge, and So I'm hoping that there is going to be a special consideration for Alaska. And don't discard rural Alaska because of the cost to do business with us. Another thing, when I see greenhouse reduction, what are we going to do about prevention? Because let me tell you, the permafrost is melting, and it is greenhouse gas that will put everything else as baby steps. Oh, all those what is coming out of the tundra permafrost is going to make everything else look like a joke. So what are we going to be doing for adaptation to that? Prevention for what are we going to do? Because we're going to sit here and spend this $27 billion on current things, and that's good, we do. But man, I just mentioned in my introduction, that I'm a medic, We're going to be putting, we're going to be having our ABCs wrong. Are we breathing in circulation? We're having that backwards, We're going to be worried about, putting a Band-Aid on a wound, stopping the bleeding, when the patient ain't breathing, So permafrost is melting, and that is the emission of the greenhouse monster. So thank you very much for coming here and presenting, and thank you. I'm sorry, I don't think I had any question. I was just being
No, great.
fussy.
Great points. I've got them down. And yeah, those positive feedback loops on global warming, I think, probably keep a lot of us up at night.
Good morning. Jerome Shabazz, Region 3, Overbrook Center. It seems as though you're looking at the different types of models for who can distribute and become the fiscal agents for funding. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So, the first thing that comes to mind, I'm working with the Finance and Investment Working Group, and we consistently ask a simple question. How do we make certain that the resources that are intended get to the people who need it the most? And I don't know, even in something you were saying even in the beginning of your presentation, and I know you were probably just giving explanation, but you say, maybe giving funding to a national group who will eventually award it to some other. We got to try to find new strategies, giving resources to regions and giving resources to organizations that are already working within those communities. And the reality is they may not be working in the sectors that we're asking them to work in currently, but they are close enough in terms of the work. Because when you're talking about these sort of non-depository fiscal agencies, I think a great deal of these sort of housing advisory groups who create resources for home development and for community development, they're set up as these sort of fiscal agents within communities, and they work within communities, but they may not see themselves as in the business of greenhouse gas reduction fund grants. And so I think the language that you create has to let those people know that they are eligible to attempt to do this work, even if that eligibility requires that they develop a partnership to make that work. And so, I'm imagining already that there's agencies who are doing the fiscal work, they do the fiscal counseling, they work with communities, they know how to deal with folks and their needs for infrastructural development, but they may need to partner with somebody who might be doing solar panel installation. So I think the point of what I'm sort of driving the concern towards is, one, be very targeted about not just having these broad overlaying a national organization who's supposed to meet the needs of folks all over the country, but be more targeted to the different regions that you're in, that you're trying to serve. And two, create a language that allows people who are not in those industries to scale up. We keep talking about this, but we don't use the programs as a basis for making this happen. Help those organizations scale up so they can provide greater services and that they'll be available for other resources that will come, because now they're positioning themselves to move into an economy that they wouldn't traditionally service constituents in. Are we making sense?
You're hitting on the $27 billion question. This is who those eligible entities are and who we partner with is potentially the single most important question, and we really, really appreciate the feedback.
So again, those, in my mind, some of those people are those community-based organizations who do housing counseling, housing resource information. It's particularly around housing. I think it's a lot around the country. You'll find that there are nonprofit organizations who do a great deal of housing work because they're not in the energy business, but they're in the housing business. Energy just comes along with the housing. But I think what's going to happen is it's going to help those agencies become more holistic in their work, that they'll begin to think about efficiency of those properties and the efficiency of homes and the reduction of energy use and et cetera. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Great. And I just want to take a moment to recognize our colleague Ale Nunez, who is dual-hatted as our deputy for mobile sources in the Office of Air, but also one of the key interim leaders of the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. So Ale, anything that you want to respond to of the points that have come up? Oh, we can't hear you.
Give us just a chance here, Alejandro, trying to see if we can figure out the tech issue again. But thank you, welcome. Thank you for coming on screen, thank you for being here. We also want to recognize Alejandra as the Deputy Assistant Administrator for Mobile Sources, Office of Air and Radiation. Is that correct? Did I get that accurate? Okay. And then also, we have Tim here as well. If you feel free to join the table too if you'd like, especially as we're having this discussion. If you feel there's anything that you want to add, I want to welcome you to join us here if you'd like. I understand you might have to go, but just feel free to join at any time. Totally understand. Okay, it looks like we've got a tech issue still that we're going to try to get resolved. I hope you'll be a little patient with us if we have some sound interruptions, all right? So, but let's continue to go around, and Alejandro, I'm going to come back to you immediately as soon as we get this resolved. Thank you. And then John will do his introduction too during the break. So, all right, we've got at least 8 cards up. Council, keep it tight so I don't have to cut anybody off. All right, Jan, you're next.
Yeah, hi.
My bad.
No problem. My name is Aya, Region 9, Common Vision. My first is, I echo Jerome's concern about this trickle-down model. I'm wondering what a nonprofit that provides capital means. Are they foundations? Can you give examples of what you mean by nonprofits that provide capital? It sounds like, people with money getting more money, and I find that really problematic. And the second question is, do you have any training and workforce development component in this plan? Because the money hitting the ground needs to also be creating jobs for people of color and, people living in EJ communities, train them to actually provide the services that the communities will benefit from long term. The money has to be creating jobs long term and training people. Thank you.
You want to speak more to the eligible entities?
Sure. And thank you for letting me join you today, and I apologize for being a little bit intermittent in my own presence. It's a very, I think, I like Zealand's phrase that this is a $27 billion question. How do we work with eligible entities that are going to truly get the benefits to the communities? Because as noted, $15 billion of this needs to go to the benefit of low-income disadvantaged communities. The sort of nonprofits that pre-exist are things like the sustainable prosperity in Connecticut. These institutions have been created. They have a nonprofit mission and a goal to deploy capital into to communities to create greenhouse gas reduction projects. So there are some pre-existing institutions like that. There are some community, financing institutions like CDFIs that may fit the thing, the definition. But I think we're also looking in a situation where we may have the creation of institutions that may affiliate with the correct, in community financial institutions, even though they don't fit the definition, but then can make sure they have relationships that flow through. But as Zealand said, this, for all of us, has been the $27 billion question of how do we work with a very sort of this definition and a structure that makes sure that we get the money to work creating capacity and jobs and growth in the communities, not just individual projects, but also, fitting within this definition.
It's across the board, I'm seeing that people just need to be woken up with an anti-racist lens to learn how to apply that anti-racist lens into their work and wake up to the world, that is extremely, the racism is baked in. And without that realization, I don't think we're going to be able to achieve what you're trying to achieve. Thank you. Oh, but the next question, the workforce development component, if you can answer that, thanks.
The short answer is that is an eligible use of funds, and so we anticipate that that is the type of work that a lot of our grantees will be interested in supporting.
The language section allows you to actually provide assistance to the communities that would encompass that.
Is there a framework? What was the question? Is there a framework to build the anti-racist?
No, that ain't anti-racist.
I'm sorry.
Oh. We're passing information back and forth. Just, was there a framework for the model of the minimum eligibility models that you're looking at? In other words, are the credentials that people would need or organizations would need in order to pass through this funding?
I think this is one area among several where we would welcome specific recommendations from the NEJAC as a follow-up to this meeting.
Yeah, I do think in the terms and conditions of the grants, we can look for what we can ask to ensure that the mission and the intent of the statute and of the agency are successfully implemented. But so your recommendations as to what frameworks would be very much welcome and appreciated.
Thank you for the presentation. I was pretty pleased that you talked about getting feedback and input, and I wondered if you listened to the 4.5 hours of public testimony yesterday.
I was not on the NEJAC public testimony, but Tim and I both have listened to over 10 hours of public testimony between the EFAB and the 2 public listening sessions. We had over 1,000 people participating.
The reason I'm saying this is you're talking about ways that people are responding exactly to what you've said. If you listen to the people yesterday, you realize that a lot of these communities are in terrible crises. It's not just about one something. It isn't just cumulative. In some cases, they're talking about having to get out of those communities. So things have gotten way beyond the usual grant situation. And it seems to me the money you're talking about is the grant allocation. While it's much bigger and maybe these are much better approaches to it, that maybe some of that money needs to be set aside for demonstration projects to not only look at cumulative, but things that are way beyond what it should be. This is catch up. It's not business as usual. And we have raised expectations. So people are expecting something. Sometimes when EPA people come, they say, we've worked on this for 2 years. I'm looking at, you got 2 years left. We don't know what the next administration, what it was like before this. So to me, you got 2 years. So I'm looking for some dramatic changes where people see something can actually happen. And granting for certain organizations that have the wherewithal and have the connections to places that can help them with a grant can do something, and particularly if it's targeted to one area. But when you've got multiple things that need to go on, we need splash. So I'm hoping you'll think about taking some of that money and putting it into demonstration projects. Thank you.
You will be pleased to know that Congress also gave us a 2-year deadline to get all of the money out the door. So, great minds think alike.
What a surprise.
Thank you for your presentation. Just trying to think about how to capture some of the comments from my fellow NEJAC members. Oh, Jill Harrison, Region 8, Academia. So my question for you is, do you have the regulatory authority to affirmatively prioritize, both through the call for proposals, but also through the criteria that you will use to rank the proposals? So both of those kind of formal documents. On the one hand, organizations that have a proven track record of being rooted in and serving environmental justice communities, meaning environmentally overburdened and vulnerable communities. So requiring that substantiation, those credentials from recipients. And also, do you have the regulatory authority in the call for proposals and through the ranking criteria to prioritize proposals that will themselves emphasize or prioritize or maybe even be limited to technologies that actually reduce the production of pollution, not just reroute it and store it somewhere else to become a problem later on. So if you do have that authority, please do that. And I think your suggestion, your kind of question to members to provide recommendations to you about what, especially the criteria around what kind of credentials for organizations, how organizations prove that they meaningfully serve overburdened and vulnerable communities. I imagine that some of you here have some experience, hopefully, with some grant programs that actually have forced you to do that. And so providing that kind of detailed examples to these folks would be so helpful, it sounds like.
Hi, Paula Flores-Craig, DFO for this council. Just wanted to take a break, and just a short break to see if Alex can now come in through the feed. Could you test your mic, Alex? Not yet, thank you. We're still working on it.
I actually would like to hear, sorry, Ale, that you can't come in yet, but I would like to hear if you have the regulatory authority to make those prioritizations in the call and or in the ranking criteria.
I think the answer is that we are working with our Office of General Counsel to make sure we, and I don't know that, but those are the sorts of criteria we are assessing in terms of what we can do in both those steps of the process. As Zealand noted, the statute itself is very sparse, which does give us a lot of discretion, but certainly the need to ensure, there are a couple of things that were indicated in the statute. One of them was the need to bring the benefits to the communities. And so the criteria you're suggesting certainly are suggested as a way to make sure that the grantees would be able to ensure deliverance on that mission. But I don't want to get ahead of our legal counsel in terms of assessing what our capabilities are.
The one additional connection I just want to draw is we have one team across the agency that is working on IRA implementation that includes the $3 billion in programs that are being implemented by the OEJ ECR team that is going directly to community-based organizations. And so we're learning a lot through that process, and that will also help inform what we can do here. So we're part of the goal in having sort of an integrated implementation team is to make sure we're not operating in silos, that the great ideas that you're feeding into Matt and Marion and Robin are also then being shared across all of these other programs. So that'll be one of the really places to test innovative approaches and see how we can pull them in.
Thank you, Nataki Osborne Jokes, West Atlanta Watershed Alliance. My main question was kind of encapsulated in what Jill just asked, and so I guess I would just encourage you, to the greatest extent possible, whatever you can put into the RFPs in terms of this prioritization, in terms of clearly outlining some things, especially in terms of these institutions having experience, having connections, having worked, in the types of communities that we want to benefit. I think that's critical. There could be other well-meaning organizations and institutions that just lack the experience, and that lack of experience can translate, unfortunately, into those communities who most need the benefits not being able to get access to those benefits. So it's really important. Whatever you can bake in to this process up front is going to be critical. I did have a question about would green banks would be an example of one type of organization that could benefit from this. And I think I have, I don't really have maybe a major question for you, but I'm thinking about the rooftop solar in particular. There just don't seem to be any mechanisms that currently exist, or not many, that reach those low-income households. There's a lot of focus on moderate income households. A lot of the projects that I've seen that have been focused on rooftop solar have still been about, loans to the individual, homeowners or what have you. And it's very hard to get that financing, even with tools that are supposedly created for, moderate income households. So just kind of scratching my head on how that might end up working in the end. Definitely it's going to take innovation. I think working with these agencies like CDCs, community development corporations, might be really important, especially since a lot of CDCs do work in affordable housing. So just a thought there, but didn't know if you had a response to the question about green banks.
The short answer is that there are green banks that qualify for the nonprofit definition, and there are some that are state-run, so they are public institutions. It's the early, but would qualify for the first funding stream as well. But I guess not all green banks are equal in structure. So some do, but certainly the community green banks are, I think, by the drafters legislation, an anticipated potential recipient for these funds. And again, these comments, really are surfacing the issues of making sure that these institutions do have the ability to get the money to work in the communities in the way you're talking about is a high priority in terms of how we think about this. And then with the chair's leave, I do have to step away for a second. I'm going to come right back to the table as soon as I possibly can. So I apologize in advance.
Mike Tilchin, Jacobs Engineering, EPA Region 3. Thank you for your presentation. Two points. One is in the awards of grants to primary grantees and then sub-awards, I think you want to be very transparent, public, graphic, accessible about where that money is going. And I'm an optimist. I think this is going to be a really successful program, and you're going to get more money in the next Congress. And with that in mind, I think it's going to be very important both to establish a version of a baseline of the GHG emissions from these projects in the absence of getting these funds, and then both establish both projected GHG emissions and then measured GHG emissions. And with that information, in this optimistic scenario, you'll be able to apply that information to improve projects and select better projects in the future. Thank you.
Great. Points well taken. Thank you.
Thanks very much. All right, so as I saw on this side, more cards will tend to pop up on that side. So you have, I'm just stated here, we're going to get to these yet, but I want to also give respect to other folks that have their hands up too. So I know, and I apologize for that at the beginning, right, when I said that I wasn't watching cards, but we are going to come to you. So, but with that said, you all have no more than 2 minutes, including the response, right, so that we can finish this panel on time. So, and I'm sorry, but this is the way we're just going to have to do it, right? But again, this demonstrates, again, like the feeling that you all have about these issues and the deep concern around what the recommendations are going to be. So, but I want to make sure you all get heard. All right? Thank you.
Great, thank you. And we need to talk slowly, correct? So there's a double, triple challenge there. Millie Piazza, Region 10. Wanted to just acknowledge here and appreciate the challenge that you have trying to, you use the phrase innovative approaches. I think that runs super counter to a 2-year deadline with an institutional structure that is built for inequity. And I think that the concern I'm hearing around the room is every additional degree of separation from direct funding to communities reduces both the capital impact and introduces error. So I'm thinking 3 things hard about our conversation yesterday. First of all, protocols for screening funding to carry over what Dr. Harrison was saying, and introducing perhaps scoring based on the entities perpetuating inequities and looking at their history of Title VI non-compliance as a possible scoring mechanism, and then that consistency and accountability across recipients. And then I'm just really struggling with the idea of rooftop solar and thinking about generational wealth, the generational racialized wealth divide when it comes to housing owners and renters. And so really thinking about how to use the targeted universalism approach, really again getting at prioritizing those most impacted and furthest from the environmental health and economic wealth that we want to see, those highest standards that we envision. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. April Batiste, Region 2, Colgate University. Bear with me, I have 3 points, and these points are in relation to the slides that, the slideshow that you shared with us. There were some questions that you had raised, and so I wanted to take some time just to offer some suggestions. Hopefully they would be helpful. In the first, this question about defining low-income and disadvantaged communities, this is something that my work group has been working on and will present on tomorrow. Just a few things. One, we really need, when in defining who is disadvantaged, we really need to center race. And I'm going to just underline that. And I know that we've skirted around this multiple times, but you cannot talk about environmental injustice without underscoring race and ethnicity. And I'll go so far as to say Black and brown communities within the United States. And so we know that there are other disadvantaged communities that face environmental harms, but for environmental justice, we really need to underscore the importance of race. And I hope that that will be central to the definition of who is getting access to funds. Other quick things, thinking about multiple environmental harms or impacts, community health impacts, those communities that have these multiple threats, vulnerability to climate change. I know that Ticia will talk a bit more about that, but you definitely want to pay attention to those that are vulnerable to climate change. And perhaps funds need to be set aside. And being someone from the Caribbean, I really want to put a plug in here for those small island states that are still under the imperial rule of the United States, that are not treated as citizens of the United States. And so funds need to be set aside specifically for those spaces that a lot of people end up going to resort, right? And they use it as their backyard, their recreational playground. However, at the end of the day, there are people that are living within those communities that's their home, right? And they're losing their homes because of climate change. Secondly, questions 2 and 3 that you mentioned in terms of how do we get technical assistance for these communities. Go into the communities. People have said this is not innovative. Go into the communities themselves, right? This could be in the form of actual workshops. Yes, it's grunt work, right? So some of us have to get out of our offices and go into the communities and actually show individuals how do you apply for these grants. And maybe this is happening and I'm not aware of it, but from what I am hearing, community members are saying, we don't know how to get access to the money. So, going out there and making sure people have access to those communities. There's a long list of communities that come to these public comments that say that they have concerns. We can create an inventory or go back and check the log and get the inventory of these communities and actively reach out to them. And I just want to reiterate the thinking that the funds need need to get to the communities, right? At the end of the day, it needs to get to the communities. And so there was a statement in the document that I read about leveraging private entities or private funds. Now, again, as someone who's this not my area of expertise, that didn't sit right with me, because I'm like, why do we need to? I understand wanting to get more money, but once you start bringing private entities into the equation, where does that lead the communities themselves, right? And so how do we build those, private-public relationships to ensure that the communities themselves do benefit? I'm not going to get into defining benefits, but those were just some of the things that I wanted to raise, and apologies for speaking very quickly.
Thank you so much.
I'm Richard Mabian from Kansas City, Kansas, and I just jumped in here for one reason, and all I'm doing is giving you something to add to your agenda. It has to do with I represent the portion of the population that never gets any money. And me coming here, they wanted me to make sure that I would say to whoever I talk to, consider creating an umbrella organization to be able to manage the money. When you're at my end of the spectrum, you have people who look like you. They're just as much as criminal as you do at the levels that you work at, that are just as much as criminals. And the only thing that we know we could possibly have to be able to manage that money is have an umbrella organization that has key people there that make sure what's supposed to be done is being done. And that way you'll get the support from the people in the communities I represent. Without that being a factor, they could care less about what you're going to do. You made a comment about you check out to see the people's qualifications or what they got history of doing and all of that. When you come into my community, those people are still trying to get started. They have no history. So one thing to do is to protect them by having that umbrella organization, which they used in the civil rights movement back in the 60s and 70s, to make sure that money wasn't getting stolen. That's all I wanted to add to your list. Other than that, do what you're doing.
Great, thank you.
Forgive my wavering voice. Yo soy Leticia Conde Mejias of Green Eagle Warriors. We were founded in 2008, which is the year that my son came across the information on mountaintop removal and came home hysterical telling me that nobody cares. And what's the point of any of my work? Why don't I just quit, he said. I worked in healthcare then, and I was seeing the implications of the air quality of F, which my state has had for my entire lifespan. That's based on stationary sources of pollution, which, to be frank, aren't even on this agenda and are the #1 cause of climate change and the #1 cause of environmental injustice in the United States of America. That's concerning from the start. Also, this gentleman that came and sat next to you related to this inclusive prosperity capital, he said it in the wrong way, in the state of Connecticut, which was formed underneath the Green Bank as a non-profit, non-beholden entity, which no one knows what they do, along after the Green Bank, which was invented to expand access to solar in my state. And just like everyone else here that has poor people in their state, black and brown people don't have solar where I live either, because they're renters, and no one's done any work on community solar. And no one cares about the poor, vulnerable people that have no systemic wealth, the people that have no houses to put solar on. Will they be sheltering in your EVs when a storm comes? Can they come to your yard and sleep in your car? Also, how will the EPA or the DOE or anyone in the government apply the 4 equity lenses to the entire process at the start now? For example, improving poor housing stock solves for cumulative problems. It lowers emissions from that stationary source of the house. It lowers emissions from that stationary source of the power plant. It lowers the need for transmission of those resources, where we lose 10 to 15% of all energy that we create, generate, and distribute. Who will tell anybody in those communities who don't have access to science in public schools because in lieu of math and English scores being low, we stopped teaching science in those communities of color, which is why black people only represent 11% of our energy industry and Hispanic people only represent 16% of our industry, and I feel like there's more than that in our nation. The equity lenses are actually quite simple and could be applied to anything. Distributive equity is the mitigation and adaptation which places the most vulnerable communities at the forefront. Such strategies provide those communities with work opportunities, quality of life benefits, and maybe access to the things that they're paying for in their taxes, like solar, efficiency. Because honestly, up to 50% of low-income households have a barrier to weatherization. They can't get insulation because they have knob and tube, asbestos, mold, vermiculite, high CO, CAS failures. Lead. Procedural equity is the equitable mitigation and adaptation strategy which is planned in partnership with low-income communities and communities of color, whereby you go there in person because they don't have internet or electricity and they don't know your meeting and they haven't seen your posting on your website. They don't have Zoom or Teams either in the hood. Contextual equity is the mitigation strategy which takes into account low-income communities and communities of color are more vulnerable to climate change. And the development and mitigation strategies must take into account that they have a meaningful gap in these vulnerabilities. Their houses are older, they're renters, they can't even make the upgrades. Some of them don't even have houses. Corrective equity is the mitigation strategies and adaptation strategies that provide communities with processes to hold the state and federal government accountable for their said commitment to pursuing equity in the first place. I could literally go on for days, but instead I'll just simply follow these notes which say, how will you ensure that the funds that are given directly to these parties that are nonprofit and don't take money from people but are banks will get the money to the zip codes which are most vulnerable, redlined, and least prepared for the impacts of climate change in the lowest lying communities in the belly of the beast in Texas, where places like Louisiana and Mossville that we all heard from yesterday until very late at night, in an unpaid role as a non-government official and an unpaid volunteer giving service to my nation. I listened to them say that for 28 years they've been coming to this very room and begging for help. That the only people who have power when the power plant goes out is the power plant itself. And what DEI considerations will be required as subcontracts of the direct implementers? And what considerations will there be for workforce to ensure that we finally decrease the disparities in low-income, vulnerable communities and communities of color that have never had access to working opportunities, clean energy opportunities, efficient opportunities, resilience opportunities, to stop the flooding opportunities? And how will we solve for cumulative impacts while also solving for emissions in a way that does not have carbon tunnel vision, but actually considers the implications and opportunities that $27 billion with a B could have on adults with an A, buildings with a B, creating careers with a C, anywhere in the United States of America that there's a coal plant or an oil or a natural gas or liquefied gas or anything. No matter what type of energy you use, what type of fuel you decide to choose, it will always work better and pollute less if we demand less of it through efficiency. And the best place for employment is efficiency. There are more people working in efficiency than there are teachers, doctors, lawyers, and policemen. This is just the truth. I beg of all of you to understand that despite the fact that I'm an expert and a woman of color and the only person in the United States with a track record that's proven for educating people of color to work in clean energy and energy efficiency careers and policy, I am always the last to speak, given the least time. No one ever follows up, just like the people from Texas said yesterday, or Mossville, or Louisiana. Everyone wants to pat me on the back, but that's pretend. You give me 10 problems, I'll give you 9 money can fix. But the money never reaches our communities. Never. I've not had any funding since 2008 at Green Eagle Warriors, and the only reason I still exist is my father raised me as a warrior for my people, and I will die standing and repeating this message. Thank you. There's no answer in this moment, but you must take these things back to your people. It is your job, it is your due diligence, it is required, or else we've done nothing here. We've given of ourselves for years for no reason at all. Please. Thank you, Leticia.
Thank you, Leticia. I'll just say I was 5 years old when my parents' restaurant burned down and the bank foreclosed on our home. So I hear you. I share your concerns. I'm committed, along with everyone else on the EPA leadership team, to getting this money to the people who are hurting and who need it the most. And what you said resonates, and we're working really hard to do this right.
I think we all believe that. I think that what we're trying to better see is what that process is going to be, right? And so a lot of what we talk about too is the process. Dr. Ambrose, and then we're going to conclude there with Lauren. Thank you. And again, we're now starting to eat into break time.
All right, thank you. Ambrose Carroll, Region 9. I am a Baptist pastor, but I'll try to keep this Episcopalian brief. So yeah, I represent the 20 million individuals who are part of the Black church, 30,000 congregations across this nation. 1865, Hiram Rose Rebels asked for 40 acres and a mule. Field order 15. Of course, some got some 40 acres and some mules. There was a bank created for that purpose, and then there was a run on that bank. 1917, World War I, started the Great Migration. So we're in left Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas, Louisiana, went to places like Detroit, Oakland, Chicago, New York. We didn't want to leave our land. We were lynched out of that land from a place and a time where under Grant, we ran state houses in Louisiana and Alabama. We were here, Congress and Senate. But we were lynched out of those places, moved away from land, which has so many implications. In those centers, though, even though they were redlined, and the houses that we bought, even then were predatory. We paid more for them than other people paid, and we've been doing a lot of renting. We've been redlined. Even though we couldn't buy houses, Grandma and them, they put their money together. They sold chicken dinners, sweet potato pies, and they bought church buildings, church facilities. So in these inner cities that we're talking about, in these rural communities where funds are going, our major asset are our buildings. And all of those buildings, some great cathedrals, a lot of them storefronts, need to be retrofitted. We need clean air and clean water. But just like in the pandemic, we saw people coming to our communities and jumping the line. And our fear is that if we don't do this right, people are going to come into our communities looking at these assets that we have and looking at us solely as consumers. And they're going to show up and say, we're going to give you free solar, we're going to give you free this and free that, free infrastructure, and our children still won't have jobs coming out of jail. And so we want to make sure and ensure that as we do this, that there's a line and that there's conversations. As I talk to, whether it's the Church of God in Christ or the AME Church or the CME Church, they're curious as to what's going on. Not a lot of conversation because there has been a lot of predatory stuff, not a lot of trust. But at this point, we have to go and give them the technical assistance to get what they need. A lot of times we talk about what we don't have and we're crying and we're fighting about what we don't have. The reality is that sometimes we're crying with a loaf of bread under our arms. We do own buildings. We own land in the state of California. Some of our conventions own 100, 200 acres of land, but we don't go to the land anymore. It's underdeveloped. It's underutilized. And there's so much room for STEM, for education, for workforce development. But again, we do have to partner, perhaps, but some things we can do for ourselves. These churches have also started a lot of our HBCU institutions or historically church-ran and church-led. I know even in our own communities, there's not a lot of trust in the church. We like Martin King, but we no longer like his church. But the reality is we're going to have hard conversations with one another. And I believe that for the sake of those whose shoulders we stand on, we're going to have conversations before the RFPs come out to figure out how does these communities, our sacred trust, the only thing our grandparents left us, that we can create industry with them and that we're not, again, ran upon and people jumping the line in capitalistic ways to once again eat of our flesh and drink of our blood. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I don't know how Episcopalian that was, but Love you. All right, Lauren.
Okay, Lauren Hopkins, Region 6, local government seat. So I just want to start with just some practical things. Well, first of all, you got the message that we need it in plain language. You got that from Jerome and Mike. We don't understand it. We're pretty sure that the public, generally who we're trying to apply to will not understand. And they also need graphics, as was indicated. And to like Jill and Nataki and various people's concerns, we really need to have an understanding of how the prioritization will happen. If the money does go to the eligible green bank or whatever it is, how will they prioritize how projects go out? So those are the language and the concerns that I think that would really help, because we're just trying to understand what it is. And I know that you're asking us to help. But a concern that I have that I think that was just raised was by more than one person, is that the poorest people in the communities that we serve are actually renters, and they're in slumlord type housing. And to follow HUD's initiative or thoughts is that no matter whether it's a slumlord house or not, when it comes to lead abatement, we're still going to upgrade a house because the child's health is the most important thing. So we want to make sure that if the money's really going to go to the people most in need, at least some of that money, we need to be working in concert with, say, HUD, because there's all kinds of questions too. If you're going to put rooftop solar on a house that's falling down, that is not going to be helpful in the long run. But yet those are the people that need it, right? So we've got to find a way to, those are the people the most needed, I guess, and we've got to find a way to do that. So community solar, I really need examples of, like me personally, of how community solar would work. Like, my understanding, if you can't put the solar on top of someone's house, you could put it on their elementary school. They could get the power, and they would get it at a reduced rate, and that would benefit them, and maybe that would rise them up so they're not having to pay for their power, so that they can then move on to other housing. But the concern with that for me, which is just something I don't understand, and that maybe it would help to have guidance or information about, is if you partner with a private, this green bank, and they somehow then partner with a solar company, and then you put it on the school district's roof, and then the community gets the benefit and maybe of the power, what happens when the contract ends or whatever? Do the rates go up? In the case of HUD, when we go in, like we have a lot of funding in the big cities that, to redo houses. If you redo a house, then you have a lien on that house that says you cannot raise the rent. You cannot do that for a certain number of years. And those are the kinds of things that need to be in place so that it's sustainable and long term, I believe. But I actually don't know all the answers on how community solar works, but those are concerns that I think that should be laid out so that the public isn't skeptical of the money that's coming. And in terms of I think what Jan was mentioning, I don't know that you really, just to repeat that point, is like there are people that need to be relocated. And that would be a huge thing if EPA could do that, if we could change the way we think. There's not something under CERCLA, there's not something under RECRA. We've heard testimony from people that are stuck and they really need to go out. So why? But they also are the ones that need this. So we need to be thinking a little bit more holistically. I don't think that we should invest in that community that needs the relocation per se, if we're not really thinking a little bit longer term, so something together. But I'm just pointing out there are major problems, and if we continue to just parse out and address one thing at a time, we're going to waste our money and time. I guess we're just not going to solve it. And in terms of the Green Bank public-private partnership, could we get some guidance on how do they make money? If we were going to, as we're saying, that trickle down, and how many, I think it was Millie who said, every person is going to take a cut because, gosh, they've got to have it. they have to, but what are those margins? What does it look like when it finally gets down? If you guys, if we give money to the big regions and the big NGOs, what, you know, what's left? What actually gets to the people? Could we see that, like actual numbers on, you know, my hand waving, because I don't really know what that is. I think that we would all be more comfortable with that. And one last thing is, I guess, yes, we definitely want to have all those check marks in on whether these entities, when they're being ranked for awards, that they have, you know, been good EJ stewards. That's super important. And in terms of community development corporations, you know, specific examples, I know that APA wants to be vague so that it's open, but like we need a little more concrete information. If you say community development corporation in Houston, that means you're going to go in and you're going to knock down houses and you're going to build up new. And a lot of neighborhoods, that's not what we want. We want to restore the old. So we just want to, you know, understand. I guess I just want to throw that out there. That's something that we've experienced. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. All right, I don't know if you want to put a bow on any of that. If anything would be helpful from what you've heard. I just want to also note that, again, Council, if you will refer back to the slide deck that was shared with you, there are 5 questions that were provided by Lena and his team around eligible projects, eligible recipients, and low-income and disadvantaged communities. And so I'm going to ask if you will go back and look at those and provide written feedback that could be shared with him and his team, beyond what you've already stated.
Great. So for that, Bo, and I'll be brief because I'm standing between you all and the break. Next steps, so it has been purposely open-ended because we're so early and we don't want to prejudge the solution. So we're taking in all of this feedback from you all and from hundreds and hundreds of other individuals and organizations. The next steps early next year are to start synthesizing all of that and putting together the contours of a program that we can then share and collect further input on to work towards a competition that would launch next year. So this is very much the early stage draft. You're absolutely right. There's not, this presentation was not geared towards sort of consumption by the folks who will be applying because there are so many decisions I have to make. The point around public communication and how we talk about it and explain it when we're ready to launch the competition is so well taken and important. So we have a lot of work to do. It will, we hope, come together quickly next year because we're on a tight timeline, and we will have more to share about the design as we get there. And I will just close by saying that it's always a privilege to be able to spend time with this group, and I'm so appreciative for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to take a break here till 10 minutes after. We're going to especially use the time to, again, do some sound checks here.
And also, I just want to acknowledge as well for our NEJAC members that are on the Zoom and for Alejandra, who so patiently and graciously waited there for us, but we could not hear in the room. We're going to try to solve that during this break. I just wanted to thank you, Ale, for hanging in there, and I'm so sorry that we couldn't hear you.
Yes, and Alejandra's on the next panel too, as I understand. And so I'd like to see if we could start the next session with any comments, Alejandra, you would like to make. And again, I'm really hoping we're going to get the sound fixed during the break. And then also get introductions from John and Brenda, who are NEJAC members. Thank you. All right, till 10 after, please.
Hey, Ale, can you hear me? This is Paula. I'm trying to do a sound check.
Can you hear me?
Can you say it again?
Nope.
No? Okay, thank you. Still cannot hear you.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Yes. I can hear. Can you hear me now? It doesn't, it looks like others who are online can hear, but not folks in the room. That's what I was told.
We can actually hear you now, Alex.
Okay.
Hey Brenda, can you hear me?
I can you hear me?
Talk one more time.
Can you hear me now?
Can't hear you.
Can you hear me now or no? Yes? Now, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Yes. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Right.
Okay. John, can we do a sound test with you?
I can hear everybody, but can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Where's the audio?
Oh, yeah, I think your comments last night, they're excellent. Yeah. Thank you, appreciate it. You too. Back at you.
Check, 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 sound check. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Check, 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 check. Good morning. Test, test, test. This is a microphone test, a Zoom test for audio. Check, check, check. A little echo. Check. Check, check, check. Good morning. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check, check. Good morning. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's an audio test. 1, 2. Good morning. Testing. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check, check. 8, 8. Good morning, good morning. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check, check. 1, 2. Testing. Testing audio for any type of disturbances. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Good morning, testing. Check, check, check. Testing audio for today's webinar. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check, check. Test, test, test. Hey, hey, good morning.
For seniors, particularly those at where students evaluate high school and
Test, test, test. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good morning. Testing. Check, check, check. One, two, three, four. Good morning. Test. You hear audio? Yeah, it's coming from the floor. Check, check, check. 1, 2. Hey, hey. Good morning. Check, check, check. Check 1 2 2. Check 1 2. Check 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 1 2. Morning. Testing. Test test test. 1 2 3 4. Hey hey. Check 1 2. Testing audio. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, hey. Sounds pretty good. No echo. Check, check, check. Hey, hey. Good morning. So good over there? Awesome.
Who's on Zoom that I?
Brenda?
Hi, Brenda. Can you hear me?
Is anybody on camera?
Hey, Brenda. Can you speak for us? We're checking sound. Try one more time.
Hi, can you hear me? Yes.
All right, let's try to pull it back together so we can get back to the next panel, please.
Can we troubleshoot that echo? Somewhere. Yeah. Test 1, 2. It's less of an echo.
Let's check your mic.
Folks, can we please sit down? Our members, we gotta count more.
Just with respect to quorum, we had 26 total council members, which is very healthy quorum, with Brenda and John Doyle, virtual, and 24 in the room.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Now I turn it over to the talkie to start the next session.
All right, as we get started up, I think we did have one carryover comment from the last session, so we want to get Ivanka in to go ahead and make that comment, and then we'll move forward with our panel.
So my comment is quick. One of them is that Richard talked about history, and he said, they don't have a history, but our community does have a history. They have a history of doing the work. So we have these community organizations that have a history that have been doing the work and not getting paid. And so that is one of the things that we have to make sure that we give credit where credit is due. These folks have been doing the work, but not getting funded. The other part is maybe looking at credit unions, like faith-based credit unions that we have that are in the inner city. Like those places are in the inner city, and they work with those communities that they serve. So that may be a great option. The other is community housing partners, because they work around housing within communities, so they work on whether it's utilities in the things that are important to me. And I think that the other thing is we talked about the churches and faith-based organizations selling dinners to support their cause. That's what we did before we could get funding, because that was the only way we could fund the things that were going on in our community. So the people who are small know how to get it right, because if they didn't, the community wouldn't be at our door knocking. And so those things are important to us. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Ivanka. I want to remind us all as we're talking during this session, we did hear from the interpreters that many of us have been talking way too fast. They're having some technical difficulties back in the booth. And if we're just talking super quickly altogether, then that kind of complicates their situation. So we want to ensure that we have language justice as a part of this meeting. So just a reminder. We do have some council members who are on Zoom who did not get a chance to introduce themselves because of the technical, the sound difficulties that we were having. So I want to try to turn it over to them just briefly to do that before we introduce our speakers. John and who else is on? And Brenda are on. Yes. Wonderful. Thank you.
Hi, this is Brenda. John, I'm sorry, I decided to jump in.
We're not hearing you, Brenda. Hang on one second. All right. While we do that, check in. Alejandra Nunez, who was in the last panel for EPA, she also had audio problems. And she's going to try to also give a comment here. But she did say thank you to the NEJAC members for all their invaluable feedback. We have learned a lot this morning and so much appreciated. So again, we want to make sure that our online participants have access here.
Can we try Brenda again?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Qué bueno. Saludos a todos. Brenda Torres Barreto, Executive Director of the San Juan Bay Story Program. I'm based in Puerto Rico and happy to be part of this discussion. Thank you, EPA, for providing us the opportunity to hear the way you're about to implement all of these new policies, and I'm happy to provide any feedback and support the best I can. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and welcome. Did we lose John, or do we still have him on the line? Okay. All right, maybe we lost him.
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Go ahead with your introduction, John.
Okay, I'm John Doyle, located in South Central Montana, work at Little Bighorn College, member of the Psalica Nation, and thank you NEJAC for the stuff that I heard today. It's so powerful, and I echo many of the statements that I heard here in this last session, and I'm hoping that those that were present from the EPA also hear those words, because there are many people that are left out, and there are always people that are jumping into somebody else's line and taking everything and leaving those with the most need without anything. So thank you.
Thank you so much, John. Now let's see if we can pass the mic over to Alejandra to provide any remarks that she'd like to make in addition to what's read from the chat. If you have anything, and then we'll turn it over to Jennifer Macedonia to introduce this second session on the Inflation Reduction Act. This one will focus in on program design considerations for the Office of Air and Radiation Mobile Resources Program.
Good morning, all. Again, I just wanted to say that we so much appreciate the opportunity to learn from you this morning. We've said so much that it's your advice is invaluable. We really appreciate it, and we're taking all of this back, particularly on all those connections with how do we make sure that all these funds, and I think I'm not talking specifically only about the program we just discussed in the previous session, but throughout the IRA, how do we ensure that communities do see the benefits from these monies this time around, and we hear you. We've heard a lot about the need for capacity building, the need for the funds to flow to the communities, and the need for ensuring accountability of the entities that will participate in those programs, and also the EPA. How do we make ourselves accountable to the communities? So we really appreciate all your input and look forward to learning from you all more on these very, very important questions, which are core to many of these programs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I'd like to turn things over to Jennifer Macedonia, who's the Associate Deputy Assistant Administrator for Implementation in the Office of Air and Radiation at EPA.
Thank you very much. Can you all hear me? Sounds good. Well, I really appreciate the invite to join you here today and talk about the Inflation Reduction Act. And specifically for this session, we're going to be talking about two provisions that are mobile source provisions. So things that move vehicles and ports. So first, I just wanted to introduce myself, Jennifer Macedonia. I'm working in EPA's office. Can you hear me? No? Okay, sorry. How's that? Thank you. I'm Jennifer Macedonia, working in EPA's Office of Air and Radiation and leading our implementation efforts for the Inflation Reduction Act. So today's session, we're going to focus on two specific provisions that EPA is at the early stages of designing and working to implement. These are mobile source provisions, vehicles, heavy-duty vehicles, trucks and things, as well as ports, which are important emission sources and have a lot of emissions from near communities. So I want to let you know that I'm joined by two colleagues here with me today, Alejandra, who you just heard from, who also is in our Office of Air and Radiation, and my colleague Carl Simon, who's the Director of Transportation and Climate. And I'm going to turn things over to Carl in a minute, but first just wanted to let you all know we have, at this early stage, we've begun stakeholder engagement sessions. We're going to be meeting with environmental justice organizations tomorrow. We also put out a request for information with a series of discussion questions, and we're going to be walking through some of those with you today, where we're really interested in getting your input as we're thinking about how do we go about implementing this program in a way that gets the benefits to the people that need it most, and in particular to low-income and disadvantaged communities. So we encourage you also to feel free to submit written comments to that docket, which is open until January 18th. And with that, I'm going to turn things over to Carl to talk through our two provisions today, which is clean heavy-duty vehicles and ports.
Thank you, Jennifer, and thank you all for having us here this morning, a chance to share a little bit of kind of where we are in these two new funding programs, but also more importantly, hear from you in terms of input. As Jennifer said, we're very early in the process. There are a couple of slides, if we could pull those up, if you don't mind. I think we sent them over before. Perfect. And I'm going to walk through, if you allow me, the two programs. We have a couple of questions, prompt questions as well too, but we'll come back to those. So I want to just lay out the program details so that people understand kind of where we're starting from for the statutory provisions that we have in place, and then we'll get right into questions and feedback. So the first one is our Clean Heavy Duty Vehicles program. It is $1 billion total. We have about 9 years to spend that $1 billion. There's a specific carve out of $400 million going to areas that are designated in non-attainment areas for air quality purposes, and then the rest is generally across the country. The use of the funds, and this is, I think it's lost a little bit in the conversation on this one, is that this is incremental funding. This is unlike our school bus program, which we implemented over the last year, where we could pay for the full bus. Here we are paying the difference. So you'll look at, and for almost all instances, it'll be a diesel truck or bus that will be the baseline, and this funding is the incremental cost between that and zero-emission vehicles. And zero-emission vehicles are effectively electric. You may see some fuel cell, hydrogen maybe in this time frame, but probably, those are early days on those other technologies. It is limited to, also, when we think about it, it is not all electric trucks. When we talk about clean heavy-duty vehicles, it is class 6 and 7, so those are weight classifications. So if you think about, there's a scale of trucks from small delivery vehicles are class 2 or 3 to long-haul tractors are class 8. This is the 6 and 7 category, so not surprisingly, a lot of school buses are in this category, but you would have refuse haulers, maybe beverage delivery trucks, things that are like bigger trucks, but not the big long-haul vehicles that we're knowing at. So that is this space for this funding. So that is another limitation. We can pay for infrastructure under this provision. We have the opportunity to pay for infrastructure, and then there is a provision that allows us to consider paying for training and developing workforce as well to support ZEV introduction. There is a defined set of eligible recipients by Congress. It is states, municipalities, Indian tribes, nonprofit school transportation associations. This is the same group that was in the school bus program before, so it would, if you're familiar with that structure, it's the same set of entities, again, broader because we're not just talking about school buses. And then there is an opportunity for eligible contractors to offer rebates only who are in this space. And there's the languages here on the screen. There'll be some, we have some work to do in terms of defining what that looks like, but otherwise they can play in a limited space, but it won't go directly to private entities. There is a condition that Congress put on. So that's the truck program. We need to talk about how we're going to implement within 180 days. That is a broad direction. I think it is will be a challenge to get something on the street by then because we want to hear from folks. As Jennifer and Ale have said, we're in the middle of our listening sessions. We really got a lot of great feedback when we implemented the school bus program. We are trying to follow that model again as well. So can we go 2 slides up? I think then we'll come back. Next one? Perfect. So the ports program, a little more complicated, and this is $3 billion total. This has to be spent by 2027, so a little bit of a more abbreviated schedule. There is a similar carve-out for non-attainment areas. In this level, it's $750 million. Again, as we think about ports, and those of you that are familiar with our longstanding ports initiative will know, we have a lot of ports that are in non-attainment areas already. But when we talk about ports, and one of the things we're interested in hearing from folks on is, what is a port? It is a definitional question we will need to address, because this is not just, when you're thinking about this program, don't just think about Seattle or New Orleans or New York or LA Long Beach. It's St. Louis. It could be inland ports. We do need to kind of sort out what that question is. This goes to, again, only zero emission technologies, so cannot fund propane or natural gas or clean diesel technologies. It is zero emission technologies or equipment that use at or directly serve one or more ports. Again, really fun implementation question that we're going to get to sort out together. But that is a pretty broad range, and that can include things like food trucks, potentially. Not saying we're going to fund food trucks, but that, use or serve at a port, but it all, cranes, locomotives, dray trucks, all the things that go into a port and out of a port, or that stay on the port, that are moving goods, are potentially covered here. There is a planning and permitting provision as well, too. There is an infrastructure question. I think there's one I want to point out that we're really excited. I mean, we're excited about all of this, but this aspect is new, and I think is a really great opportunity. Is there's an ability to fund qualified climate action plans, which we're really interested in delving into. We know there's a number of ports, small number, that have done that. Those really engage, if they're done right, engage the communities and the industries around that port, And this provision will allow us to see more of that, which we think is beneficial going forward. And then again, a lot of engagement in that space. The eligible entity list is a little different. It's port authorities, any basically government, tribal or state government that has authority over a port authority, air pollution control agencies, and then private entities that work with those other entities. So it's a pretty broad space of eligible recipients here. Again, we will be going through and put out guidance and instructions on how this all plays out going forward. But there is a, you can see that in the slide here, there's a lot of things that can be covered under the eligible recipients and technology lists. So I think that's kind of the very high level overview. As Jennifer said, we're way early in the listening process here. We did do a port specific listening program. We have another one coming up next week. So those are open to the public. Anybody can join, and we will be scheduling a trucks one, I think the week after, I think right now. So that notice will go out as well too. So we are doing not just the broader listening sessions that Jennifer mentioned, but also the specific ones here to delve down into some of these questions. So with that, I'd like to go back a couple of slides and open it up for questions. Perfect. Oh, there you go. So though, I think this question, we'd be very interested in feedback, or if there's any questions on program, the structure of the program, I think we're happy to introduce those now.
Okay, thank you. We do have a queue, so I have Jeremy, Richard, Leticia, and then Lauren. And Simile. Oh, that's Simile and not Jeremy. Okay, all right, sorry about that.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. Semeli de Aslan, El Paso, Texas, on the border of the U.S.-Mexico border, Region 6. I had attended the listening session on the ports because I understood that the Bridge of the Americas at Puente Libre in our backyard as a port of entry qualified, and I think I learned there that it did not qualify under the EPA's definition of ports, so I just wanted to get an update on that, because we do have the Bridge of the Americas, which is in our neighborhood, Barrio Chamizal. The bridge was created under the Treaty of the Chamizal for the people to cross freely as the river moved and redefined the boundaries of the U.S.-Mexico border constantly. So that was that bridge was created to connect people that were suddenly in a different country because of the river movement. But that bridge still stands. It's in desperate need of renovations. And it is over a body of water, a river that is now depleted because of the lack of environmental interventions over the years. And the excessive exploitation of the use of that free bridge, that free port of entry. So I just wanted to ask an update about the definition of ports, and then also in regards to the truck program you mentioned earlier. Unfortunately, we urged just to rewind, the trucks that are putting our community in ozone non-attainment, among other things, with particulate matter and fugitive dust. Those trucks are coming in from Mexico, from Ciudad Juarez, from the maquiladoras that are mostly U.S.-owned companies on the other side of the border. A situation which devastates our community continuously. Is there an initiative to get those trucks, given that they're international, updates, or what do they qualify for? And then in addition to that, I noticed you mentioned the bus electrification program. Is that what you were? The school buses, right? And despite given our demographics and dire state of need, our school district placed a massive bus hub in our children's high school. A strange situation that most communities will keep bus hubs away from the community, but instead they placed 180 diesel and propane buses right next to the football field. So those students are, we were told, the exposure is equivalent to them smoking a pack a day. At any rate, we urged our school district to apply for these funds, and given the dire demographics, we thought they would qualify or at least get some funding, and they did not, though 2 neighboring school districts did in our community. So that just baffled me. So I just wanted to put those 3 questions and concerns out there and see what your response is.
Well, thank you for those questions. Let me see if I can address them in order, and if I don't get them, just keep me honest here. On the definition of a port, I do think that it's early days, so I don't think we've made any determinations. I think the question will be tying into the statutory language is the funding couldn't just go, if I understand your intervention, just to support a bridge, like a pure construction project. This has to go towards vehicle or engine technology. So if there's a tie-in to the technology piece, maybe there's a way to interpret this. But again, we'd encourage you to, I know our listening sessions, we've asked for written comment. That's probably one to send into I think there's a ports website that will take all these questions, and certainly something we'll take under consideration. For the school bus depot, that is unfortunate. I mean, I think that's not sure what to do with that, but we certainly will have, between the truck program and the school bus program, there will be a lot of money flowing towards electrification of school buses. I would hope that El Paso will be able to participate in those going forward, and I would encourage, if you haven't done so, our Region 6 office is on point for your region to kind of make sure that we're paying attention to these issues as well as we think about future design programs. And I'm going to blank on your second question now, sorry.
Well, I think you said so. I think you answered. The definition of the ports would be defined by the previous sort of understandings, or why?
Well, we can pay for money that goes to technology. This isn't there's DOT money that could go to your bridge project, improving the bridge per se. That would be what we can pay for under this program is vehicle or engine technology. So it can't necessarily go to repaving or redesigning a bridge per se. So that's I think the nuance point maybe in the upgrade of the bridge. If it has improvements on goods movement tied to it, maybe there's a way to think about it. But that's kind of how the port definition will link into the funding.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Our community did receive $6 million in the port of entry renovations for that Bridge of the Americas, but unfortunately, most of those in power are pushing for expansion rather than renovation and mitigation for one of the highest polluting, the highest sources of pollution in our community. So we're really pushing for that mitigation and lessening and getting the trucks out. That bridge was never meant for industry, right? And so that was my second question about the vehicle.
The maquiladora trucks, yeah.
The maquiladora trucks, yes.
The border, I know EPA has a Border 21 project that has tried to do some things over the years on that. It is unlikely we would fund Mexican trucks with U.S. taxpayer dollars. I don't see that being an option that we would, that would be consistent with the statutory direction. But if there are U.S. trucks domiciled, operating on the border, that certainly would be appropriate for consideration of funding.
I do want to emphasize that these are U.S. companies that are skirting environmental regulations by being just a few feet into the border. And so I think that those things should be considered as the United States continues to create these economic treaties that are really exploiting the people and communities that are most affected. And just to rewind on the funding altogether, because what we saw with this $600 million renovation money for our bridge coming from the infrastructure bill, that the GSA and those managing the project are trying to skirt the environmental impact studies, and so I'm wondering what infrastructure are you all putting in place to ensure this new money has accountability measures that account for the environment?
Yeah, thank you. As we think about where these vehicle-related projects will go, we will have pretty significant reporting obligations. We'll have follow-ons in terms of making sure that the grant applicant is actually doing what they're saying we're doing. Our Office of Inspector General has a significant amount of resources that will be doing similar things as well too. So I do think there'll be significant oversight to see that the technology is going where it's supposed to be going.
I did call Richard next.
Okay, yeah, this is Richard Mabian, and this is a good one. I'm out of Region 7. I'm out of Kansas City, Kansas, and we have, I would think, a classic situation that goes with your question here. How can EPA assure the benefits of this program reaches the low-income and disadvantaged community? One of our residents in Region 7 is Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett is in Nebraska. Warren went out and talked in LA and told them that he could eliminate the trucking and diesel problem by creating the intermodal in Kansas City that crosses 70 and I-35 north and south, 70 east and west, and he would eliminate much of their problem in LA and Long Beach. For me to do what I've done as the Green Czar, I go and work with an organization, and I work with Moving Forward Network, who was out there in California. And in doing so, I found that they built that intermodal in Edgerton, Kansas, and that's outside of what we would call Johnson County in Kansas City, Kansas, one of our wealthier neighborhoods. And immediately, Amazon came up and built the plant. Then turned around and went 30 miles into Kansas City, Kansas, and built another plant. The city officials and state officials are totally don't understand the dangers of diesel, and so they're making those plants a way of getting people to come in, and they're going to create 2,000 jobs. And when we left, when I learned what I need to learn and moved on to my next phase, they had it down that Kansas Metropolitan can expect to get anywhere from 20 to 30,000 trucks a day coming there, north, south, east, and west, to pick up China's products from the intermodal that Warren Buffett is having put on here, not offloaded to LA, they offloading it to his trains, which are bringing those carriers, the carts to that intermodal. Pretty soon, Kansas City, Kansas, I visualize it looking like San Bernardino. Now, the low-income community has nothing. We have made presentations to some of them, and I had a little Latino guy get up just trembling because he didn't know if he had to be scared or what. So I'm saying to you, the money is never an issue for me. It's what is it that we can do to deal with this particular portion of the population, because that incident I'm telling you about, I found out there's nothing you can do. As long as the trucks and the trains are using diesel, there's nothing you can do. So I had to tell this guy to make him feel well that I would suggest that if you're an elderly, maybe at rush hour is not a good time for you to be outside cutting the grass. Or if you're a grandparent and you're keeping your grandbabies while your children are at work, maybe again, that's the only thing I could say to them to kind of ease the moment. So I'm saying to you, what is it that we can say to them that'll make a difference?
Yeah, I'm going to turn it over to Carl in a minute, but thank you for sharing that. And, I think we all have an interest in moving towards zero-emission vehicles of all sizes. I think, in this particular program, we have a law that says class 6 and 7 trucks, so we have to be thinking about that eligibility. But I think, on a broader standpoint, we are looking for opportunities to move to zero emission vehicles of all kinds, and protect the neighborhoods that are closest to those areas and transportation corridors.
In other words, there's really not anything that you could say that I could walk out of here and go back to Kansas City and tell somebody right now.
Well, you want to talk about the diesel?
Yeah, and I thank you, Mr. Mountain, for this. I actually think you and I did a port tour with the Moving Forward Network a few years ago, which was very impactful.
Yes.
And I remember you bringing up some rail yard questions that were just starting out in your area. So sounds like, unfortunately, they've morphed into something a little broader. So I do think what Jennifer said is important to think about is that this is zero emissions. We're not paying for clean diesel. So for getting to the question of transitioning the fleet as fast as possible, it doesn't get at the numbers of trucks. That's a separate question that, perchance, I think the ports program may be a way to kind of direct some funding to look at logistical improvements so that you're not running warehouse districts and 10,000 trucks in people's neighborhoods. There's other ways to kind of move goods, or maybe it doesn't need to be in that portion of a particular community. That's what the planning grants could be helpful to really bring some resources, but also some attention and some other voices to the table. It sounds like it's a kind of a one-sided discussion maybe going on in your area. But we are looking at zero emissions, which I do think is helpful. The other aspect here too is looking for areas where we can make, I think, a difference. We've seen in the school bus program, we prioritized low-income schools, tribal areas, and rural areas. 99% of our $1 billion went to those areas. We had an amazing response rate. So there is money that will be flowing to areas that we do think, have been overseen. This program, as we go forward, we should be talking about, what are those levers we can do to help identify, transition the fleet as fast as possible, bring costs down so that when this money runs out, you can still find areas so that the fleets, we're hearing lots of good things about electric vehicles, but, they're still pretty expensive. We want to bring those costs down overall, and hopefully this money can help do that so that as people are bringing on new sources, there's zero emission. That should be the end goal for all of this, not the mix and match. Our regulatory programs will be announcing new regulatory structure that will help move that needle as well too. So I think looking holistically about this, and then thinking about what other support we can give through our Office of Environmental Justice and External Civil Rights, Matt's team, and I forgot to introduce Stan Bazell. I think Stan Bazell's on video. One of Matt's employees is going to be one of our key ports people as well too, but just looking for areas where we can bring some attention and then other funding. And then the last one I would say is that we're talking about $4 billion of EPA money. There are other billions of dollars that the federal family has between DOE and DOT that could go to help alleviate some of these questions that you all are raising too. So we should think about these things holistically.
Thank you so much. Originally, I was working with Elite Conservation Voters when the diesel bus program first began, and I was helping in Connecticut with Middletown schools getting access to an electric bus. It was really wild to experience that process. I didn't really pay much attention to transportation, to be honest. It was a goal of another organization that I was consulting for, but man, was that a crazy process back then when you had to have that cash match of $150,000 in the EJ community. Just not happening. But I was able to actually meet with the owner of a bus company in a coffee shop and embarrass him. And then he gave up the money to match. So we got the bus. Funny, once you get one bus, people want to get more. So that's great. So I'm excited to see that you're not requiring this cash match. But the question is, how do you ensure that disadvantaged and low-income communities have access to this type of technology? What a good question, because pound for pound, children breathe in more air and toxins, and they're also developing and vulnerable. So, Sameli, I'm so sorry for that situation you're experiencing, along with all the other cumulative impacts that you seem to be experiencing in your area, making me say, I feel like we know where those areas are. Like, maybe we could use zip codes and we could go there to those communities and have discussions with those districts and schools and provide technical assistance on site and in person. And we could do what I did through Lake Conservation Voters and help them fill out the applications, help them understand the process, help them submit it, help them follow through and get access. And then, is anyone thinking about where the electric vehicles are getting the energy from? Because electricity currently in the United States is coming from nuclear, oil, liquefied natural gas. Those are all, like uranium, we need that to make nuclear, Also, we need water to make energy, and I feel like we're in a water crisis. So we should really be looking at where these energies are coming from for these electric vehicles, and maybe the implications on lithium mining also for the batteries. Because I feel like we're expanding in the Inflation Reduction Act lithium mining in the United States, maybe even fracking and drilling might be part of that. So I worry that maybe we're not fully informing the communities which those activities will occur in, which I'm guessing are probably where Smelly's at, maybe Mossville. So the answer really is then, if you want to help those people, you have to go there and talk to them, and then provide the support to engage them directly. Because the other thing that I learned recently from my new friend Nina is that a lot of schools are afraid of solar on their roof. They don't know who's going to take care of it, even if they get it for free. They're afraid that the roof won't support it. They don't understand the technology. So I think probably like that long-term systemic lack of science education on where energy comes from and the impacts of our energy systems, or what clean energy could do for communities like providing jobs, might have confused some communities in areas that haven't had the supports they needed, who could get it now with all the money coming to the EPA and the Inflation Reduction Act. And other thing is, in many places where low-income communities reside, is they don't own the buses. So how do we solve when the buses are not owned by the municipality or the school system, when they're actually subcontracted to some entity like a DATCO, who was kind enough to help get that bus I was talking about, because he's a wicked nice guy. And when he heard about all the asthma in that community, his big concern was helping, but not everybody's like that. This guy's a family-owned company. He happens to live in Middletown, so he cared enough to take action. Could we, for example, leverage some of the funding at these non-deposit taking entities to offset the cost of connecting to community-based solar that could generate that electricity right at the places where the buses are parked? They could be like carports, and the buses could go underneath them. They could charge there, and then you'd have to educate the communities on not being afraid of clean energy, not being afraid of who's going to take care of it. Or you could create funds to help low-income communities in those zip codes that we know exist, so they would have a bank, but that would be for them, where when they needed to service those solar panels, which they will need to service the buses and the batteries, and it has a different cost of service. I learned that from working on this effort. Then I think that would be the only way, to be really frank, to reach those communities that have never had access to technology, whereby we keep watering the leaves and think that the roots are somehow going to get water. I think the best thing to do is just go right to the root of the problem, talk with them directly in person, which is an environmental justice concept anyways, and then explain to them why, how, where, and what. And then they could meaningfully engage and participate. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think we will certainly be taking that feedback back and thinking about how to design technical assistance programs to accompany a lot of the provisions that we're trying to implement, because we certainly understand that education, outreach, and technical assistance is going to be key to making sure that the right communities are able to apply and compete and receive and successfully implement those funds. So I really appreciate that feedback. That will be key to our approach, and I think we will have hopefully a continued partnership in how to design those programs.
I just have one follow-up, which I've not done yet, so please don't be mad at me, Paula. My follow-up is this. Whenever I come to these meetings or meetings like this, after people say that are in regulatory positions, well, could you send us that in writing? I'm like curious, since it's a recorded meeting, why there can't be a transcriptionist. So that's another point. Because when you go to communities, they're disadvantaged and overburdened. They don't have a lot of time. They're working 2 jobs, 3 jobs because they're making minimum wage. They have kids to feed and stuff. It's a lot to ask them to then go back and formulate their thoughts in writing when it's not their job to do so. And so I ask as an EJ principal that as you move forward that be taken into consideration. The notes for those groups that don't have note takers, executive assistants, staff, or funding or resources of any kind. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and just being on the receiving end of those comments, what we find is we do have transcription and we do take notes, so we do have that. What we find is that as people think about this after a week of the conversation, we encourage people to send it in writing because there may be more information. That's the reason why we would encourage that. Don't have to if you don't want to. We've heard you and we'll take that down. I just want to go back to your school bus example and just say that the lessons we learned from the school bus program that we just ran out, we did a rebate program, 1-page application, very accessible for people. We predefined school districts that were in the priority areas, so they knew beforehand. We had our regional office staff, a number of staff personally called each school district. I think a lot of the regions did individual call-outs to say, are you aware of this? What can we do to help you? So fully support the idea that this is a learning process. This is not going to get solved next year or the year after. The new technology is scary for people. So that support structure that is going to be needed, not just from EPA, but we saw a number of public sector, NGO community groups put a lot of resources into doing that outreach. We have a relationship with the Department of Energy and Department of Transportation to something known as the Joint Office. The Joint Office is going to be able to do more on that, so we're trying to shepherd resources so people can not make 12 phone calls to find the answer they're looking for. To be, if you need infrastructure questions, you go here, and if you have funding questions, you go there, and that'll be it. So we really, I think, have a great base to build on for thinking about these 2 programs, both the truck and the ports program, in terms of structure to make this transition that will be hard accessible to as many people as we can.
Thank you. Next in the queue we have Lauren, Jacqueline, and Reverend Ambrose, and then we'll get to Sylvia and Jeremy.
Hi, thank you. Lauren Hopkins, City of Houston, Region 6. So I have 2 just kind of questions. The first one is, I think, again, following up on something that was just mentioned. So it's just a question. In the case of school buses, one concern that I have noticed in EJ communities is the families that work and are not available to take their children to school or pick them up from school, that live I guess too close to the school to actually qualify for the regular school district busing. They often hire these mom and pop type bus transportation for, like 50 cents a day, make sure my child gets to school and gets home. And so they're constantly running around the neighborhood with these really, really old buses that have been discarded by everybody else. So I don't know if, and I brought this up before internally in Region 6, and we weren't able to find a way to fund those, but that would be something that would get right at the low income and disadvantaged communities if we could take those very polluting buses away and provide this other service. Of course, they wouldn't be able to provide any kind of match at all. The second thing is, in terms of the EJ communities and ports, besides all the obvious things, there's a lot of really great engineers working on how we can make ports cleaner. But one thing that we know of in EJ communities that are often surrounding port areas is that they have issues with being able to move freely on roads because of the trains. Now, I know trains aren't specifically going to be named out in this bill, but the fact that cars are idling, people can't get to the hospital, they can't get to school, they're often in the middle of rail yards. In one of the communities we mentioned yesterday, Manchester, the 5th Ward, the very most disadvantaged communities are often where railroad yards are, and it's a really big concern. We don't really know how to solve it, but I was thinking if you wanted a suggestion, if there was a way that money could go towards railroad bridges so that there was, if there was a clear connection between idling, both by the train or by the commuters, that would be real helpful to the EJ communities.
Thank you for those questions. I think on the first question on the mom and pop, pop-up transportation fleets, there probably would need to be a tie-in to the school district, some sort of official tie-in to get at it. We do fund smaller buses as well as larger buses. It's just we can't fund purely private entities that aren't connected to a school district, so there have to be some connection. So maybe there's something there that could be developed that would allow to get at that funding. And on the school bus program, we can pay up to full percentage. We don't have the incremental issue that we have under this program.
So maybe something creative, like we were talking earlier about some coalition or something, because
Yes, there are.
Some people around here probably have ideas. Okay.
The program we ran was the first program we ran. It won't be the last program, and there'll be different models, so we can continue to think about maybe there's a way to get at that, because I can certainly understand the benefits of it. For rail bridges and traffic considerations, that's probably a good one for the DOT funding that goes out there as well. And we can certainly, we're trying to work together on this to kind of tell the whole air quality, greenhouse gas reduction story. And I know they're doing funding in that space to look at, either logistical improvements or bridges or tunnels or whatever to kind of allow traffic to flow, because it's a clear tie-in to air quality. If you have a line on cars idling, that's not great. So,
but if it's specifically around the port, if it's part on the, no, okay.
Again, the opportunity Congress gave us to implement is for technology, vehicle and engine technology, that's probably about 3 steps removed from the infrastructure we can pay for. But again, I think there's, between us and DOT and DOE, it sounds like there's an opportunity that could be developed there.
Good morning, Jacqueline Shirley, Rural Community Assistance Corporation. I was so happy when I looked at this block. I was saying, yay, I don't have to ask any questions. But then you went into the definition of ports, and it triggered something in my mind. So the definition of ports, and I listened to you, and then I was like, is there going to be an exceptions? So like in rural Alaska, we don't have road systems, so our goods and services get delivered by barge once a year or by plane every day, right? Now, are those villages along the Bering Sea and the Arctic and within the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers, we just have docks. And so a barge will come in and, village hop, And so I want to make sure, because, that EPA or the definitions always have an exemption for Alaska ports, which is, Hooper Bay, we don't have one anymore because a typhoon took it out a couple months ago, but it's just, a dock, sitting by the dock of the bay, And because hopefully, that would be fabulous if some, one of the major shipping place, Leland and them, if they could find some technology to lower their cost to transport food, that is an effect, direct way that will impact, the communities in rural Alaska. Sometimes I know you hear, and we are worried about this money getting directly to the communities. Like, I need that money now, but sometimes it could be the barge company lowering their cost. And so, I don't have to pay, if a watermelon does come in, I don't have to pay $75 for it. And you think I'm exaggerating. I'm not. And that, you know what I'm saying? So I hope there's always an exemption for rural Alaska. And don't let the state of Alaska boss you around, because I know the state of Alaska is bossy. They only recognize us tribes, federally recognized tribes. They finally recognize us, the state of Alaska, this summer. The federal government has tribal responsibility and tribal trust. And so don't let the state of Alaska boss you around. You can talk to the tribes and you have your obligations to them. And so I hope there's, we have the Marine Highway in Southeast for the Metlakatla and Tlingit, we have our barges, and they're not ports, they're docks, and that's our port. So, everything, regulation just always need to say, exempt for Alaska, except for, so I'm sorry to be bossy that way, but think of Alaska villages as our docks, as our ports, because that's what they are. Koyana.
Well, thank you. And I had a son who spent the summer in very northern Alaska, so your $75 watermelon story came to me separately from that as well, too. So thank you for sharing. We have no intention of exempting anybody, I think, at this stage. I mean, this program is a nationwide program. Our school bus program, we gave electric buses to 50 states and a number of tribes and territories. We would hope that we can be as wide-ranging in this funding as well, too. And you raise an interesting definitional question on what a port can be, so certainly something we can take back and think through in terms of what that looks like, in terms of technology and equipment at that port.
Yes, thank you. It might not be able to be applied to this bill or this funding or this, but let's remember that there is, the state of Alaska that doesn't have road systems. Thank you.
Reverend Ambrose.
Thank you. Ambrose Carroll, Region 9. Green the Church. Real quick, and I may have missed it, this seems very high level in terms of who actually gets the funding for either the buses or vehicles. And when thinking about kind of low income and disadvantaged communities, are there ways for those entities to partner either with community organizations or even the school district so that there is STEM curriculum and education, or are there other partners? If not, we can ride on the buses. It'll be good benefit for the air and even, better, but we'll still be flunking in math and not really connecting the dots. And so is there a way through this entity or other partners to?
Thank you for the question. I'm going to take that back and think about that. I don't know directly if we can, because again, we're kind of been told to fund technology, but there may be opportunities in some of on the port side, for example, on the planning grants, those envision community engagement. Community engagement can take a lot of forms in that space, so there may be a tie-in there. And I know there's other EPA money on that not in the air program per se that could necessarily get at that. So we can take that back and think that through kind of as a collective.
Yeah, that'd be great. And again, we've got the piece about partnering and having to partner, and sometimes even as we apply for these grants, knowing that you are connected to the community itself, so that they know and understand and can be innovative about how these new technologies can have something that they agree is also benefit. Thank you.
Thanks, and it actually just triggered, and it was a couple of questions ago, but just getting at that innovation question that you raised, Reverend Carroll, that we do look to, and now I'm going to pick on school buses because we have 8 years of experience there. We can fund technology that allows for the bus to connect to the grid. So if a school district wanted to connect their bus to the grid and get some resources there, we've seen some, that's early days in that technology. We would allow people, if they wanted to do a solar, not on the roof of their school, but at their bus depot, if they wanted to do a solar panel charging station, we provide a set amount of money. We don't necessarily say what it specifically needs to be for. So we are, I think, trying to get at those, there are going to be local solutions, some more innovative than others, and to the extent that we can help do those and then highlight how they work, lessons learned. Sometimes it's going to break, sometimes it's going to work great, but this transition is going to need all of that work.
Thank you. Thanks very much for all this information here. I wanted to kind of follow up on a couple of thoughts here. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jeremy.
No, it was Sylvia first.
All right, I apologize. This issue of like cities resourcing down, right? And so it is an experience, right, where cities that are trying to move to electric vehicles will offer for sale or through auctions their vehicles to nonprofit groups or to private parties that need vehicles, right? Don't have the funding to buy EV or to buy anything really. And so we're not really getting them off the road, right? We're just really getting them off of the city's headache list as the cities try to claim that they're greening, right? But it doesn't really manifest into, having that kind of community improved air quality, right, on the overall. So I guess I'm wondering if you all have been considering like what to do around that, right? Like, is there any part of this to say like you have to decommission those vehicles, but well at the same time we kind of need the vehicles, right? So it's we kind of have this conundrum. Or if there's a way to also say, all right, cities, from what you're saving, create a fund for communities to be able to provide, I don't know, something to help with the purchasing of vehicles that communities do have, right? Because I think it's, like Ivanka and other folks have talked about, is especially with the EJ needs that we keep talking about, is that there's a lot of work that we do to just keep communities alive, right? That cities have not managed, especially through the pandemic, and a lot of just general sort of service and support systems, right? That I think that just aren't well known or magnified. So that would be one thing there. And then cities have also outsourced. I'm thinking again, like in Michigan where I'm at, especially with emergency manager cities, right? Outsourced a lot of the work that they used to have in-house, right? When they also were breaking union contracts and all that stuff, like around waste management. I'm also thinking about salt trucks, right? For those of us live in snow states, right? And those heavy vehicles as well. So again, like what's going to happen with those vehicles? Are they really going to be decommissioned? And then separately, I also sit on the Great Lakes Advisory Board. And so again, really thinking about the Great Lakes ports, right? And so very much our concerns around the water quality issues, as we very much know that there's a lot of water insecurity in other parts of the nation, trying to also think about what the impact is going to be in terms of like how it is that we can get the funding to get some of these vehicles that are connected to Great Lakes ports, also to help with some of the water quality issues. So I was wondering if you can address maybe a little bit of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia. Ale, I wondered, did you want to comment on the scrappage questions that she was asking about how to make sure that the vehicles move off the road?
I'm happy to. So
We're not able to hear you.
You cannot hear me?
So sorry.
How you should do that?
There you are.
Oh, okay. So I was just gonna say that we recognize that the diesel vehicles are gonna remain on the road for several years. So under the Clean School Bus Program, we actually, in our first round of rebate funding, we set up a requirement to scrap the used buses that are gonna be replaced because the statute has that word replacement. And Carl can walk us more through all the experience implementing the DARA program, but actually we've heard loud and clear we know that the vehicles are needed, but that's why this funding is meant, as Carl said earlier, to actually try to move the market to zero emission technologies becoming more and more affordable, hopefully, because those school buses are still expensive, but there is still that language in the law that requires us to replace. So that actually means that we are asking school districts to scrap the used buses that are going to replace with zero emissions. Recognizing that we've heard from members of communities, members of the tribes, that many of those older vehicles end up in their communities. So that's something that EPA has done before on their programs, and a question that we have to look into in this new set of funding programs.
And I'll just add to Ale's comment that the word replace is in the truck program. It is not in the porch program, but we've heard from folks that we should require. So we'll be having that conversation, broader in this space. And can I just ask, can we move the slides so that I think we've gotten to the porch questions as well too, but just to make sure we're, again, I think they're similar to the truck program question. Thank you.
Okay. We're going to close out with a two final set of questions or comments from Jeremy and then from Dr. Pamela.
Jeremy Orr, Region 5. Just wanted to go back to the school bus application process, because you described a process that removes the barriers and gets resources into the hands of the communities that need it the most. You said it was one page and you had regional staff kind of reaching out. So my question is, what was that? What drove that? Was that feedback on the front end, or was that designed after some application process somewhere else? Within the agency that worked, and then also just, kind of a question around when you have comparing that application process being that simple to other processes, was there a difference in the amount of applications received?
I love that question because I get to talk about our program. No, thank you for highlighting that. And it was a purposeful choice that we had over the last few years done a rebate program in the school bus space, working with school districts in the school bus industry. So we had a model to build off of. When we did our early listening sessions, we heard from a number of folks saying, you have two kind of mechanisms to get federal money out the door. You have a rebate program, at least from our perspective, and I think we may be still the only EPA program doing a rebate structure, and then a grants program. And a grants program requires time and effort, and it gets scored, and it takes a long time, and it's a multi-year process. The rebate program, we announced it in May, and we're going to be sending money out the door early next year. So money will go fast. We've allocated almost $1 billion. So that was really, the feedback was, make it simple, make it fast. We agreed. So we had a structure to do that. I think the benefit of kind of the things that we did, both at my staff here at headquarters, but also all of our regional support team, which was amazing. We had $4 billion worth of applications for a $500 million pool, and we were able to find more money, which was great. So I think the stakeholders really like it because it's simple, Now, there's a bit of randomness to it. It's a lottery, right? So you're putting it in, but the price of application is a couple hours, not weeks. So that, I think, we're going to try to build on that where it makes sense, because it just gets, you just need to know what bus you want to apply for and where your bus is going to be scrapped from, and you need a federal account, because we can't give money to just people. We have to have a federal account. Clean school bus, EPA clean school bus, if you Google that, there's a lot of great information on the program structure, how it laid out. The program guide, I think, is pretty accessible. That, I think, really is a way to just look at that as a model going forward. Now, that won't work for all sectors. It'll work, school buses works, but the idea of being able to provide things in different formats, because that worked for a lot of people.
Sorry, Dr. Pam.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity. Just dovetailing on the school bus issue, and thinking about the number of community-based organizations I know that run after-school programs or outside school hour programs that operate buses and, transport kids all year, who are not tied into the school district. What is the opportunity for them to perhaps participate in a program like this? And I can say for the community I work in, we have a senior center that operates transportation, Medicaid transportation, for seniors that have frequently provided bus transportation for youth groups at some of those outside hours. So, that could be a possibility. The other piece of this, in terms of, yes, solar on your roof, so I'm in a community where for the last 4 or 5 years we've been doing a renewable energy workshop, learning as much as we can, bringing in experts, because we are a low-income, historic Black community. We're not really getting opportunities for individual solar panels on our roofs. People aren't interested. We have had a church that at one time did solar panels, who worked with the homeless and have been teaching them. So there was an opportunity for a partnership on that, but it didn't happen. But more and more we're looking at community solar. And the one area we're looking at is we operate a couple of community gardens in the neighborhood. And so putting solar panels in the garden is absolutely what we are looking at, because it has everything to do with clean energy. And you're talking about houses that have been built primarily from 1890 to 1930. So the tube and knob and all the other issues, we absolutely have them. But, we're trying to save our community. We're doing as much exploring retrofitting as possible. And we'll be looking at a workforce to do that. And my final comment is with regards to those buses and vans that get recycled to our community. I have met people who are engineers who have also talked about the possibility of, they have done some retrofitting of vehicles and buses. So that is another opportunity as well. So thank you. So if you can answer any of those questions, I do appreciate it.
If I can make just a friendly amendment to Dr. Pam's question about the after-school providers. I know in Atlanta where I live, there are sometimes the Boys and Girls Clubs, and then other, smaller nonprofit organizations or community-based organizations who also are not directly connected to the school system, but they do pick up, they have some sort of relationship where they are picking up the kids from school and transporting them to their sites. And so would they be eligible?
Thank you for those questions. We did look at that question early on, and not sure we found a solution for that question yet, because the way the statutory language for the school bus program is laid out, it does seem to tie it into transporting pupils that were fairly specific. But doesn't mean we can't be thoughtful about it going forward. So certainly something we can take back and think about. We do allow for, this isn't just for public schools, charter schools can apply too, so maybe there's a connection in there that could get at that point. But I do think that this raises a broader question and an opportunity that I think is really interesting to hear your story about solar is we have an opportunity now for, I think, and I've been working at EPA for a long time, but in my first time in my career, where you can start to put pieces of programs together and tell a really good story. And, if it's not our money that's coming there, maybe there's Department of Transportation money or state money that helps to kind of get at this broader question. So solar, if it helps to tie in a school bus charging network that gets at community charging as well too, you can start to kind of put those connections together now, I think is the really exciting opportunities we're seeing here. And again, it's a lot of conversation and coordination, but we're hopeful that we can make some of those, community changing investments, but it may not necessarily be this particular funding stream. It may be parts of a bunch of them.
So, before you go, Simile, just a time check. We're at 12:26, and we've got to turn things over in 4 minutes.
I just have a quick clarification question. Did you say the recent school bus program was a lottery?
Yes.
So how did you prioritize Black and brown communities?
We picked from the lottery when we run the list, and then when we go down the list, we laid out this whole structure and program guide. The priority districts that we identified got funding first, and if we had any left over for non-priority districts, they would get funding 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Were there some of those in that category?
It was 99+% went to priority districts.
Thank you.
Well, one other follow-up question. You mentioned that you got more applications than you had resources for. You said you got more resources later. Did all of these get funded? And if it's a lottery and that all didn't get funded, will some of these applications automatically roll over to the next opportunity?
No, we will likely change the program rules going forward, so we would run another competition, and we've done that every year generally. So it's oversubscribed. If people will just apply again, it'll be easy, right? I think it won't change that much, but we are not intending to kind of just roll over.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much. Thank you to Carl, to Jennifer, and to Ale for sharing this with us. I'm going to turn it now over to Sylvia to introduce our third session on the Inflation Reduction Act, and we have a big panel getting ready to come up.
Okay. So thank you so much, Council. We've got again another good panel here of folks who are going to talk to us in the third session about the Inflation Reduction Act. And this one is going to be around program design considerations for the Office of Air and Radiation, stationary and cross-cutting programs, including climate planning, air monitoring, methane, and schools. And so I want to sort of help set the stage here. We are going to have more persons speaking this time from EPA, as well as we've got another participant who's online. We also are over time already in terms of the agenda, and thank you so much for your patience with us too, with being over time here. We are scheduled for a lunch break at 1:30. I think if we are giving this panel their full due diligence time, we might be looking more at a 1:45 lunch. And I'm saying this again in terms of how you're going to be thinking about questions you may be asking. We are scheduled to meet with the NEJAC for lunch for the first hour before they go into their public comments. And so we may be able to have 45 minutes with them. And so we've talked about wanting to make sure that we've got time to meet them, talk about some of the priorities so that we can do more engagement. So I'm flagging this in terms of also time management for us, but again, allowing them to have the time for their presentations, but also the Q&A. So I'm going to be limiting only to 5 or 6 people to ask questions of the panel, right? Especially from folks that haven't spoken yet or spoken very little. So just I want to sort of put that forward as a way to sort of help us with some of the management. Cool? Thank you. All right, and so thank you again, panel, for joining us here. Again, we're joined by Associate Deputy Director Jennifer Macedonia. Thank you again for continuing on. We're also being joined here by Tomas Carbonell, Robin Dunkins, Kristen Benedict, who is online, Mark De Figueiro, and Dave Rosen. And I'll allow you to please go ahead and do your own self-introductions and lead wherever you want to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you all hear me? Yes. Well, it's nice to be here again for another session. So for this session, we're going to be talking about also Inflation Reduction Act provisions that EPA is responsible for implementing. And these are more in the category of stationary sources, so the things that stay still. And there's 4 programs in particular that I'm just going to briefly describe for you. And I've brought the experts with me actually to be able to address your questions as well. So we're going to try and save most of the time for you all because we really appreciate your input and feedback. So we'll try and save time by not spending too much time on presentation and let you guys ask questions and engage with us. So the 4 programs that we're going to be discussing today are climate pollution reduction grants, community air monitoring, the methane program, and funding to address air pollution at schools. And if you want to go to the next slide. So the first program is climate pollution reduction grants, and this is $5 billion that EPA is going to use to assist states, air pollution control agencies, tribes, local governments to develop and implement strong climate pollution reduction strategies. So there's both a planning phase and an implementation phase of this approach. Eligible entities would first get a planning grant and then apply for an implementation grant to implement those plans for reductions. So we're really interested in your input on how EPA should integrate the needs of low-income and disadvantaged communities into the design of how we think about this program. And you can go ahead 2 slides if you would. So the second area is funding to address community air pollution. And there's several different funds within this provision. I apologize for the small font on the slides, but hopefully you guys have it as well as a reference that you can use. There's over $200 million here to invest in a range of activities that will increase monitoring in and by communities, expand and strengthen national monitoring methods, and make monitoring data more useful for communities. So obviously we need to think about how to design these programs to make sure that those goals are achieved, and that's where we're interested in certainly your feedback on this vital program as well. And if you want to go forward 2 more slides. So this is the methane program, methane emission reduction program that has 2 key features. So first, there's $1.5 billion to reduce methane emissions from the oil and gas sector by providing financial and technical assistance. And then second, there's a waste emissions charge, and this would apply to the oil and gas sector for emissions that are above a threshold. The next slide. On this methane emission reduction program, we're really seeking your input on how to structure both the financial and technical assistance portions in order to ensure the greatest possible public health and environmental impact. And then the fourth program is, you can go to the next slide, funding to address air pollution at schools. This provision provides first $37.5 million to develop environmental quality plans for schools, address environmental issues at schools, and that includes identifying and mitigating ongoing air pollution hazards in our schools. This provision specifically includes $12.5 million designated for technical assistance to schools in low-income and disadvantaged communities. And on the next slide, we invite your input on specific approaches to make sure we get those awards to the right communities that are in most need of support and clean up the air in our children's schools. So with that, I know there's a lot of details in these four programs, and we can engage in a discussion. And if you want to talk about a particular provision, we can pull up a slide if that's helpful. But really interested in your thoughts on, again, we're at the early stages and thinking about how we design these, taking early input. We're going to have a continued dialogue as we go through this process. We understand there's a lot to this, and a couple of things we're going to be doing as well to try and make sure that the implementation process goes as smoothly as possible. One, we're going to try and roll these out in a way that does not overwhelm already underserved communities and limited resources. Two, we're developing a guidebook for the Inflation Reduction Act that the U.S. government-wide will be putting out soon, and it will have consistent information across all the different agencies that are going to be providing funding through the Inflation Reduction Act, provide information about the eligibility and the timing and the details of each kind of program to help people think about how to access the funding. And finally, we understand the importance of building technical assistance into these programs to aid in the implementation, and that's something that we're thinking about today and interested in your feedback on how to make sure we are doing that in a way that's most helpful. So with that, I'm going to turn it back to you, but know that we have colleagues here on all of the key programs, as well as Tomas Carbonell, who's our Deputy Assistant Administrator for the Office of Air and Radiation, and overseeing all of the programs. So thank you very much. I'm interested in your thoughts.
Thank you very much for that. Could you also let us know, the folks who are online, I see Mr. Wilson and Ms. Bender. Is there anything else you would like to add before we start taking some questions as well? Are you good? Okay. Well, feel free to jump in at any time. Thank you. All right. And so the other announcements, is there anything that you want to add before we turn it over to council for some questions? We're happy to hear anything you want to add. You're good? All right.
You each want to introduce yourself and you can talk about the program that you're here representing.
I'm Robin Duncan. I am Senior Advisor for the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards, and I manage our regulatory portfolio.
I'm Mark DeFigurino. I'm a team leader in the Climate Change Division of the Office of Air and Radiation, and I'm helping coordinate the methane emissions reduction program.
Hi everyone, I'm Tomas Carbonell, Deputy Assistant Administrator for Stationary Sources in the Office of Air and Radiation, and work with our leadership team and staff on a variety of stationary source programs, including the IRA programs that we're discussing today. Thanks so much again for your time and for your feedback.
And online?
Hi, I'm Kristen Benedict with EPA OAQPS, and I am the Ambient Air Monitoring Group Leader. And we're really interested to hear from you today on the IRA provisions and the feedback on some of the monitoring questions that we have for the group. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Dave Rowson, Director
of the Indoor Environments Division, and we're the group that has the lead responsibility for the school air quality grants. And looking forward to the conversation today.
Thank you. Well, we really appreciate your time here with us as well. We know that you're doing a lot of good work. And so as you've probably heard from some of the previous sessions, we're really drilling in on, again, how are the resources, right, going to come down to communities, how are we going to see those community-based benefits. Again, like a lot of the orientation for us has been really on that delivery of the promise for Justice 40. And so I think with some of the questions and comments you've heard already, we're hoping that you will also help tailor your responses in that way, because I think that that's been the long-standing frustration with much of this, in trying to figure out how it is you all are doing your best to ensure that that the monies are getting down beyond the trickle down, right, which is that frustrating experience that we're frequently talking about here. And so where the creativity also is happening within your departments, where you're finding new ways to sort of reach around, work around, and trying to really, I think, maybe get a better understanding of where there could be more direct opportunities through communities. There's been some conversations earlier about community development corporations, using other nonprofit organizations that can help with sub-grants. But I think that for the most part, a lot of what we were also experiencing here is this bigger conversation around trust and how it is that EPA is also building in opportunity through ways in which they're trusting that the monies will be used appropriately, right? If they don't have experience with previous partners, but we're telling you that there are folks on the ground that have experience, are working with others, maybe not EPA, and then also, again, just recognizing many of the challenges that we've had with existing partners, including local governments, state governments, right? And so trying to figure out, again, in this limited window that we have to be able to use these resources, how it is that there's going to be some manifestation of the resources with the change. So again, I apologize, I didn't do a good job of capturing who was on the queue sooner than later. Is there anyone who did go up first or second? All right, all right, then I'll just sort of do a go around again. All right, so we'll start in the corner this time with Semele, and then we'll work our way around. And again, I'm going to cap this at whoever's got a card right now, then we're done. All right, thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Semele de Aslan in El Paso, Texas, Region 6. So we live in Barrio Chamizal, which the recent census says we're the poorest neighborhood in the nation. We're also the most immigrant neighborhood in the city of El Paso, which is traditionally known as a Hispanic city, which often means that our community is dumped on and overlooked for many situations, right? The previous presentation sort of frustrated me to know that it was a lottery process, given that I know that we are a priority. And so I really want to make sure that these fundings are able to alleviate all the environmental hazards that my children endure. This is a text I got this morning from a community advocate regarding one of the schools in my community. She says there are 2 air quality monitors mounted at Zavala Elementary School, which is the elementary school next to the Bridge of the Americas, which I mentioned earlier, and 2 highways, right smack in between all that. She says that they're measuring particulates, the most dangerous pollutants when it comes to the health of kids. The readings from those monitors are consistently through the roof, she says. These are purple air monitors, not EPA or the Texas Environmental Quality, the Commission of Environmental Quality Monitors. We need to demand that the infrastructure money cease and desist from road expansion around that area, and to get EPA to monitor our air quality. These are deadly levels of pollutants for children at their developmental age. We had a professor from Harvard come in and look at the situation, and he literally told us, even if you put those kids in a bubble, they can't be protected from this. we are really working hard to make sure that our kids are protected. That is our number one priority. I don't know if filters would be enough given that statement from that professor about the bubble. But I do want to emphasize the importance of taking into account the cumulative effects, right? As I mentioned, 2 highways and a port of entry, a bus hub, and also the industrial zoning that serves the maquila industries in Juarez, and they are recycling metals, electronics, and batteries right behind my child's school. The 2 elementary schools our children have the option of going to, and these are elementary schools in poor immigrant Spanish-speaking communities. Frederick Douglass Elementary School, I love the name, but hate the location, was an embodiment of racism, located directly behind an industrial recycling waste facility, managing batteries, electronics. We found in a preliminary study lead in our children's playground. Yet little to nothing has been done, much less any EPA intervention, unfortunately. Before Trump, the Trump administration, we were told that the EPA was working on addressing the lead levels, at least. The CDC has a pretty good assessment that 0 lead is what children should be exposed to. There's no amount of lead that's safe for kids. With the EPA, I'm not sure if they've updated, but they haven't, we needed them to, updated the baseline as far as levels of lead in public schools. At that point, we were told that it's based off an adult white male. So I really want to emphasize that there needs to be a standard, an applied standard, especially for elementary school children in their developmental age. When we placed that school there, it was because it was the segregated school in our community for Black children, right? I do want to emphasize, and I did say this in the previous discussion, as you move forward, that there should be extra regulations on this new money, because what we're already hearing with the highway expansion that is being proposed right in front of that elementary school, Zavala, that I mentioned, and the bridge renovations, the port of entry renovations that are also in front of Zavala. We have been told that they are skirting an environmental impact study. They're not even considering an environmental health impact study, which, by the way, those two have never been done in our community. And the NEPA regulations are going to kick in after they decide on a proposal, right? After they decide what will be the final plan, which I think is way too late in the process. So as much as I want to jump and scream and congratulate the EPA for putting all these billions of dollars, I'm not sure if the regulations and oversight are there yet, because what I'm hearing on the ground is they're not. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that, and I'm so sorry to hear that. I think you've raised some really good points, and we will, the Inflation Reduction Act in particular was passed in August, so we are just now, we haven't moved the money out. We're thinking about how do we design it in a way to make sure it does reach the right communities, so I think we will definitely take to heart this input and think about how it affects everything that we do. The intention is for this funding to provide clean air for communities, and it sounds like yours is a community that is very deserving of that clean air. So we will work hard to earn your trust. I will ask if any of my colleagues had any specific areas that you wanted to respond on that. Tomas?
Just wanted to reinforce that I thought your comments were very compelling, and when you look across the range of programs that we're discussing in this section, including monitoring some of the money that's been targeted towards mitigation of air pollution in the oil and gas sector, climate pollution reduction grants, it's really important for us to think about, how do we make sure that these resources reach the communities that are in greatest need and maximize the air pollution and health benefits and elevate environmental justice in the process. So that this is all very helpful feedback, and we'll definitely take this into consideration. Would welcome further thoughts from my colleagues.
Thank you for your presentation, and it's very encouraging that there's some implementation being tied to the climate planning in this. That's been a shortfall in some other opportunities. Yesterday in our public meeting, the commenters, we had a lot of commenters who described air monitoring that had been going on for decades to the tunes of 30 some odd millions of dollars, and nothing is being done. And I see implementation in some of your titles. These proactive climate initiatives in the IRA are great, but at the end of the day, EPA is a regulatory agency, and it's heartbreaking to hear from people who have been coming either on the NEJAC or coming to the NEJAC for 30 years with the same issue of the need for regulation of air quality in the most polluted places in the nation. And so in the first IRA presentation, I was wondering whether any of this money would trickle down to the oil and gas industry. And I'm guessing it's not going to, but you mentioned, oil and gas industry improvements. So I'm curious about that. I hope not. But also, yesterday we also heard of some pollution release incidents where the fines were so minimal, it was the cost of doing business for a company. And so many large industries just absorb those regulatory penalties like swatting a mosquito and moving on with business. So I hope when you look at what you're going to charge for methane releases, it's realistic and it makes a difference and it causes some change. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Those were very, very helpful comments. I did want to mention, with respect to regulations, we actually recently proposed regulations for the oil and gas industry, for the oil and gas sector. And one of the things we can do with this IRA money is complement what's happening on the regulatory side with financial and technical assistance with respect to new technologies for reducing emissions, with respect to methane monitoring, with respect to addressing super emitter events, for example. So that's something that we're very mindful of, is deploying the resources, the financial assistance in a way that expedites methane emissions reductions in the process. So thank you very much for your comments.
One more quick. I was driving through Montezuma Creek, Utah last week. Little town in the middle of nowhere, Four Corners, and they have a lot of oil and gas going on. They got this massive flare on the hill over the town. And I had never seen that thing as large as it was. It was a brief period of time. I watched it for a while and then it diminished. But hearing what we heard yesterday, I know this is just happening all over the place. And it's the delegated authorities that you give to states that are responsible for regulating these things, and it's not happening, and there needs to be a reckoning.
I I guess with respect to the supplemental proposal that we just issued, for the first time, it's going to address existing sources. One of the things we did include was flares, and we included a process for the state plan development. So I think some of the issues that you mentioned are actually being addressed in those regulations, but also with respect to IRA. On reducing emissions. Not only are we able to reduce methane emissions, but also other greenhouse gas emissions. So for example, carbon dioxide from flaring is a big issue. And so we're also able to deploy these resources for addressing, for example, CO2 emissions from flares.
Thank you, Ambrose Carroll, Region 9. Again, appreciate all the work and funding coming around air quality is very important. We were having a function at a congregation a couple of weeks ago, and it was an generational, multi-faith piece. But there were some people from outside the community who would not come into the church building because of the assumption, which is probably right, that it's not clean air and it's not clean water. So these things are, we often find putting the time and money to kind of prove it, right? We talk about all the cancer and all the burials, but then we have this time frame where we're going to put in money to kind of prove that it's there so we can have that. The problem is for our communities, when we talk about disadvantaged communities, gentrification is a beast. So where I live in West Oakland, some of the schools are closing, but they will open again. We do have problems, but those problems will kind of go away. We'll get the funding. There'll be clean air and clean water in those buildings. The problem is our community won't necessarily be there. And so as we're looking at these communities and really tracking also what gentrification is doing, where are these people moving? To what places and spaces? And what's the health of those places and spaces that we are being moved out from? And the places that we do own, the places that we have struggled that are still in our names and we don't lose them, then what is the plan to make sure that those spaces and places that we own and operate also have clean air and clean water? Because, I used to pastor in Berkeley, but our children cannot go to school in Berkeley anymore because they moved. Their grandparents may live there, but they'll come in like unannounced just to make sure that the children live in Berkeley. So they don't get the benefit of the clean air of the schools in Berkeley anymore, right? Because of the movement of people. So as long as we're taking those things into consideration, because gentrification is a beast. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think that's one of the challenges when the amount of funding has been small and only can affect one area. So I think that's part of where we're looking to move to zero emission vehicles, zero emission sources, cleaner, renewable energy across the board, across the whole country. And so that, a rising tide lifts all boats, right? We want to clean the air everywhere. We want to have zero emitting vehicles and trucks and those driving through every neighborhood. Well, we don't want them driving through every neighborhood, but if they're in the neighborhood, we want it to be zero emission. So I think that's one of the things that is really exciting about the Inflation Reduction Act and about where we find ourselves today, which is at the beginning of looking at how do we build a roadmap? How do we design it in a way that gets to the right people, but that the funds are accountable and there's real results? So that's where we are, and we're really interested in getting there. So thank you for sharing your thoughts.
Good afternoon. First of all, thanks very much for your presentation and for your good work. Andy Cricken with Moonshot Missions out of Gloucester, New Jersey in Region 2. I had three, somewhat intertwined, but somewhat different comments and observations. First, with regard to schools, I think it's really important, and I'm sure you know this, to prioritize those with large, high cumulative impacts, through the EJ screening and the other tools. so that they're the highest priorities. But then conversely, I'm hoping that areas with cumulative impacts, in other words, you're addressing schools, but hopefully that areas with schools that have cumulative impacts, there's a heavy precedence to deal with the cumulative impacts as well. So it's sort of a yin and yang between you and the cumulative impacts group that I know we'll be hearing from later this afternoon. So that's just really critical to protect schools. Like the community I used to serve in Camden had an elementary school that was 100 yards away from a regional wastewater treatment plant, from smokestacks, a trash and steam incinerator within a quarter of a mile. I mean, all these incredible amount of cumulative impact, all legal because they're all each one was under the limit cumulatively, but it was disastrous for that elementary school. Second, following on and echoing Reverend Carroll, I think it's important in some instances to take the presumptive approach with respect to certain kinds of facilities that have known aspects for what the emissions would be. I mean, my background is in wastewater treatment, so a wastewater treatment plant has a certain kind of known type of emissions, and same with certain kinds of factors. So rather than waiting for illnesses or asthma, as a leading indicator, like a canary in a coal mine, as was said yesterday, let's take the presumptive approach and assume that if you have a facility of such and such a size, we can presume that before we measure it, before we test it or do sampling or modeling, it's probably likely that presumptively this is an issue, and take precautions to protect schools and vulnerable EJ communities in general. And my third comment is something I mentioned earlier, but I meant to follow on, you weren't here for that. But again, thinking about wastewater treatment plants and the opportunity for greenhouse gas reduction and also methane reduction, is wastewater treatment plants can be, convert their biosolids into biogas, which then can be turned into electricity that reduces the carbon footprint, improves the resiliency, reduces the probability of sewage backing up into people's homes or streets if the plant is out of service. But also, and this is something I forgot to mention, that actually can be built upon, and actually your neighborhood, near your neighborhood, Oakland, California, does actually goes beyond just meeting the wastewater treatment plant needs. My plant in Camden was off the grid. It was net zero here, I think they called it, because we were able to generate enough biosolids to meet the plant's electricity needs. But by taking outside food waste away, like East Bay Mud does in Oakland, you can actually generate more electricity, be a net provider, and provide a mini microgrid for the community. So the idea would be, and this is what I was working on in Camden, but there were some political problems with it. But the idea was that we could generate like 125 to 150% of our electricity needs, run the plant. On a blue sky day, that extra power, because we're a municipal entity, could go to low-income housing. And it couldn't be private, it wouldn't be private, but low-income housing in the neighborhood. But on a black sky day, if there was a power outage, it could go to be a microgrid for critical infrastructure, like the drinking water plant, hospitals, jails, fire, police, etc. So just some thoughts about, and maybe to proactively promote those kinds of opportunities, because unfortunately wastewater treatment plants tend to be in EJ communities. But there's an opportunity to turn lemons into lemonade and provide lower cost electricity, more resiliency, and better benefits for the community. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for those great innovative ideas. And I think the climate pollution reduction plans, which is one of the provisions that we're talking about today, has the opportunity to provide funding for states and tribes and others to develop innovative plans exactly like that, and be thinking sort of holistically about how to both reduce greenhouse gases, improve communities, improve air quality. And so those are exactly the kind of ideas that I think can be brought to life with that program. So I thank you for sharing that. We'll definitely be keeping that in mind.
Hopefully they can be proactive, because some of the, rather than having the 50 states think about these things on a siloed basis, lead the way with the best ideas that you have, either from where you're hearing, wherever you're hearing them from the states, from experts around the country, whatever, because rather than hoping that they would come up with them themselves. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right about that. And we're thinking about sort of how we develop a technical assistance program to go with it, so that we are providing that information and helping states find those ideas, so everyone isn't just on their own, but that there's a collective effort to pull together these best ideas.
I was just going to add that we're also early in the planning stages, but also realizing that other federal agencies that also have some IRA funding as well may also be involved in some of these activities. So we are actually expanding, not just looking at other state and local agencies for innovative ideas, but also we'll be looking and trying to partner with other federal agencies.
Well, that one thing that comes to mind real quick would be DOT and highways that go through EJ communities to try to protect those communities. Thank you.
DOT, USDA with their rural community grants, as well as DOE and some of their demonstration projects. So we are hoping that we will be able to make some progress with that.
That's terrific. Thank you.
Jose Leticia Conmijias, Region 1, Connecticut, representing Green Eagle Warriors. I'm going to post back to Simili's comments earlier, but make it in a different way. Hartford, Bridgeport, New Haven, Killingly. As a matter of fact, if you look at any zip code in my state that is low income, it's also vulnerable. But interestingly, that's true all across America. Even more interesting, all those folks that I just named have a power plant right behind their school. Some of them are trash to energy plants. Some of them are just regular fossil fuel plants. There's also the recycling transfer station located in that same exact community. Also high levels of industrial pollution in that same community. So it's not coincidental, right? People who lack power politically get power stations in their backyard behind a school. It's not a coincidence. It couldn't possibly be if it's everywhere. And we've heard it all day today and all day yesterday, which means it's systematic and it's a problem, which I think should be addressed with this Inflation Reduction Act dollars. And I think it should be all hands on deck, like you just said, Robin. Everybody should be at the table. Shouldn't just be you, because the Department of Housing should be there. The Department of Workforce should be there, right? DOL. All of our friends in federal positions really should be all hands on deck to collaborate on implementing a plan that ends disparity and systemic racism as it relates to environmental injustices. So to that effect, our stationary sources, buildings, and power plants, they are? Then why don't we call them that? And I ask this in a way because I want you to know Americans don't know what you're talking about. And it's hard for them to engage in things they don't understand. So I really think it's critical that we call transportation. Also, one more thing, very important, because I've heard two things today that are like eating me up alive. All boats rise with the tide. Let me tell you something. I don't own a boat, and I don't know how to swim. So when the tide rises, many people in my community who never had access to a swimming pool or swimming lessons or the ocean and never saw it will die. Flooding's going to happen in low-lying communities, and we don't own boats. I don't think EVs float, but maybe they do. And then the other one was, we're building the plane while we're flying it. So let me tell you something. I have a proverbial plane that I have been wanting gas for, which provides next-generation science standard curriculum that aligns with cultural things, is in different languages, is engaging, is colorful and exciting. What I don't have is gas for my plane, because I'm not white enough, I'm not rich enough, I'm not educated enough to be seen as a place for you to put your money and allow me to do the work. But I'm not the only one experiencing that. As a matter of fact, there were lots of other people who were yesterday giving testimony who similarly work for free in their communities for 28 years. I thought to myself, they probably don't have a plane either, or maybe they have a plane and looking for gas. Ultimately, what I see is a disconnect between the people that are doing the work, boots on the ground, who understand the problems, who live with those experiences, go to the places where those people are, but cannot get access to the resources that would allow us to do the work which we're already good at. And now everyone's asking us to partner with people that, honestly, have been holding our heads under the water, usurping and disenfranchising us. And everyone's like, oh, you know what? Hey, that's in the past. Now there's money. Don't you want it? If you do, let's go be friends with them. I'm so sorry, but that seems silly. You know what I'm saying? And in all due respect, like, I appreciate all the work that you're doing. And I know you're dedicated, because I saw people from the EPA last night working at like 10:30 at night. I saw them doing that. So I know you guys are just as dedicated as we are, guys and gals. What I'm trying to figure out deep within inside my heart is, how do we stop watering the leaves and start watering the roots? Because I know we're all very smart, but how do we make it actually occur to get the gas to the plane or the boat to the people before the storm hits? Thank you so much.
That is our hope and that is our intention. So thank you for raising it. I'm sorry for the poor choice of words with the rising tides. I think you were right to call that out because that's of grave concern to many people. So I will not use that one again. That's not a good one. But we do want to clean all of the air. We don't want people to be forced out of their neighborhoods and moved to another place that has, even worse air or worse water. So that's our intention. And I truly believe we have a real opportunity with this law, with this funding, complemented by our regulatory agenda, which we're very much still moving forward with. There will be the oil and gas rule that Mark spoke about, because it's in the pipeline right now. Well, that's not a bad saying, but, you haven't seen the results of that one yet, but it's on the books and people are now making the changes. And there are things coming, but I know that doesn't change what happened in the past, any of what's happening today. So we're working hard to get there.
Thank you for your presentation. Mike Tilchin with Jacobs Engineering here in Region 3. And just wanted to make you aware that in 2020, NEJAC formed an air quality and community monitoring work group. And then in 2021, worked very closely with your colleagues in OAR, spearheaded by John Schoaf and Trish Coleman, who are here with us, to develop a letter of recommendations, which has been just submitted to the administrator. And it has 30 very specific recommendations that are connected to 3 of the 5 categories here under kind of the monitoring heading. Fence line and screening air monitoring, multi-pollutant monitoring stations, and air quality in low-income disadvantaged communities. And just some sort of aggregating of those 30 recommendations. There are quite a few recommendations that deal with improving community air monitoring and expanding it. Probably the thing that we spend the most time on in our letter of recommendations is integrating community-generated data of known quality into siting and permitting decisions, compliance reviews, and enforcement, and a significant amount on improving the way in which we regulate air pollution. So I just want to draw your attention to that. If it hasn't already hit your desk, it's about to.
I'm going to actually step in with a comment too before I pass it over here to the last. Told y'all not to raise cards. All right, we'll get to the last 3 people over here. And it's a bit of a follow-up here. I think what I'm still wanting to hear is a couple things. I haven't heard any of y'all in the 3 panels talk about the Tic Tacs, how you're going to be integrating with those. I haven't heard anyone talk about Justice 40, how you see this implementing the 40% of benefits to communities. I haven't heard also how it is you're going to move from monitoring to addressing the problems. Like, why isn't this instead RFPs for solutions rather than more monitoring? We've been monitored to death. People literally are dead still through all of the monitoring, right? So when does the monitoring end, right? At what point do you have enough data? Communities are saturated with being tested. It doesn't help anymore to keep monitoring. We know the problem, right? Why can't this money instead be for solutions, RFP for solutions with all of the monitoring data that's already been had? And I'm also looking at the proposal here for the climate pollution reduction grants, 1 per state, including tribes. How will there be tribal equity if the grant, say, goes to the state DEQ and the tribe is now left out? Why is there not separate consideration for tribes? That's another question. And then also, none of these funds should be going to public-private partnerships, because again, those private entities have been formed to discredit a lot of the work that's being done through municipalities and through community-based groups. So if you can please respond, I know those are several things, but I really want to hear responses. Thank you. And then I will turn it over to folks here.
Thank you so much. I'll answer a few of those and ask for my colleagues to join me on. One is Matt Tejada, who you'll be hearing from more tomorrow on Tic Tacs. I heard you just pop in. So she was asking to hear more about Tic Tacs, and I know you're going to hear that from Matt tomorrow, but I want you also to know that the Office of Air and Radiation is working closely with Matt and the rest of the Office of Environmental Justice and External Civil Rights on designing those technical assistance for communities and making sure that it's integrated with the other programs that we're talking about today. So it is very much on our minds how to do that in an integrated way so that it is simple and easy to access and accessible. You also mentioned Justice 40, which is something else that we are thinking about for each and every one of the provisions. How do we ensure 40% of the benefits at a minimum? And you heard Carl mention well over 99% of the benefits of the Clean School Bus program went to those priority neighborhoods. And so, we expect we'll be beating that Justice 40 across many of these provisions. The other thing you mentioned was the climate pollution reduction grants. So the law is written that at least one entity per state must receive a climate pollution reduction, but it's just at least. So it's not just intended to be one. One of the things we are thinking about is how to make sure that tribes have the ability to compete and to receive funding both for the planning and the implementation stage. So we're seeking input on that. We're also meeting closely with tribes. We had a tribal webinar earlier, and we've put out some offers for tribal consultation. But we are thinking about, what are the best ways to design it so that we do give tribes the opportunity to compete. And along those lines, I think, is there any of my colleagues wanted to join in on?
Thanks, Jennifer. And I just wanted to quickly jump in and thank Sylvia and Michael for your comments and maybe add a little bit on air monitoring. And wanted to express, my gratitude for all of the work that went into developing the recommendations on monitoring. I think, as you indicated, those have just come to us, so we're still digesting them. But I want to assure you that those have been shared broadly, and I understand just how much effort it takes to develop that, and we want to, have the benefit of your expertise. So. Really appreciate that, and also just appreciate the strong linkage between monitoring and action that both Sylvia and Michael highlighted in their comments. Monitoring is not an end into itself. It should be, guiding steps to protect health, and so that emphasis in the recommendations is good to see. And I think we'll be really interested in your input on how we can make that connection as tight as possible. I also think that the monitoring resources that in the IRA, my hope is that they will actually be very helpful in communities that maybe haven't seen investment in monitoring, and where additional information can help guide efforts at all levels to further reduce pollution and protect health. And so we'll be very interested in your input throughout the process of implementing the IRA on how we can maximize that benefit.
But Tomas, to what end, right? When is enough? And I think that's part of the concern here, right? It feels, my opinion, right? It feels like a cop-out, right? Like, because there's no way to figure out how to deliver the responses, the solutions, the funding, right? There's just never enough. That we'll just keep monitoring you because it'll maybe help people feel better, as if they've gotten some attention, but it doesn't feel better, right? It just keeps, it just says, again, this is how bad it is, right? We're just going to be able to tell you in more places how bad it is, but it doesn't change anything, right? And that's part of the frustration, the anger, right? When we're talking about the health impacts of folks, like even last time we had folks here from Manchester, Texas, they've been studied 12 times, right? Nothing's been done, right? Millions of dollars. And so when you're pouring more millions of dollars into this, you're not changing anything, right? And it might feel good to say, look, we've accumulated all this data, but it's for naught, really. because you haven't changed the air quality in any way with the data, right? So that communities can say, oh my gosh, I can now breathe fresher air over here, right? We've dealt with that refinery, or, you know, the kids in the school no longer have those plants behind them. That stuff's not happening, right? And so part of this is like really calling for some boldness, right? And it might not be, again, the 6 of you. But again, when we have the administrator and the deputy administrator come here and tell us about the EJ priorities, and again, we see these kinds of numbers going to these kinds of initiatives, and this is where you're designing programs, it's not good enough, right? And so I think this is where we're really looking for that creativity, right? The boldness from EPA staff to say, look, this might not be popular, it might be even career challenging, right? But we're gonna take some steps here, right? Make some examples of people, right? We keep talking about polluter pay all the time. Make some examples of people, right? Show communities that are really gonna have some meaningful change. And I'm gonna stop there. Let's come back over here to Sophia, and then we'll work our way here and finish. Thank you.
All right, I'll do my best to be brief. Sophia Owen, I'm with ACE, which is in Boston in Region 1. So I can't underscore enough the comments that Sylvia made. You know, the data's there, and we get, as someone at a small community organization, like, we are constantly being told by everyone, you know, we need more data, we need more data, we need more data. Meanwhile, Black Bostonians in Boston have the highest rates of respiratory illness in the city. The other, you know, pediatric asthma rates in Brockton, Massachusetts, which is another predominantly Black and brown community, it's the highest pediatric asthma rate in the state. There is monitoring in some of our communities. It is not enough. And speaking from Region 1, you know, a lot of our communities are in attainment with the NEJACs, but there are people are still dying. So I want to, in addition to what we're talking about with respect to these grants and making sure that there are actually improvements in air quality and not just more monitoring, we need to be thinking bolder and looking at the NEJACs and saying, is this actually safe for communities? Because just being in attainment is still killing people. And then the other thing I think I wanted to mention about the piece that Sylvia mentioned on public-private partnerships, it's not just public-private partnerships that worry me. It's the dynamic that we've heard repeatedly from folks of everybody and their mother getting in on the EJ money now. And organizations that maybe have done work on health with community, or maybe have done work on housing with community, but are not grounded in and accountable to environmental justice communities and Black and brown and Indigenous communities, are going to be taking that money, taking their cut, and leaving us behind. So I want to see requirements in the RFIs or in when you are ranking these proposals, if they have to be competitive, which is a separate issue for another day, to make sure that the organizations that you are funding actually are accountable to the people most impacted by these issues. And as was raised before, if there are institutions or entities with a history of Title VI violations or even complaints, let's be honest, because, you know, it is so hard to vindicate a Title VI complaint at this point, that those proposals should, if they are going to be approved, should have extra vetting in place to make sure that those patterns do not continue. Thank you.
I want to ditto what Sylvia and Sophie said regarding studied enough. We need some implementation. We need communities also a part of training how to reduce the air pollutions and, you know, solve the problems in communities. And I know at one time EPA had some collaborative grant stuff out there where communities could be a part of helping to solve some of the problems, but there needs to be opportunities for some of that. I'm interested in knowing in this grant if there is STEMS education or training money available as part of these programs for, again, and I have to say community-based organizations, that's who I represent. Again, historic Black and underserved communities are absolutely often left out of all equations, not a part of where city government, local health departments and others really want to partner with communities like that, but a lot of these communities are doing everything they can to survive and hang on and need some help. STEM's education training, as a part of workforce would really help. So that's my first question. Second question is Carl mentioned something about a joint office. So if somebody can just explain that a little more, what is that? And thank you.
Sure. I think I'll start with the first, which is the joint office between the Department of Energy and Department of Transportation. They have a joint office on transportation projects and policies. And then the EPA also works closely with both those agencies and coordinates across. Some of the issues that you have that have come up here, they might be addressed more directly by another agency, and so that's part of why we realize the importance of working across the whole of the U.S. government, making sure that we're building those connections and tapping into the authority that another agency might have or the funding that another agency might have, and then making it accessible and bringing it to communities. And some of the workforce and STEM training issues that you've raised, I think that's something we will take back and think about how to be innovative and where there are opportunities with the different funding. I think there certainly are some workforce, some language around workforce. So I think we'll think about how to build that in, and it may end up being part of one of our sister agencies' programs, but it's something we can work with them on, unless if there's one of my other colleagues wanted to comment on that, or did you have anything to add on that, or no? Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments.
Yes, Jerome Shabazz, Overbrook Center, Region 3. I think, my colleagues have said it, solution-based approach. I think folks are really looking for action. That's the excitement. Administratively, folks said we should be excited. That's the excitement. But I'm very specifically interested in the use of the funds. For example, if the overarching issue is to develop plans for reducing greenhouse gas in communities, can this fund be used for electric scooters or for bike share programs, or even planning that reduces vehicle use within neighborhoods? Exactly how far are you planning to go with the use of funds that will be accessible on a community level? Transportation is typically out of the vesture of communities unless they're part of restructuring and replanning how walkable those communities are, or the scale of this community use of land within neighborhoods. How far are you willing to go to give people real access as to how to reduce vehicle use in neighborhoods?
Yeah, I think you bring up a really good point, and that sort of the design of communities to be walkable, to be livable, to be thriving, to be close to transit, close to where people live. And so I do think there are opportunities within the climate pollution reduction grants that we talked about earlier, which has eligibility for states and territories and tribes and local governments. And that's the one that had a provision that at least one per state receives or is eligible to receive a planning or implementation grant. And the language there around what are the solutions? How do we improve communities, improve air quality, and tackle the climate crisis? And I think there are real solutions in the community design ideas and that you just talked about. So I'm really interested to go back and think about how do we build that into the design? How do we show the way and have a roadmap for states and tribes and communities across the country to use those funds? So
are you saying it's just one derivative portion of the grant process that's issuing one grant per state that would make what I just asked you eligible?
So the one per state is just at least. It doesn't mean that you can't have more than one.
So I guess let me ask it a different way. Are you saying the other funds are ineligible? For example, just hypothetically, the idea of having an electric scooter share program in the city, that the funding, as you're structuring it, is that an eligible use of the funds?
It's potentially eligible. So the state, tribe, or local government would have to apply for the grant and say, this is part of our plan. Part of our climate pollution reduction plan is to bring electric scooters and community bike share into our community, and we need funding for that, and they would have a proposal, and then they could get an implementation grant if they were.
So this is the funding that only would be eligible for municipalities, tribes, in states relative to their planning. Is there a similar type of programming that falls into the other categories that includes nonprofit organizations and community development organizations?
So I think, and I will ask Matt Tejada to perhaps help on this one, because there are, in terms of eligibility for nonprofit organizations and communities through the environmental justice and climate justice block grants, might be an opportunity for those types of solutions. Am I right on that, Matt? Is that something I think you're going to discuss tomorrow?
Yeah, and those are the sorts of details that we want to engage with the NEJAC on as we design those implementation grants to kind of lay out for community-based organizations and their partnerships what sorts of activities do we really want to focus on with those $3 billion.
Right. So, but here's what I want to try to keep clear.
You can just wrap it up, Jerome. Thanks. I've got 3 more people we're clearing the lunch now.
I understand that, but we've been very patient
I know this
with
is important.
everybody else, right?
I'm just asking if you can.
Yeah, okay. I just want to get to a point. And I don't want to feel like I need to not say what I need to say. So what I'm hearing, what I'm trying to understand is there are other programs that can handle that, but this particular program can't.
It can, but it's the funding would not go directly to the nonprofit organization. It would go to the state, and then the state could have a program where they provide grants to nonprofits or to communities to build those. So it would rely on the states as part of their plan. They are not the direct recipients, but they could get it through those.
Well, see, that's why a lot of these issues is getting into the weeds of it.
Yeah.
And just in this 2 or 3 minute conversation, what you've made clear is that we should not be so excited about the numbers that you're talking about, because we're not going to have access to it. We're not going to be able to use it the way we need to use it, and we absolutely can't integrate it in the community level. So if you want feedback, that's the feedback we want to give you. It's not about the numbers or the size of the grant fund. It's the ability to have access to it, the ability to use it, and the ability to integrate it in ways that's going to make a difference within communities. And so if that's not happening, then you have to go back to the drawing board and find a way to make that happen, or all of this is a farce.
So is your concern that considering the states and tribes and local governments as a partner?
No, I'm saying that the types of applications, that if the scale of the application and use is so great that it's beyond the ability for local actors, we keep talking about these frontline actors who are people who are on the ground, their ability to have access to resources to do the work that needs to be done in communities, if they're not given the structural ability to have access to those resources, then we're continually disregarding those people who need the resources. So structurally, you're setting it up for the industry operators who traditionally get the resources, who traditionally get the money, who are traditionally doing the work that we're talking about is undermining the whole spirit of inclusion and co-production and community involvement and consideration for neighbors and citizens of average people to have voice in the outcome of this work. That's not going to happen. So you can't, on the scale level, make it so improbable that we have access to even the planning. I mean, I went so broad as to say, what about planning? And you say, oh, no, well, that may be well, Matt, you got something for that. I'm talking about this particular program. With all of these billions of dollars, we don't have access to it.
How do you think we could design it so that the states, tribes, and local governments would work directly with the communities and would make sure that they would receive the benefits?
Just that.
That's what we want to do. That's what we want to do.
Exactly what you just said.
Okay.
All right? I don't want to belabor the point because I know we're on time, but I want to make my point.
No, you're making important points.
All right.
And I think in part, like, entrusting the states, especially we're talking about the DEQs to be handling this, they already don't know what to do with the funds that they've gotten in these other waves of funding, right? And so there's got to be a way to ensure that they are re-granting back to communities. If you're going to entrust one or two groups in the state, they've got to be required to re-grant down, right? But that's not what's happening right now, right? And so I can tell you that, for instance, with a similar example, in Michigan, they'll form their stakeholder groups, right, with this money, and they'll bring in the private party interests. EJ groups don't come in until after the reports are done, and they'll be like, why were we at the table, right? And so there's patterns already of how the states are not doing this well. So you have to front load this to say, look, you are required to do ABC to ensure that the EJ communities are getting the resources and the engagement.
And by the way, you know, I am on my state's EQB, I'm on my state's environmental justice board, I'm on my state's, and they have no guidance and framework for that at all.
Well,
All right?
Thank you.
And that's another
really
thing too,
valuable feedback.
folks. If you are requiring that the states do it, you need to provide the guidance as well.
Mhm.
I'm done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great points. All right, sort of lost track here. All right, so we've got Lauren, Jill, Jacqueline, and you all can do this in 1 minute each, right? Yes. Thank you.
I'm next, right? Yeah, sorry, my minute. Anyway, I'm Lauren Hopkins. I'm from Region 6. I have two comments. Jerome's were excellent. Mine are, I guess, more detailed. In terms of community monitoring and stationary monitors, I think, you know, when we put in a grant, we're required to do a logic model, which actually shows the outcome. And I think that if we're going to be spending money on monitoring, then we need to have what the effects and the results were listed out, so that we actually, you know, close the loop with enforcement. So enforcement is the key, and you weren't here in the previous days, but we're all from different locations, and we understand that enforcement at the state level is different. Some are better than others, and we think there needs to be a report card for that. I don't think that we should be funding if we're not going to use the data for enforcement. And I believe that EPA's enforcement group is excellent. There's too few. There's only 2 groups in the United States. They're supposed to go around and solve everything that the states don't solve. So, I mean, if you're really going to come through with enforcement, you know, you really need to put the money to stop the major polluters instead of just the continuing monitoring. In addition to that, I feel like many of us have gotten community air toxics monitoring grants, which we are very happy to have. We see a problem in our community. We use the National Air Toxics Assessment. We look at the high risk areas. We go in, we spend our life, I mean, really, like, you know, days are precious, our life working on a grant. 3 years later, we have recommendations working with Region 6. We send it up to our state agency, and they don't take the recommendations. And that is discouraging. And it will be discouraging going forward to anyone who does this work. EPA agreed with our recommendations, and the state did not take them. And what we're talking about here was ethylene oxide monitoring and formaldehyde monitoring. We said, we've got high cancer risk here. We have high levels. We really need to go and investigate. We need to do enforcement. Nothing. Okay, so
you know, if you're going to follow through, please try. You have the power. And in terms of what Semily's comments were regarding the school program, you know, what you're talking about is greenhouse gases. You're talking about, she's got a purple air monitor. That's not going to pick up the metal particulate pollution that is apparently a problem there. Those children are being exposed. I don't know why it didn't get picked up with NEPA. There shouldn't be expansions, or the school needs to be moved. We need to be thinking about that. One huge deficit that I'm aware of is if there is lead in her school, if there's lead in children's books, the paint in children's books, the paint on the wall, the paint on the playground equipment, at any of these churches, there is not a program to cover it. HUD doesn't cover it. HUD will only cover homes, okay? So EPA has a program, but it doesn't cover schools. So I don't know how it can get pushed into the air section, but lead particulate in air is a problem. So if somehow that you could be flexible there, you would fill a huge gap. And lead is obviously a really important children's concern. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Jacqueline Shirley, RCDC Region 6. This is just a quick observation, probably at a 30,000 foot level. Please do not take this personally. I'm going to comment on Sylvia's comment about we've been, monitored samples, studied to death, literally. And I'm wondering and she said, well, what about solution grants? Well, is it because if you do solutions, you're admitting guilt? And then we'd have to have reparations for 500 years of, something? So that's systematic racism. That's what we've been fighting all these generations from this federal government and beyond this federal government, even before this federal government existed. So it's fear, I think, from everybody. Everybody's afraid of, you guys get sued to death, I know. But admit something. Everybody, we need to admit something. Don't be afraid. Be bold. Yeah, let's do a solution. Who's going to admit guilt? You know who? I don't know. It just seems like it's just a perfect example of what we're fighting, and we're just losing, everybody's trying to rewrite history. It was already rewritten to the books that they're trying to eliminate anyway with, it's just the paradigm, we get frustrated and I hear the frustration from my colleagues at this table, But if everybody could just look at their hand and remember that we are human beings and we come from beautiful people and we're going to pass on our beauty. Because that's who we are, but we got to be bold. And we got to admit when we're wrong, and don't be scared to be wrong. Don't be scared to be sad. Don't be scared to be wrong. Koyana.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Thank you, Council, for all of what you contributed today. And thank you all especially, right, for what you're doing, for what you're sharing, and for sort of tolerating this. I think, again, what we're just really looking for is to feel like our communities, our stakeholder groups are being heard. And I think that for a long time, we feel like we're hitting our head against a wall, right, at EPA, despite all of the funding, despite all of the promises, right, something is still awry, right? And I think that that's where we're still trying to hear in the details of the presentations and in the documents you present. And so I know that we're gonna have an opportunity, I think, in our different places to be able to provide additional comments, and so I know we'll be looking forward to that. But I think we're also hoping to figure out better, especially when we go into the conversation tomorrow with the Finance and Investment Work Group, what are the ways in which the recommendations, the perspectives that we're sharing here in council and in through our work groups is actually manifesting in how you are addressing what you presented, right? Like, how will we be able to see, when will we see that you've incorporated environmental justice considerations in a better way, right? Those are the details we're gonna be looking at, and we're gonna be actually really pressing on in the discussion tomorrow. So I'm hoping that you all that have presented here around the IRA will kind of stick around for some of that, because this is actually for us sort of like the next real phase of trying to get this accountability from EPA with the transparency, the regular disclosures, the mapping, the tracking, right? And so if we're to really trust, again, that the monies are gonna happen in the ways that you were saying with the promises, the hope behind them, there's gotta be a way that you all are reporting it in ways that our communities will see. So again, if you wanna add anything final, again, thank you so much for being here, really.
Thank you so much for inviting us and for sharing, your stories and thoughts. And I'm so sorry for the wrongs that you have experienced in your life. I think, I think we all have done wrong in our lives, and we all can do better. I think that my hope is that, we have some real opportunities here. I know that we need to earn your trust, and I know that we have a lot of work to do to do this well. We really want to hear and take your feedback and do it right. That is our aim. It's challenging. There's parts of it that, we're faced with a conundrum, because if you want to do it quick, it's harder to do it well. Is it better to do it well? Is it better to do it quick? How do you do both? We struggle with some of the details on what's the best way, and that's why we look for your input and work together with you to do it well. So thank you for the input, and we will take it to heart as we grapple with those questions, and we'll come back to you as well and talk with you as we're developing it.
Thank you very much. And just lastly, Kristen, Dave, Brenda, and John, who are online, is there anything you would like to add?
Just to say thank you for the feedback. We've been listening intently, and we, on the monitoring side, appreciate the letter, and we are reviewing that, and we'll consider that as we move forward on the IRA funding. So thank you for having us here today.
Yeah, Dave Ralston again from the Indoor Environments Division, and speaking with regard to the schools' air quality grants, and hearing in particular the strong desire to have these grants be as focused on solutions as they can be, and reach and support actors in low income and disadvantaged communities to the maximum extent possible. I'm hearing that and the other messages loud and clear today. Thank you very much for your time.
I'm actually good, Sylvia. Thank you.
It's John. I just have one comment, and that is sometimes our solutions don't meet the criteria that's required of us to meet, and our solutions require a different approach. And a lot of that revolves around funding, and funding sometimes is a promise that's never fulfilled, meaning that this money's here available, but you can't have any. And so we've run into that often, and we never get a solution as a result of that.
And then what else one last thing I forgot to ask? I don't know if it was an oversight, but in all of the design mentions that you got there about states, counties, territories was not mentioned, or territories included?
In the Clean Air Act definition of state, it actually includes territories.
Yeah. I could be good to just put it also in there. Thanks a bunch.
Okay, so it's lunchtime. We have a room C, on the second floor in the hotel, and you have until 3 p.m. to come back here before 3 p.m. to start promptly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, and if you can, again, remember, we'll be able to meet with the NEJAC until 2:30. So if you can get there as soon as possible, we'll take advantage of that time. Thank you.
Okay. Is it echoing?
Sounds great.
So you talk to him? Yeah, it's coming clear through here too.
Okay, sounds like it should here.
Okay.
Fantastic. Check 1, 2. 2, 2. I like it.
Okay. So everything's looking pretty good from this end.
And you're feeding him to the U, right? And I don't hear me too bad in the U.
Yeah.
Oh, sounds great.
Yeah. The only little delay is just because it's going to the internet and back. But yeah, and I'm right outside the door too, so it's picked up a little bit of that. But other than that, we are in good shape. So let's mute this mic when it comes back. And I think you will be satisfied. The only thing left is a YouTube session. And right now, yeah, so you'll want to close your microphone. Otherwise, we're going to feedback right now. Yeah.
Check 1 2 2 2. YouTube check. You check. I turned that right laptop up. You might want to turn the volume down on it. That's the YouTube. It's mine on the right. That laptop. Check 1 2 2 2 2. Sure. Okay. Check 1 2 2 2 2. Hello, hello. The alphabet. Can you remind me how that goes? Yeah, test 1 2. Check 1 2. I barely know my name today. Check 1 2. Hello, hello. Testy test 1 2. Okay.
Check, check, check. Testing audio.
Handheld mic testing. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing the audio and the handheld mic. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing audio in the room. Check, check, check. 1, 2. Good afternoon. Welcome to our live event. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing. The handheld mic. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check. Sounds wonderful. Check 1, 2, 2, 2. Sounds good. Okay, he's gonna do his. Let's make sure we're feeding him. With this? No. Ed, you want me to jump in there?
Hey, I saw you when I was watching online. Oh, yeah, sitting here.
Check 2, 1, 2, 2, 2. Hello.
Okay, so I'm checking.
You sound great.
Everything coming through okay?
But what about you? Are you getting enough from us? If you're in Boise, Idaho? Are you getting enough level from the room, George?
Yeah, I can hear the volume. Yeah, volume's okay.
Okay. And we've got room if we need more. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you. You good?
Welcome back, everyone. Please be seated. We're gonna get started in a few minutes.
All right, we are getting ready to get started, so if you can take your seats, please, that would be wonderful. Everybody's. All right. All right. Welcome back to the meeting. Hopefully, everybody had a good opportunity to stretch your legs and get something to eat during lunch. We do have one of our council members who has now joined us in person, who I don't think has gotten a chance to introduce himself. So I'm going to let Venu introduce himself, and then I will get everything else started.
Afternoon, everybody. Apologies for not being able to join earlier. Venu Kanto with Duke Energy, representing the business industry stakeholder group out of DC, so Region 3. Thanks.
Thank you so much, and welcome again. So we have had a pretty full day so far. So Mike's got some company now with our industry reps. But we've had a pretty full day so far in our 3 sessions about the Inflation Reduction Act. Definitely, we heard some interesting information, definitely a lot of good questions and comments. My hope is that folks were listening and that they're going to take these things to heart. And definitely one of the takeaways for me was that the basic structures and systems that a lot of these programs are kind of set up to operate through have some, pretty inherent flaws. And so the hope is that we can figure out some ways to change those dynamics so that we're not just talking about more money going out, but we're talking about really transforming the way that the work is done so that we can get those transformative outcomes that we're all seeking. So now I want to pass things over to Matt Tejada, who will walk us through EPA's agency priority goal with respect to 10 indicators of disparity elimination. I know this will be something that folks are very interested in hearing and providing some feedback on. So Matt, welcome, and I'll pass it over to you.
Thank you, Nataki. And hey, everyone. So I am going to throw a bunch of information at you, and I'm going to try to go slowly, and I'm going to try to do it effectively. But a few things that folks have brought up over the last day and a half, several times y'all have asked for, well, how are we going to hold folks accountable for these things inside, right? How are we changing the policies? How are we changing the decisions? And we've only briefly had the time to answer back that there's things in the strategic plan, right? We kept pointing at the strategic plan. And that was something that this time last year, especially for the folks who just joined us in the last year, that was something that the NEJAC did a very good piece of work on in very quick time, looking at our draft strategic plan and providing some comments and engaging with leadership late last year into January on some different elements of that strategic plan. And one of the things that NEJAC was really successful at is the thing I'm going to talk about here, which we had a number of commitments in that strategic plan. One of the big ones was around the cumulative impacts framework. And Charles and Robin are going to join in the next panel to talk about that. I'm talking about one of the other big commitments in there, the elimination of disparities as a measure of our outcomes. And those were things that originally in the strategic plan, as the strategic plan works, it's a 4-year strategic plan. So you achieve all those things over the next 4 years. It's kind of automatic, right? All the commitments you make come due at the end of that 4-year plan. And the NEJAC said, hold on a second, we need those things now. We need those things sooner. So what happened was actually something fairly remarkable. Inside of the strategic plan, EPA has the opportunity to lift up, a small number of select commitments and make them agency priority goals, which moves the goalpost up 2 years, right? From being a 4-year commitment to a 2-year commitment. And as in everything else in goal 2, we supersized our agency priority goal. There's really several parts to it. It's not just an agency priority goal. It's actually an agency priority goals written in one long run-on sentence, I think. So it looks like one thing, but there's 3 things in there. So both the cumulative impacts framework and this 10 indicators, in elimination of disparity indicators, and a commitment on civil rights compliance, all were moved into that one agency priority goal. So we are now less than a year out from these things coming due. And that's part of the reason we wanted to have time with you all today on these 2 pieces in particular, is to talk through where we are at and to get your feedback on them. This is one of those that, because it's going to be an iterative kind of living, well, both of them are going to be iterative living processes. This is one that we're not looking to get deep into the weeds on after this meeting for the next few months. This is going to be one that I think, again, we will feature at regular NEJAC meetings for, just regularly for a while as we continue to iterate and develop on this priority goal, even after its due date of September 30th of 2023, because this is going to be something that we continue to work on. The thing that Charles and Robin will be joining y'all to talk about, the cumulative impacts framework, that is one that we do have an interest in sitting down with the NEJAC right after this meeting and doing a piece of work in a very focused way. So looking for your consultation right now on where we are with this cumulative impacts framework. Or with this elimination of 10 disparity indicators. So if you could go ahead again, George, please. And I'm going to try to follow along on my presentation. And I shouldn't have tried to eat right before I did this. So just a little bit of what we're going to go down. I'm going to give you some of the background on how we look at these indicators of disparity elimination, the approach that we have taken as a work group, a cross-cutting work group from across EPA regions and programs, our use of a logic model. That was something else that came up today. That's something that we have been using in our EJ grants for a long time. We have required our grantees to use a logic model to tell us what they're going to do with our money. And we took our own medicine a number of years ago. I was like, hey, we should start doing that in our programs. Like, these are really good. So we started using logic models more and more in the EJ and external civil rights program. What our vision for all of this is, just some of the nuts and bolts process, so y'all have a sense of what we have actually been doing for the last year, little less than a year actually, on this particular piece of work. And then I'm actually going to talk through some of the indicators that we have come up with to kind of get y'all's reaction on them and see what y'all think about them. Some of the things that we're going to be doing coming out of that, and hopefully have a good piece of time left. I'm going to try to do all this by the half hour so that we have a half hour to talk about it. But if I say something really stupid or questionable, I know the chair will stop me to explain myself. Okay, next slide. So one after this one doesn't mean anything. Go ahead, one more, George. Yeah. So this is the actual commitment that is in the strategic plan, and the highlighted part is the really important part: to establish at least 10 indicators to assess EPA's performance in eliminating, and we fought to have the word eliminating actually show up in the strategic plan, because that is the long-term vision, right? Realistically, EPA is going to be working year over year to reduce indicators, right? None of us are going to do one thing and just like poof, the eliminator that has been built up over generations just goes away. But that is the ultimate goal. There shouldn't be these disparities that exist because of your color, because of your ethnicity, because of your socioeconomic status. So the goal is to eliminate these. And they need to be tied, of course, EPA, to environmental and public health conditions. Go on, George. So what are we actually doing? We're using a definition from Healthy People 2030, which is a tried and true publication. I'm sure a lot of y'all are aware of that. So this is what we mean by a health disparity, and particularly focusing in, for an NEJAC perspective, on racial ethnic groups, socioeconomic status, or geographic locations. Right? Those are the things that we're really looking at in terms of how are we going to frame up these disparity indicators that we are looking for. Next slide, George. And of course, part of what we're trying to do there is to break this cycle that you all are viscerally aware of, right? That it is all of these things, from the environment to health risks, compounding factors, socioeconomic things, housing, all sorts of things really come together in this cycle that feeds into itself over and over again to create and exacerbate and perpetuate into the future these sorts of health disparities. And we want to be much more purposeful at EPA at looking at which of these health indicators, which of these indicators of disparity can we focus on to help inform everything that happens that EPA is in control of, or that EPA can do with our authority and influence to try to actually break those cycles of creating and exacerbating these disparities that exist across communities in the United States. Go ahead, George. So some of the key considerations that we have had in working through this piece over the last few months, we recognize and we actually welcome, we think it's part of the exciting thing, that some of these indicators are going to operate at different scales, right? And a lot of this is going to be determined by what data we have available. So some data might be really powerful and really available for us to look at specific, very small geographic areas, like individual communities or localities, cities, counties. Some, though, are going to allow us to operate at a national scale. Some indicators, because of the data that underlie them, might allow us to kind of pivot in between those things, to look at something at a national scale, but then sit down with the state of whoever and say, hey, there's a problem going on over here in, Xville. What's going on there? Let's actually set up something for us to work together towards this specific problem related to this national indicator. It does look at, again, going back to that definition, it should allow us in some indicators versus other indicators to look at specifically race, ethnicity, and socioeconomic issues, and then also look how that breaks down in different geographies across the United States, right? Whether that's, in places in the upper Northeast where you have older housing stock, or in places out west where you have different sort of ventilation systems, right? It should allow us to really start to see some of the drivers of these disparities and then inform how EPA can better align its actions to really go after the drivers of those disparities. One of the things that we've been working very hard on, and this is hard because we're a bureaucracy, I know you all can appreciate that, we want to be held accountable for things that we can hold wholly in our hands, right? That we have a statute for, we have funding for, we can go out there and say, do this, not that. But we've been pushing really hard to say, yes, that's really important, but we have a lot of ability to operate, within and around those authorities, through our influence, right? Through our relationships, through the ways that we use our funding. We have a lot of ways to exert authority in different directions, and we've really pushed hard in looking across the potential indicators to make sure that we're looking at the full suite of everything that EPA can do. And that should allow us, too, to the next one, to really show some leadership here, right? Show some leadership across the federal family, show some leadership across the environmental public health regulatory system, right? With states, with local governments, with tribal governments. So that's one of the things that we're hopeful here. We acknowledge, though, that there are parts, especially the public health system, things related to the CDC, or there's other parts of the federal government that have been using these sorts of outcome indicators much more robustly for a long time, and we're in active conversation with our partners at those agencies to really learn from them. We actually had a number of conversations just before Thanksgiving with them to get some more feedback from them. Another thing that we hope this will do is really provide another tool for us to be able to engage with communities, to be able to talk about real things that are affecting communities, and for it to translate to a real commitment that we have in EPA to drive our work. We want it to be something that continues to happen over time, right? This is going to be a long-term commitment for EPA. And we also acknowledge that in that long-term commitment, we're looking for things to get us started now, but that's just to get us started. And you'll see that come through in a minute when we actually talk about some of the proposed indicators. Next slide, George. So like I said, we have an interagency working group from across EPA headquarters and regions. We established a bunch of criteria to actually look at indicators. We use those criteria to develop a long list of a bunch of ideas. And where we're at now is we've actually scaled down a bunch of ideas. We had 31 ideas. The goal is to have at least 10. So we came up with 31 ideas. And just over the last 6 to 8 weeks, we've actually been winnowing that list down to something around 10-ish right now. And so we're going to continue to refine those ideas that we have right now, look at how we can actually use it in a logic model framework, and really start to connect the dots and help and work with our program colleagues to help them understand how to connect the dots between what these sort of outcome measures can do when we're looking at the sorts of decisions we make on a daily basis. Next slide, George. And I'm sure you all know this, but what we're really looking to do, besides just be able to tell the story of actually changing conditions on the ground, is to use these outcome measures to work upstream in that logic model process, right? To think about the inputs that EPA has, our authorities, our money, our people, right? Those are the tools we have to do stuff. So how are we using those? How are we using those in a way so that the decisions we make actually lead to things that we can see happen on the ground get better? And we think there's no better indicator than an indicator of disparity elimination to really be a measure of us doing something meaningful on the ground, right? It just helps us to really crystallize what we're thinking about. And if we go to the next slide, please, George. This is just a little more information. I won't get super in depth in this, but this actually starts to kind of break down in more of an example format.
Can you please slow it down?
Slow it down again? Okay. This actually breaks it down in more of an example, looking at air pollution of what that could look like, right? Staff knowledge, looking at rulemakings, looking at voluntary programs, looking at actual authorities, then the results of that, right? The outputs that come from that, better relationships, better engagement, communities better understanding what we are up to and why what we are doing is trying to match the challenges they are having at the community level, so that we finally, on the whatever side you're looking at, that side on the screen. Yes, sir, Richard.
Well, I got a name on most of your pages that you hit. You got the logical model framework above that. This one, is this output?
This is a logic model. This is like an actual, if we were to put an example to a logic model, this is a good example.
So these two actually go together then?
Yes, yeah, the one before it is like a high level logic model. This is what one would actually look like more in practice.
All right, got you.
If we go to the next slide, George. So I've covered a little bit this already, right? We are trying to develop enough indicators that it really touches every part of EPA's practices, every work stream, everything that we do, from permitting to rulemaking, enforcement, cleanup, providing infrastructure for things like water. So we really want a suite of indicators so that everyone's not going to play in every indicator, but everyone should have at least one indicator that they're playing in, right? Somebody should have some relevancy to something within this. Obviously, clear connection to our priorities and programs. We really want, especially in that theme of moving up the deadline for this from September 30th, 2026 to September 30th of this year, we really want to be bold. And that is a challenge. This is a challenging process. Even just the thought process of this is a challenging thing for a government bureaucracy, for an agency to take on. But I'm really proud of the support we have gotten, not only from leadership, but from the folks, some of whom are in the room here. Trisha's probably behind me somewhere. Is she? There she is. From a lot of staff across EPA, because I'm on the edge of knowing what I'm talking about right now. Like it's Trish and a bunch of our other colleagues that are actually figuring out how to do this. I'm just the one that sends calendar invites every week. So we can go on to the next slide, George. So we did have we had a bunch of meetings early on. We developed that evaluation framework. I'm going to probably go a little more quickly through a lot of these slides so we can get to some conversation. Next slide, please, George. So the evaluation framework, it had 2 phases. And this is once we established like 31 ideas, we did a literature review. We looked at a bunch of things like the report on the environment, like Americans, Children's and Health, or the ACE report. We looked at a bunch of existing things to look at what indicators were out there, what data was out there. Those 31 ideas resulted from that. We took those 31 ideas. We went through this first phase of an evaluation framework where we matched those ideas to our program priorities, whether it addressed a disparity that EPA can do something about, its connection to different things that were in the multi-year strategic plan, alignment with things like the lead strategy, like climate change, and also if they really connected with some of the programs that we'd received some funding for, because that'll give us a really visceral opportunity, to use this in a logic model way if we're working on things that connect to programs that just got a huge infusion of resources, right? As we're trying to figure out how best to use those resources, that was one of the things that we were looking to try to make sure we hit on. Next slide, please, George. We then moved to a second phase where we got a little more nuts and bolts, looking at the data, how frequently is the data updated, what kind of a methodology could we create behind it, but still is it easy to understand? Can we track it visually? Can we map it? A bunch of the stuff, again, that I really don't understand. Until somebody puts it on a map, I don't know what they're talking about. But this was comparing those ideas then to more of the nuts and bolts considerations. And if we go to the next slide, then this actually starts to show how we could characterize some of them, right? And we found that some of those ideas, we had the data on. They're things that obviously connect to EPA's abilities, to our authorities. So we think we have some that are the proverbial low-hanging fruit, right? They're sitting right there for us to use. There are some others that we can obviously influence, we can obviously do something about, but the data's not there yet. And in a couple instances, we know from the programs that the data is being worked on right now. So we don't necessarily want to just sit back and wait. We think that because the data is being worked on, we want to go ahead and work kind of in a parallel track, maybe a step behind, so that we have an indicator ready to go as soon as that data is in a place where we can use it for this purpose. Then there's other disparities, of course, where we can influence the outcome, but it's not directly to us, and this gets into that challenging place for any government agency to make a commitment that it can't completely put its thumb on the scale to influence the result on. And then other bigger ones, looking at big kind of macro health outcomes, right, where EPA obviously can play a role, but these are big macro health outcomes that we're considering.
Let me ask you just for a second, sorry to interrupt. This is a lot of stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think for most members of the council trying to digest it, I'm wondering if this or when might be a good part to maybe pause just to get a little bit of feedback, answer any questions?
We can right now.
Okay.
Let's go to the next slide, and because that actually has a little more examples to this. But yeah, let's pause here, and if anybody wants to dialogue now.
All right, thank you. How about we'll
there you go. What do those mean? Right.
How about we'll start over here with Scott, and we'll come around to this corner. Thank you.
Yeah, George, I was wondering, could you go back towards the beginning? There was like a wheel with different pieces of the
it was like
puzzle
third
in
slide
it.
or so.
Yeah, that one. So it seems like there's a piece of the pie missing here.
All right.
Relative to what a lot of our theme in the last couple days has been. And I don't know if it should be like an inner wheel around the cycle of environmental health disparities or whether it should be a slice of the pie, but it's a lack of enforcement. And I know that's not, it's a tall order. I know that's not easy. It sounds simple. Go out and enforce it. I have to do that in my job too. And my experience on the home front, as an example for people, we tried to get EPA to take direct enforcement action on an oil company, a negligent oil company. It took 2 inspections, took 5 years for it to get from inspector to enforcement to Department of Justice, and then Department of Justice dropped it. Nothing ever happened. I know it's not easy, but I think we need OECA in the room.
Mm-hmm.
Is OECA in the room?
They're not today, but they might be online, but they are absolutely a part of this process and have put a lot of input into it.
Okay, I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah.
It seems like it should be here, built in the front end, the acknowledgement there.
Point well taken. I do want to assure you, though, when in our conversations or when I just think about this on my own and going back to what I said, you know, we want to ensure. I don't think anybody will have something to do in all of the indicators, but everyone will have something to do in at least one of the indicators. I think the one program at EPA that is going to have the most to do in the most of the indicators is the enforcement program. And I think they know that too. That's why they're participating in it.
I appreciate that. I hope it's one of those end things that we can measure over time the number of enforcement actions that come into play.
Absolutely.
And, Scott Clow, Region 8. I always forget.
Hi, Andy Cricken with Region 2 from New Jersey. First of all, thanks so much, Matt, for your work on this and for the whole EPA team. This is obviously this intentionality and purposefulness to address this is outstanding. I just had one question, and it had to do with I started to have George go back and forth, but it was the slide just before where we left off, where you talked about the 2 criteria. One being that there is a disparity, and then second, that the data is reliable. And I think those are spot on. But I think there's a connecting piece that might be missing, and maybe it'll come later in the presentation. And that is the actual the magnitude of the consequence, the magnitude of the harm. In other words, yes, there's a disparity, and yes, the data is right. But really, what's important is to make sure that it could be a disparity, but a low harm. And we don't want any harms, but we want to prioritize the highest magnitude harms.
No, another good point that isn't reflected enough here. But I would go back to my numbers don't light up with George's, but it has to connect with our strategic plan goals and the agency's overall administrative priorities, and that's we want to go after the big fish first. Absolutely, yes, yeah.
Thanks for that, Matt. I know you're not done yet, so if anything I'm saying is premature, feel free to correct me. But a lot of what I'm seeing so far, unsurprisingly and maybe appropriately when we're talking about disparities, has to do with what I would call distributive justice. Like we're talking about impacts with respect to public health and so forth. I think it behooves us to remember that part of the EPA's definition of environmental justice is procedural as well. It has to do with how the decisions are being made. And we've got some real disparities in that area as well. And I do think that the agency has a role to play in addressing some of those disparities. So just to make this concrete, let me give one example from Flint, unsurprisingly. We have a water system advisory council now in Flint. And this is one of the outcomes of the Flint water crisis, is that our state Safe Drinking Water Act was revised to require all systems serving 50,000 people or more to have advisory councils council is comprised mostly of residents who are to be in ongoing dialogue with the people managing their water. I maybe somewhat romantically like to think of that as like at least a baby step towards the democratization of water management in our communities. Now, we're a long ways from having realized that. One of the reasons is that we do not have nearly the resources we need to make that council's work meaningful. We have like part of one person at the city of Flint to help us. And I say us because I'm currently sort of the acting chair of this council. And, you know, that person is totally stretched, despite the fact that it's a state law. We get zero help from the state, no facilitation, no resources, no nothing. They don't even check in. So, you know, it's totally up to us to make that work. And in other communities, you know, you have more resources. You have maybe one whole person, you know, at the city level that you can devote to something like this. You know, you can pay for the council to have its own website so that when it gets answers to questions out of the DPW, it can actually post them somewhere where fellow residents can access them. We don't have any of that, right? So in this case, thankfully, you know, I have been in conversation with the folks at Region 5 who have offered some money for technical assistance to help with facilitation. The council has not yet agreed to accept that offer. You know, there are some issues around trust and so forth that we need to work our way through. But that's the kind of thing that I'm thinking of. That was a case in which the agency actually stepped up and said, well, here, take some of our money and you can use that to help facilitate what you're trying to do on the procedural side. So I guess, you know, I give that specific example, but again, I do think that this is a broader issue. I just want to make sure that that procedural part isn't being lost here, because I do think there are things the agency can do to reduce that kind of disparity as well. Thank you.
That is, that's a great piece of feedback. I know we have talked about it a couple of times in our work group meetings, those sorts of procedural issues. And I frankly, well, I think the sex appeal of looking at things like blood lead levels has drawn us towards that and off of those things. So that is a great piece of feedback for us to go back and re-examine those procedural ones. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Matt. This is Millie Piazza from Region 10, and I am incredibly enthusiastic about this work and challenged by it. So I'm glad that I get to learn from your experience and bring it back to Washington, but I'm struggling with, the elimination of disparities is where it's at, right? It is the opposite of lifting all boats, right? That maintains the disparity, right? What we're trying to do is do this as we go up together, right? And one of those things I'm thinking about is, and this is a problem we have with this focus on mapping, is this baseline need for nationally consistent data. It's such a struggle. And I'm thinking about the testimony that was shared with us yesterday. I'm thinking about nitrate contamination in water. I'm thinking about nuclear waste tailings, the devastation to cultural resources, these types of things where we don't have and may not ever have potentially this type of nationally consistent data. And so I'm wondering, well, this is so necessary, but I'm just wondering how we balance this need. We have this need for this critical structural and protocol work in the agencies. I think that these are bureaucratic hotspots, and even the word hotspots, it's more like crisis areas. But then I'm thinking about how do we balance this incredible effort that is going to be highly resourced, and it is being highly resourced. How do we balance that or ensure that we're moving that forward with the prioritization of addressing known communities in crisis areas? So I'm just struggling with that. Yeah. Not with this project, but
yeah, no. You know, I guess I have several reactions to that. I mean, one of I struggle with that too, and one of the things I struggle with, you know, somebody sent me a video or somebody sent me a link while we were at lunch that somebody's using a video of me explaining EJ Screen to justify why a permit doesn't have an EJ community. I'm like, no, you didn't watch the video again. That's not how you're supposed to use that. Because if we had more data for the place where this permit is, it'd probably be like, oh yeah, that place is overburdened, right? No duh. But we in that particular place, we're probably missing the data that's really going to help elevate that. That's something that I'm a big advocate for inside of EPA, inside of the government, especially when we think about issues of justice, of disproportionately overburdened communities, vulnerable communities. Our data sucks for it in a lot of ways. So in addition to wanting to use, these indicators as a way to push EPA and the environmental public health regulatory endeavor down this road of holding ourselves accountable and thinking about achieving these outcomes through that logic model approach, I also, and it's not very sneaky, I want to use this to highlight those places where we don't know what to do because we don't have the data to know what to do about it, or it's not, we're missing the fundamental pieces because we just haven't pulled it together, or we haven't worked with the states to say, let's do this consistently so we can really see, where are the places with the greatest drinking water service needs. We can't do that nationally right now, right? Because we don't have the data, which seems, I'm not going to put an adjective on that. We all know what that adjective is, right? But people are, but part of this effort, part of this and a lot of other efforts, those are things that people are starting to address, and that's why one of the sections we have here is that blue one, right? Because we know there's parts of EPA, there's parts of the states, others that are starting to work to address these things now. So we know that more and more of this data is going to become more and more apparent in the next couple of years, that we can really start to use it.
Thank you. We've got 3 more questions, and I know you've got about 9 more slides. How do you feel?
It's just repeating a bunch of information. Like there's only
Are we
one
okay
or
to
two
continue?
more. Yeah.
Thank you.
So I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I need to go back to the breaking the cycle slide.
Oh man.
Oh, I'm Ivanka Hall from Region 5, representing the Northeast Ohio Black Health Coalition. And so I think that I think that one of the things that we talk about all the time is that, that I talk about when I'm out in the community doing community work, is how we build these foundations. And so one of the things that we do know is that we have a foundation in the United States that is built on racism. And so the foundation is so deep because, remember, the foundation has to be deep enough to hold the structure when you're building a house. And so what has happened is the foundation is so deep that we're messing with walls, but the foundation is there. And so the racism is never addressed because all we're doing is changing the walls.
Yeah.
And then we come up and somebody decides to paint the wall a pretty color, and then the next person comes and says, I want to tear this wall down and build a new room to this. But the old structure still stands. And so with that slide for the breaking the cycle on environmental health, health disparities, I think it should also say through by creating a health equity through a environmental justice and civil rights lens. Like that needs to be the full part of it, because I think that when we talk about certain things and don't talk about them fully, what happens is we walk away and we go, okay, there's nothing up there that's saying social justice. There's nothing up there that's talking about environmental justice. There's nothing talking about equity. And so if we looked at it and said, I know you talked about the inside, but if you look to the outside should be creating equity through an environmental justice and civil rights lens. And I say that because we have these structures that have been put into place, and part of it is who gets the money. And so the racism is that the people who have continued to benefit from the oppression of Black and brown folks will continue to get the money unless we start spelling out exactly what we mean when we come into a room. And so my grandmother always said, make it clear. And so I talk very loud because I try to make it clear because people seem to not hear you. So I want to make sure that I always am heard. And so I just think that we just need to talk about that. And then I saw the other thing that talked about lead. And I think that the other thing on that part is that we need to make sure that states don't come up with their own guidelines that throw our babies to the wolves. You know, in the state of Ohio, even though we're changing the guidelines around lead to 3.5, the state of Ohio is now saying, now we're going to change ours to 5 to 10 before any calls are made. That is ridiculous. So, but we're still going to give them money. So the EPA is still willing to give Ohio money for not listening to what the guidelines say. And that should not happen. If you're not going to follow our guidelines, then you're not going to get our money. And I think that that is your way to hold these folks accountable and make sure that we actually have some equity and that we actually are looking at this through environmental justice and a civil rights lens. Because otherwise, we're going to come 25 years from now, when I'm dead and gone, we'll come back. People, my son will be sitting here. So it'll say Samario Ford, representing the Northeast Ohio Black Health Coalition, and he'll still be talking about what his mom talked about 25, 30 years ago, and that's not fair.
Oh, can I just interject? So that requirement of call at 10 micrograms or per deciliter is actually a CDC number, not an EPA number. But I think that just goes to how when you have lead up there, you're definitely going to be doing interagency.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's and first of all, Ivanka, thank you for that point well taken. You know, and going back to what Millie raised as well, you know, when I think about the systems, right, and the generations of the implementation and the refinement of those systems that have created these disparities on purpose in many instances, right, that I see a lot of opportunity and need for holding ourselves accountable in these very clear outcome-based ways. And it's not a panacea, right? It's not going to fix everything by doing this, but I think it allows us to do numerous things. And one of those things is, you know, to sit down with Ohio, where I actually know like Region 5 is working with Ohio on lead a lot. And they're one of the ones that we're really looking at in this way, but this will allow us to really crystallize that conversation around, well, here's where we know the problem is. Here's where the problem's worst. Here's the biggest disparity. And then when we go upstream from that, we're like, well, where did the money for, you know, that program go? What's the interplay of our regulatory decision? This should, if we implement it correctly and effectively, it should allow us to really start to question, well, if we've made the right decisions in those things, then that needle should start to go this way. And if the needle doesn't go this way, well, where the hell did the money go? Did we make the wrong decision on that regulatory thing? Where's our enforcement happening, right? Where is the enforcement in that place where these disparities are the worst, right? So hopefully it allows us to really start to focus the environmental public health protection effort in a direction that recognizes that these disparities exist. They have existed for a long time, and they are the best indication, the best manifestation that the system wasn't set up to fix those problems in those communities. So now we're going to put those as our goal so that we can reorient the system to go after those problems as a priority.
Thank you. We're going to go with Jerome, Leticia, Andy, and Millie. But just one thing to sort of tag on to that. And again, I've talked about this multiple times with Detroit. There are competing interests, right? And even in like the example of, say, lead service lines, where we've got gentrification factors, right, and development initiatives from local governments that are saying, well, we've got to increase the population, we've got to build a stronger tax base. And so a lot of the EPA funding for infrastructure, SRF grants, are going into developing these new luxury areas, right, where they want to draw in new residents, while again leaving the neighborhoods with the kids to have to wait 20, 30, 40 years for those lead service line replacements, right? So there's trick bags, right, in terms of what it is that they're telling you all and what we know is happening. And so you might not be getting the full story, right, despite the intent here. And so trying to figure out again, like where some corrections on the communication can happen, right? Because on the local level, we're constantly hounding the state and the local governments to say, look, you've got to do better here. You've got to shorten the timelines, and you can't keep justifying economic development and these other priorities that they've determined to be at the consequence, right, of generations of kids. And so trying to figure out too, like how it is that you all are getting more accurate information, right? So that's another sort of conundrum there. So I'm gonna turn it over to Jerome. Thank you.
But that is a great. I hadn't really thought about it like from that gentrification angle, right? Where we don't want these to work in a way where, as people are just displaced, it looks like the disparity's been solved, right? Yeah. Oh my God! I'm sorry, I didn't think about it. No, I know it's happening now, but I hadn't thought about it in the context of how these are going to work, right? We got to answer how these are going to solve for that problem.
Jerome Shabazz, Region 3. First, I appreciate the fact that you broke this work down into like a logic model structure. My brain can appreciate seeing it in phases. But one of the things that stood out to me, going back to that breaking the cycles of environmental health disparities map, what was sort of glaring to me is that the way even the language describing it is intersectional. It's talking about the relationship to health and environment, yet there's no intercircle talking about the environmental sectors that will influence that health disparity. And so I actually sent you a chart. I have a chart that I've used in the past that has an inner circle that says there's certain health impacts that are driven by poor air pollution or severe weather or extreme heat. And you'll see that those environmental conditions have a direct impact on those health disparities. And I think it will give a better picture as to the relationship between the environmental condition and the health experience.
That's great.
All right?
Thank you.
And then if you really want to get sexy with it, you might show the program that will fund or that can help remediate that health disparity.
Right.
So wouldn't that be elegant to look at a map with this graphic visual literacy that says, oh, yeah, we have problems with asthma in our neighborhood. Oh, wow, the air program might be able to remediate some of these problems. And then you'll show the particular health disparity that's identified. So it's a matter of just adding a couple of additional layers in the center showing the health relationship, the environmental relationship to the health disparity.
Yeah.
Make sense?
Yes. No, I was actually on this slide, like and tell me if my connection to what you were just saying is off or not. Like I look at the blue one.
Right.
We've gotten a lot of pushback on that increased tree canopy, right? EPA doesn't increase tree canopy. And I'm like, well, yeah, we do. Like one, I pay for them with the EJ grants.
Sure.
Like, we pay for projects with the tree canopy, but like, not to put Tricia on blast, but it was like the air program was like, well, we don't plant trees in the air program. We don't have a tree planting program. But the NEPA program, when it's talking about mitigation for projects, talks about tree canopy. We've got land reuse and cleanup programs that can go out there and prioritize, and think about, well, where is there a disparity? Where is there a heat island? And how can we maybe look at, really emphasizing brownfields in those places to bring tree canopy back, right? It really helps us as a program, I think, doing exactly what you were thinking about. Well, hold on, what can we do and who can do it across this big environmental public health thing, right? With all of our programs, like let's really think about if these are the environmental public health problems in the community that are causing these greatest disparities because of these generational problems, we've got to have a way to get at it. Like let's really think about it and let's really connect concretely in those logic models. Who's got to pony up for that? Who's going to be responsible for it?
Yeah, and it's just adding additional input so that folks can see, they can legitimize the things that the on the ground citizens are doing already. Where folks are already putting in green infrastructure, they're already planting trees. They need to see how that works and to see not only what the relationships are, but on your side, make certain that there's some fundability to keep those kind of programs going.
Yeah.
All right. And I sent you a sample of that map,
Good.
by the way.
All right. Yes.
Leticia Glenn Mejia's Region 1, Connecticut, Green Eagle Warriors. Can we go back to that one with all the slices of the pies?
The cycle thing?
Yeah, that one. So in there, it's super small, and I did read it in the PowerPoint ahead of time, but I was wondering in there where the circle for lack of investments. So in all the work I've done in different places in the United States on disparities and equity gaps, it's always fascinating to me that no one talks about just basic needs for survival. So while I'm looking at investments in expansions of new technology and stuff like that, I wonder where are the investments in like meeting basic needs or providing a hand up versus a handout to actual communities? Where does that get represented in this process? Because so often we're measuring, discussing, and deliberating, but the resources never get applied in the disenfranchised, disparaged communities. So they just keep dying without the resources. I'm not sure that this circle addresses that part about the interconnectedness of the disparity is the lack of resources. And when I say resources, I don't mean just money. I mean, like, if without money, you don't have power or privilege, you don't have like groups of moms that can stay home and, you know, argue over whether, you know, we're having discussions at school about like male seahorses carrying babies in their bellies. In some places, like Tennessee, they have a whole group of people that are out lobbying against science, right, in certain areas. So how do you protect those communities that don't have the moms that are, you know, off all day and can get together for coffee and argue about what they want to fight about at the school board? Where is the fight for the people who don't have the voice? Because the reason why they don't have a voice is because they lack political power, and they lack science in their communities, and they lack dollars to bring in those teachers or those resources or those people to speak for them. How is this going to address that? Because to me, honest to God, that is the largest problem. It isn't that we don't know that people are sick or dying. It isn't that we don't know that there are environmental injustices. We know that to be true because every time we come together as a body, even on Zoom, we hear all these people all across America crying about their very specific and measurable problems. So it's not a lack of information. I hate to belabor it, but I don't actually hate to belabor it because if I don't belabor it, we'll never solve it, right? So where's that in there?
That's a great point. I mean, a couple thoughts on that. One, we're focusing a lot on this wheel. This wheel was just illustrative. It hasn't been like the organizing framework that we've been developing us under. But to me, I'm connecting, Leticia, what you were sharing with what Ben shared about the things that we have been focusing on thus far in this work group are really looking at like health disparities. Right, when we need to open up the aperture in the working group to think about both those procedural or those other distributive things like the resource, right? Where are resources going and where's our data to paint the fuller picture?
That's the corrective part, right? But you can't get to the corrective part if you don't look at the actual problem. You can't correct a problem that you don't recognize. So we all view life through the lens that which we have either perceived through our own experiences or have learned by an affiliation for someone else we cared about. So sometimes you'll hear people tell a story about something that didn't happen to them, but it upset them emotionally. They were invoked and it moved, and then they wanted to participate in getting involved. I feel like that's the part that's always missing is that those groups, the only place they have representation is like here from these small groups of people or when they come speak for themselves. And it's such a small window that we're not paying attention to what's happening after. Or was there a result? And so then it's a long time before they get a chance to come back and the money's been doled out to other places to research it, to study it, to increase technology around it. But no one ever goes back and says, well, the real crux of the issue is the lack of resources. Yeah. That's why all those health disparities are all in one place. Those are poor places. Those are places of poverty. It's not coincidence. Yeah. It's literally a problem of poverty. So they're not choosing to live there either. We heard that yesterday. They want to move. They're not choosing to live there in Cancer Alley. They don't have the resources to move. Right. They're not choosing to send their kids to schools without science. They don't have the resources to move.
Well, and just to offer another one of the things that I'm excited about this project, and one of the things particularly, I'm thinking of one of our other work group members from out west, that he's excited about this. Like, he's been really helpful at us thinking about the national thing, but he can't wait for us to stand this up because he's got some communities in California that he wants to do, like some of these just for California, to track what are we doing in this region about this one place, right? This one place, we've got data about this one place. We know what's going on. It's not going to connect to national things, but we need to have some indicators just for this place to measure over the next 5 years. How is our region actually making progress for this place by the actions we are taking very locally in that region? And that's one of the things that we want as this develops and evolves, for this to really become more of a much sharper tool for the agency to wield in terms of helping us focus on those places of greatest need. What are their needs, and how are we lining up our response to those needs to really create change on the ground in those communities? Sophia, I think you were next.
Andy Quicken with Region 2. I just wanted to borrow from the good ideas and good thoughts of two of my colleagues on the council. First, start with Ivanka and her idea about the penalization of states if they don't follow the EPA suggested guidelines. I mean, there's some cons to that, because then ultimately the community may not get the funding. The communities that need it, the state. I'm thinking of like Jackson, Mississippi, where the state is recalcitrant, but then the city doesn't get the funding. But I'm wondering if there's a way to reverse that by, like in a sense of like, okay, if a state does follow the EPA's recommended guidelines, then they would get bonus points and get extra funding, or in other words, the same pot. So in a sense, it does, to carrot and stick approach. And then I guess if they're really recalcitrant, then maybe find a way to get funding directly to the community and bypass the state. I'm just throwing it out there, but I think Ivanka's onto something. Yeah. Like, what kind of ways, like you were saying at the very beginning, how can you incentivize your tools in your toolbox to try to get the outcomes you seek when even though you can't directly do it, but you can influence?
I see this effort, if we do it well, as going in that direction, right? For us to look at both the carrots and the sticks, and where can we use those carrots as carrots? Where can we use those sticks where they really need to be used, and use those in concert with one another, and not just be showing up with one or the other or one program, but to make sure that when we've identified a disparity that is a real priority for the agency, that the agency starts to build that muscle of saying, okay, there's an enforcement element to this, but there's a grants element to it. There's our relationship with the Capitol. There's, what are we doing with the mayor, right? Like those wheels start to click into alignment with one another. And that's what I think using the logic model as an agency can help us to do, to figure out those relationships.
I think that's awesome, because what I would summarize it from what you're saying is that your plan is to take responsibility, to be the owner of it. In other words, you're going to find a way, whether directly or indirectly, to seek to find a way to eliminate the disparity. I think that's fantastic. And thanks, Ivanka, for sparking that idea. And then I wanted to borrow something Ben said when he was talking about what they were doing in Michigan in response to Flint, unfortunately. But now there's this new stringent, it could be more stringent, but at least the idea is right. But it would be a shame to have 49 other Flints in 49 other states. And I'm wondering, is there a way? I think resources is always a factor, to get a sort of a compendium of the best ideas that the states are coming up with. And we talked about it in Aya's work group yesterday, but this idea of who's good in this area, and then the other half of it is, where are the gaps? Like, who's not good at this? Yeah. And can we bring up all states to at least a baseline of no worse than this, but then also encourage best practices where some states are more effective than others, to try to like you would do within a sector, do it within the state EPAs.
I just had a conversation with one of our regional folks that was that exact conversation last. And I said, first hire all the people I just gave you, and then let's work together on that idea, right? But absolutely, what and not just the states, right? What are the best ideas in the EPA programs, right? What is Region 2's water program doing that Region 7 really needs to know about, right? That is, aside from just this effort, that is where with the strategic plan overall, with having implementation plans across every region and program, we've got so many more commitments than we've ever had before. And we're just scratching the surface of figuring out how to really maximize those. But those are, what you were describing is exactly the sort of thing that we want to develop into being able to do in the next couple of years. Yeah. Yeah. I think Sophia's had her up for a long time.
So I've been keeping a queue here. I had
Oh, sorry.
Millie next. Were you not, get your hands down? Okay. Then, all right, I actually want to go with Sandra because she hasn't spoken yet. Is that cool? And then we'll come to you, Sophia. And then we'll go with Nataki, Richard, and Lauren. Thank you.
I'm really excited. Sandra Whitehead, George Washington University, DC. I'm really excited about this framework and this idea of looking at, you know, when have we done this, right? Like, have you thought about, I mean, I think we know where a lot of these places are, right? Like, we have data, we can shuffle the health data all day long. But I think what I'm interested in is knowing where the EPA has put resources, right? Like, what programs are working in the same, like, I have had this experience where one program stepped on another program that we were working with. We're like, oh, well, we didn't know you were coming, right? Like, I mean, they don't talk to each other about the places, right? EPA's work is place-based, but do we know, like, what resources are going into communities and what results we're getting, right? I think that this would go a long way to knowing when we have gotten results, but I don't think it tells us where your investments are and if your investments that you've already spent have done the job. Does that make sense?
No, yeah, I mean, I laid in bed for 2 hours last night thinking about that, literally. Because in addition to this, like, you know, this piece, like, again, this piece isn't going to solve everything all on its own. And this piece doesn't have all the pieces that it needs to really work, right? So part of that is, you know, one of the big things we're pushing on through the Justice 40 initiative at EPA is where do our dollars go, right? Where did the dollars go? And the state capitol ain't good enough, right? Because the state capitol knows where they went. So we should know where they went to. Like, where did the dollars go? Who benefited from those things? And then a framework like this can help us to start lining up. Okay, once we know where the dollars go, what happened, right? If our water dollars are going to this place, why do they still have this huge water disparity in that place? What is breaking there? And then we have some other efforts as well. I'm not going to get into, but I think just in the last, really just in the last couple of weeks, actually, there's a growing awareness by the program leaders across EPA that our ability to share where we are showing up and why and who we are working with for what purpose. Like, we don't have the ability to do that at EPA right now. We don't have just the platform for us to be able to manage our own information and data across those things so that we can look across our different efforts and know where we as an agency and our relationships with people like states or local governments, where are those things actually happening on the ground. That's something else that we're working on. I'm not going to get into it here, but absolutely, yeah, those are all pieces of trying to solve this puzzle.
And my other comment is that if you want to reach local governments and community-based organizations, quit spending all your time with ECOS. They seem to be the only people you guys consult regularly.
I'm going to let my laugh be my answer. Is that okay?
Who's ECOS?
ECOS is the Environmental Council of States. It's the organization of 50 state environmental agencies that we spend a lot of time with. I will say, though, and again, going back to one of the purposes of this, and a couple things. What we do with states and our relationships with states is hugely important in this, right? Another thing that is even more important, I just saw Lauren's head shake, that EPA does not spend nearly enough time with is local governments. And the role of local governments, land use planning, decision-making, zoning, health departments. Yeah, I know.
Come talk to the planners. We want to talk to you.
Okay.
Sophia Owen from ACE in Boston in Region 1. I want to go back to the gentrification point for a moment and just share an example from where I am in Boston. So Roxbury, which is where ACE's office is a community where the median income is $36,000 a year. And It's majority black and brown. Most folks are renters in housing stock that is incredibly old. And the city, ACE partnered with the city of Boston to draft an update to the building emissions policy in Boston, which is meant to reduce emissions from buildings from over 35,000 square feet. And we convened a group of residents from 4 organizations that do housing justice work, including our own, in Boston. And the number one things we heard from people were, we want things that are going to reduce our utility bills, that are going to make the air quality better, but we're terrified that these improvements are going to mean that the value of where we live goes up, and we're not going to be able to benefit from it anymore. And I share that story because in Boston right now, to live in new housing, you have to make over $100,000 a year. I can't even afford that. And so to the point about being, using, the, like, gentrification, meaning the disparities don't exist in those places, they're just going to be pushed further and further out, right? So that's one thing. And then the other thing that I wanted, so 2 other things really, really briefly. I don't want to belabor the point about having to think about these things with race in mind, but it does, and I know that this is on top of, considering demographics, but I think unless we are explicitly naming race, ethnicity, and indigenous peoples, that that has to be in there, because it's central to that is the root of the problem.
It's the crux.
And then the last thing that I wanted to mention is that I know that in a lot of individual states, they're starting to do geocoding for where investments are going. I know New York is doing this with some of their climate money. And so in terms of getting the data on where it's going and who it's benefiting, I think that could be, if you're not already doing that, which if you are, forgive me, that could be a really helpful thing to consider.
Okay, thank you for all those.
So thank you, Matt, for sharing this. It's exciting that EPA is moving in this direction. But I have some questions about whether or not you think the tool will be robust enough at some point to include like locally collected data. When we think about, kind of these nationally consistent data sets or what have you, they don't always capture what is happening in communities, because that's very contextual. We can look at, all of the kind of big ticket items, but still miss what might be driving disparities in a particular place. Case in point, when EPA was involved in the Urban Waters Federal Partnership Initiative, my community in the Proctor Creek watershed was a part of that. And as we were looking at the data that EPA was using, we understand it, they use what you have access to. But once the community kind of worked on identifying what we call the hidden hazards, we had this whole other list of things that were impacting health and quality of life that don't show up in any of these analyses because there wasn't this data wasn't in publicly available data sets. So we set out to have community members collect their own data, and we geocoded that data, and we mapped where those hazards were, and just came up with so much more information to really, fill in gaps and to shine another light on what was impacting that community. And so I think that this type of thing should be considered when you're developing these types of tools, because we might not, if you just kind of deal with only these, indicators or the data sets that are kind of nationally consistent, you could miss out, on what might be impacting a certain community and what can, help to, reduce and then eliminate those disparities. So just wondering if, over time you can build in that type of capability.
Yeah. No, a few things that I hope so too. I think a few things. I think EPA in many states even unexpected states have called me recently and was like, hey, what are y'all going to do with these new sensors and stuff? I was like, well, we just funded millions of dollars of stuff that we wouldn't have funded 5 years ago. So I think we're over it. I think we realize now that citizens need support to go out and get their own data, and if whatever they want to use to try to go get that, go give it a shot. Let's see what you come back with, right? I'm hoping by us using data in these ways to really focus on equity and justice issues. And to Sophia's point, absolutely. You know, the race, ethnicity, the low income, indigenous, that's the crux of this, right? This doesn't exist without that. There's no purpose for this without that. It is the fulcrum of this whole thing. I think that really, I think those things drive us in that direction. I think that's part of the direction we're trying to go to with a lot of our tools as well. I've spoken a lot with just about the future of things like EJ Screen, right? That the biggest limitation of EJ Screen is that all it's using is national data, which is, 80,000 feet up in the sky, right? The ultimate ground truth of that is, well, if a citizen goes out and gets its own data, and if whether it agrees or disagrees or shows something completely different than is in EJ Screen, like that doesn't just inform us of what's happening on the ground. It should inform us of, well, where the hell is our data that we missed this whole stuff, right? So, and going back to the question about being able to use this that Leticia was bringing up about, the actual problems of the community. If our data is saying, well, there's nothing there, and a community shows up and is like, hold on. I remember we funded years ago a community in Navajo that was like, they were sure their water was irradiated because their animals kept dying. And it finally took an EJ Small grant for them to go out and test their water through a private lab. And it was like, oh man, we need to get them some water because our data wasn't showing that their water was irradiated, right? This is the sort of thing that can really hopefully help to elevate and put on an actual decision-making platform our ability to look at these problems and see the different intersectional points of why it is a problem, not only in terms of how we respond to them, but how the system is in identifying these problems so that we can do it more regularly.
Thank you, good questions. We're gonna close out here with Richard, Lauren, and Jacqueline, and then we've got a next panel, but we're gonna take a 5-minute break between. So let's again keep that in mind. Thank you.
Okay, really, I don't have any comments about what you're preparing. I have a comment for us as a group. If there's anything that I've noticed as a newbie being here is that I don't think we recognize the fact that we all come from different parts of this country. And in different parts of the country, you have different behaviors and understanding and attitudes. I like to say when I'm talking to groups, words don't have meanings. People put meanings to words based on your circumstances, what you're doing, what you're involved in. And for me, I represent a low-income population in Kansas City, Kansas. Unless you've lived there, you can't even begin to comprehend what I'm saying. If I make a comment, it's not designed to be your neighborhood. It's not even designed to be in your part of this country. It's talking about Kansas City, Kansas. And so I'm just bringing that out because I think we have a tendency to get into what's going on in my world. And that's not what I feel we as a national group should be trying to accomplish. Yes, we want to hear about it, but understand, that's your world. That doesn't mean it's like that where every place else that we go. A lady did something today, and I know that that's because of the political aspect of it, but she was belating the Republicans. And I'm saying, we're trying to come up with something that's going to be beneficial to people. And you got to be real careful because within this group sitting in here may be a Republican. And you're alienating them by doing that. So when you start talking race, that's why she reacts the way she does. It's because it affects her in a way that's personal. So I'm just saying that just for us to be a little bit more considerate to each other. And I thought, my thing when you was doing it, the first thing I thought was strategic plan. That's the worst thing in the world that's ever happened in my part of the country. Because people in cities always got a damn strategic plan that they expect you to live by. And you haven't had no input on it. It's here. This is what we doing. But you wouldn't go that way. That's why I asked you that one question about what was you meaning by that, to get an understanding so I can filter it, then come back and try to answer anything that's affecting you from that manner. So don't be mad at me, y'all. I just wanted to get that in there. You understand? I just want to get that in there because we all people and we all are on the same page. Unbelievable being here. That's something hard to find.
Yeah.
So let's work with each other to move forward.
No, and I feel you, Richard, and that's one of the reasons why I gravitate towards this sort of stuff, because I still have to engage with all 50 states. I still have to. And some states will show up and say right up front, we're not going to talk about EJ, because if I say EJ out loud, my capital's going to cut our legs out from under us. So okay, but you got communities where we're not achieving our mission, right?
Right.
You got communities that their health is not protected. So let's talk about how we can identify those, and let's talk about what we can do to achieve a mission that nobody's saying. We shouldn't follow the Clean Air Act, which said everyone should have clean air, right? So what do we do about those places that don't have clean air?
Right. I'm with you. I agree. Thank you.
Okay, real quick. I think this is very powerful stuff. I love it. But I wanted to ask how you're going to think about resolving some issues with where you're going to focus on the disparities. As in, how in order to get funding for brownfields, you have to show that the community needs it. And for most, if you look at it, there's no incentive to really improve the situation so that you can continue to get funding. That's the same with the lead program from CDC.
Right.
It's a tricky thing.
Right.
So, I think the big goal, over that kind of like your key performance indicator work is possibly going to get there, but you just have to be so careful about making sure that you're tracking improvement, and improvement doesn't mean that community no longer gets funded.
Right.
Maybe the first time out, everybody's equal, and then, you're funding the worst, but really, again, there needs to be incentive to improve. I'm talking from local government. We want to continue to get the funding, so that's just the mentality.
Part of me thinks, well, that'd be for most communities, that'd be a good problem to have. And if we do this really effectively in 100 years, we might have to contend with that problem because they've got enough problems. But I do take your point. Like, if we don't have enough of this, if it's like, if only one of these indicators is touching a community and we move the needle there, everyone can say, oh, that place is good now. Like, it's fine, right? That's going back to Leticia's point. Like, well, that might be one of the 100 things that community needs us to work on. And I said it real briefly up front, too. Because I'm not a scientist, I'm a humanities liberal arts kid. Like, one of the things I really want for this is for us to be able to tell the story of what is happening in communities and what the hell are we doing about it. Right? I remember from sitting in enforcement meetings, because we used to be in the enforcement shop all the time, and there was this constant conundrum of, the better they do, the lower their numbers should get over time, and then people are just going to think that they're not doing anything, when actually that's what you want it to be, right? You want less enforcement because you have better compliance. But how do you tell that story in a way that people understand that, no, you're doing a good thing because that's going down? So I'm hopeful that by moving into this longer term commitment to use data in this way and use it in a way that really focuses us on achieving those outcomes, it'll help us to better tell that story. But I do take your point, though. That story's got to be complete, right? It can't lead to some false narrative that everything is good in a place when it's not.
I guess I was thinking more like when we're writing a grant, I don't think I'm alone. When we're writing a grant, we're trying to get the funding. And so we're showing the need as best as we possibly can. So I will be doing that every year because my job is to get funding for that community. it's not that I don't have incentive to improve that community. It's just that you have to be careful of the quality of the data. Let me just put it that way.
Yeah.
I can think of, there's different, all kinds of ways to skin a cat. So, just if you're going to base it on data, I mean, I do like the idea of the community data coming in, but you'll have to be really
Careful. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Jacqueline, you're gonna close this out?
Thank you, Matthew. Jacqueline Shirley, Rural Assistance Committee, RCAC, Region 6. Are you going to be having more conversations and pulling us in on these 10 indicators of disparity element? Because I will put on my MPH hat. So health disparities and the reduction, is one of my key things, so I don't want to get into our break. I'm going to just, I want an invitation to this conversation, and I could provide direct and very specific recommendations to the health disparities, especially, of course, tribal health disparities, but there's so many good things that can be done in this arena. And one of the things about gauging external agencies, no, you need to go beyond engaging. You need to be coordinating, collaborating, because there are experts across this country and across agencies and it's good that if this is a new initiative, I can't believe it, because that's your mission.
Yeah.
The mission of the EPA is to protect human health, and you finally going to work on health disparities?
I know.
Bob? Okay, thank you.
We will. We will. I do want and hope that this will be a regular feature of our engagements. As we continue to develop this, to check in and get feedback, and if there's some other ways, Jacqueline, that we want to get together, or with some individual members, just to have a deeper conversation, I think we can do this. And I do want to say, this is the furthest we've gotten in this. I was not the first one that did this. The first one that did this was that gentleman back there. Was the first one that really opened this up at EPA in the EJ 2020 action agenda. I think I'm doing it better, but he did it first.
Yeah. And he's another gentleman that looked so cute many years ago when I was doing my research on the first NEJACers. I teased Richard Moore yesterday, Mr. Lee, on that. Thank you for your service for 30 years and being one of the first NEJACers. Thank you.
Thank you. So just one other thing I want to add back, because I've been thinking about this problem and forgetting, especially when we're talking about some of the issues here, and as you're thinking about like how to do this implementation, hopefully closer to the ground, and when you're also thinking about new hires, like it would be great to see historians, sociologists, anthropologists as part of your hires that again understand those kind of community issues better, right, than some of the scientists we love.
Damn right.
But we need those hires too, right?
Yes.
Because I think that will help with some of the translation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The interpretation.
Huh?
That's what it is. You're right.
We're looking at it.
Not
yeah.
economist.
I know.
Not psychologist.
Well, we
either.
do need an economist, but we need some other ones.
No, but I think you get my point. Just lastly, now you've got a next step slides there. I'm wondering maybe you can just mention anything around that would be helpful to know. Looks like it's your last one.
Yeah, I mean, just over the next, between now and September, we have a lot of work to do to actually take these ideas and turn them into indicators, functioning indicators with the data, and what is it going to look like. So, it might not be at our next meeting in a few months, but certainly by the summer, when we hopefully reconvene again in person somewhere, we'll be able to come back with like the next, like, hey, this is what these are really going to look like. This is how we're going to, present them to the world at the end of the year. These are some more from the feedback, especially around, the stuff like Leticia and Ben were bringing up. So yeah, we'll be checking in again with y'all this summer, I would imagine.
Thank you very much. That was a really good discussion.
I think so.
So let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break, and we will start at 5:30 with our next presentation here by Robin Collin and Charles Lee. And so also, if I know that we're 15 minutes behind, so I don't know if you're able to stay, Charles, for another 15 minutes at the end if needed. All right, just want to check. Thank you.
We have some cake in the back.
that to you, that they hopefully.
All right, council members, if you can make your way back to your seats.
I mean, if we need to, I mean, hopefully it'll all happen.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. We are about 15 minutes behind, so I'm anxious to get us moving. So if you can, if you're not going to get to your seats, if you can just quiet down, we'd appreciate it. So I think on the heels of our last conversation with Matt about the indicators, it's a perfect time for us to now talk about cumulative impacts and the work that Charles Lee and others have been doing for so many years, on cumulative impacts. So I want to turn it over to Robin to move us into this session, and thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. Robin Morris Collin, again, I am the Senior Advisor to the Administrator for EJ, and it is a real honor to sit here at the side of Charles Lee, who is someone whose shadow covers all of our work, as you all know, Charles wrote the 2004 report. That's the footprint for the work that we're thinking through together. And we're really honored to bring to you what we have, knowing that it is our commitment to you to bring things to you early, before they are fully done, because we really deeply value, as one of the principles that Charles has taught us, we value your co-creation. We value being your partner in making this new thing, whatever that thing completely turns out to be. We want it to be something that we did together. So I want you to know that your comments, your thoughts are arriving with us at a very important time, a time that allows us to be truly co-creative in this new policy. I also wanted to take just a moment to repeat something I said this morning, but there may be other people, and just to remind you, the agency has done some amazing work in a very few years towards achieving our promises around cumulative impacts. We will issue a new legal tools document that is specifically devoted to legal tools for advancing cumulative impacts. It is an important document because it really explores our authorities in various areas and gives examples of the uses of these authorities. We hope that it will encourage and incentivize the use of cumulative impacts in a range of areas where people might not have thought they had the authority to do it. They do, and we're telling them. That will be out in the next few weeks. That was put together by our Office of General Counsel, led largely by, again, Charles Lee and Marian Engelman-Lotto, who you met. In addition, our Office of Research and Development has issued a very robust program of cumulative impacts research. And I want to emphasize, as I was listening to the comments from the last panel, we're thinking about other ways of knowing. We are not embedding in our science a kind of predisposition towards Western science. And I think it's really important to recognize and acknowledge how our scientists are reaching towards traditional knowledge and also traditional knowledge in non-traditional kinds of settings. For example, in many Black neighborhoods that I'm familiar with, that I grew up in, there's usually somebody who's lived there their entire life who can tell you everything that was buried there, everything that was produced there. That's also an important way of knowing. We're thinking about how to use alternative ways of knowledge, assembling, and I'm looking at George, because George, who often sits over there, doing the technical stuff, is really a deep thinker about how we can curate and mine and use this wonderful body of knowledge that we call expression. You got to talk to George about that. That's really awesome. So we have a robust program of scientific research that is different. It's EJ based, and it's really impressive research. And last but not least, we have an action platform that we're working through with various communities. Again, Charles is leading so much of this effort, so I'm going to get out of his way so that he can tell you more about our combined efforts to put together a policy document. And with that, thank you.
So, can we have the next slide? Is that better? Yes. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for staying to the very last session of the day for this discussion. And hopefully, this would really be something that inspires all of us. And like Robin said, I think is really it's a deep principle of how we want to proceed with the development and implementation of a framework to address or to consider and address cumulative impacts, that it be done in a way that builds on the work of everyone, that it has to include. This issue is so hard to really get our hands around. It has to include the wisdom in a way that really bespeaks of collective learning, shared governance, community leadership, and like Robin said, the co-creation of knowledge and expertise. So let me go to the first slide. And I thought I'd bring this up just to try to frame our discussion. We have a 2-hour discussion period today, and we want to provide, some overview in terms of key perspectives and concepts in terms of our cumulative impact framework, then get some feedback and move into what I feel is a really important part of this discussion, which is to hear from you, what your perspectives, your concerns, and your priorities around this issue. And thirdly, after that, a transition into a in-depth discussion around a potential NEJAC work group on cumulative impacts. And as you know, most of this material has been shared with you earlier, one of which was a discussion document around the NEJAC work group, and then close up with how do we get to our next steps. So next slide. So in terms of, okay, great. So it's been said several times now that, this is a really high-level commitment to address the cumulative impacts issue. In the conversations around the agency equity, around the executive order on advancing racial equity and serving underserved communities, that one of the barriers to really carrying out that goal is the lack of a coherent way to think about cumulative impacts. And therefore, priority item number 1 in the priority EPA's equity action plan is the development of a comprehensive framework for considering and addressing cumulative impacts. And that is reflected, again, as it has been said earlier, in EPA strategic plan commitments, one of which is by September 30th, 2023, that the agency will develop and implement a framework. So next slide. So let me just start by talking a little bit about the goals of this. And we believe that we want to create a framework which, when developed and operationalized, will help EPA make better decisions. that will ensure that no community bears a disproportionate share of adverse environmental and public health consequences, and that existing communities, overburdened communities with existing impacts are having their impacts mitigated, and we are working with them to create a pathway to livability, health, equity, resilience, and sustainability. And the little graphic there, I think speaks to something I'm going to hit on over and over again, is that we believe that what makes this a contribution to the conversation is the fact that it is a decision-centered framework, that we are focusing on decisions and actions that lead to, that will support these types of goals. Next slide. So a little bit about definitions and EPA's definitions. Really, is up there for you. The point I will make about this is that it talks to the totality of exposures or total burden in terms of both chemical and non-chemical stressors and their effects on health and well-being and quality of life. One of the things that I think in the conversation about definitions that we began to introduce to this is the fact, and this is why I highlighted this in in yellow in the paragraph below, is that there is a widespread, even ubiquitous and inextricable relationship between the concentration of burden, environmental burden, and their distribution. And this is, and in fact, if you think about it, when we talk about cumulative impact, we're talking about concentrated burden. This is a relationship that showed up way early in the literature, including my original 1987 Toxic Waste and Race report. Where communities with a greater number of facilities, 2 or more, or one of the 5 largest landfills, had a markedly higher people of color percentage of the population. This is reflected again in Toxic Waste and Race of 20, and you can see that relationship in that graphic. Another way of looking at this is Jake Chakravorty, who's a member of the Science Advisory Board for EPA, depiction of this, the buffers around risk management facilities in Hillsborough, Florida. Next slide. So what is a framework? We gave a lot of thought about this because this is a extremely a complex issue that is developing, emerging, and developing, has great promise but great challenges. And so, we think that, in order for a framework to be really real, that it has to be something that organically evolves through deepening of concepts and applications, trial and error, and shared values and I'm not saying that too well, and collective learning, and that it is it's not just something that's the conveyance of words on a piece of paper, but it's something that is a living embodiment of our collective practice together. It is going to take all of us together to really address this issue of cumulative impacts, and that it is, like I said before, something that is really builds on the thinking of many partners, and the co-creation of knowledge and expertise. Next slide. So some of the key activities that next slide. Okay. So some of the key activities that Robin spoke to are in the next slide, and and I just start, and then it'll come up. I mean, Robin talked about the development of a framework document, which we are actively in the process of writing. A lot of these concepts that I'm going to share with you are going to be necessary to really truth test, our thinking, and to learn and for you to add on to in the development of such a document. I mean, this has to be done not only with, with communities and our external partners in state and local government and other stakeholders, but within all the programs within EPA as well. She talked about the cumulative impact research paper, recommendations paper from the Office of Research and Development. Cumulative impacts is a huge part of their research agenda, the thing called the strategic action research. The Strategic Research Action Plan, STRAPS, for the next 4 years. So that's the scientific pillar. The third item there is the legal pillar, which has and the work that's being done by the Office of General Counsel in terms of identifying those authorities in existing statutes with which we can consider and address cumulative impacts. There is also a very important forthcoming document in terms of the guidelines for how to do better planning and problem formulation for cumulative risk assessment, and there's a lot of detail in this in terms of nuances, in terms of what cumulative risk, cumulative impact, and other things are. But we can put that aside for now. It is to say that a lot of work and thinking has been advancing on that front as well in the EPA. So we are also going to make sure that we are learning from actively working on these issues in a place-based way, as well as in perhaps other kinds of venues. And so we have initiated demonstration projects in Region 1. That one is in Chelsea. The graphic there shows you how Chelsea is also a red line community. The second is in Region 5, 2 that I will highlight is one with the City of Chicago Department of Public Health and the Illinois EPA to build on the lessons learned from the General Iron permit health impact assessment and to replicate that across the city. And then one with the, in a tribal context with the Bad River Band in Wisconsin. And Region 9 working with the California Department of Toxic Substances Control and the specific place is still being finalized, but it is going to be something in partnership with DTSC. We have been trying to be systematic in terms of learning from the practice about this around cumulative impacts, particularly that which exists within the regulatory space from the City of Chicago, from Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, and the New Jersey DEP, and we've held workshops in that regard, and we seek to do more. We are initiating a program of internal education around this issue to get everybody on the same page in terms of, so we're holding regular bi-weekly office hours as well as monthly webinars. And then lastly, we've made the consideration of cumulative impacts an important part of the regional implementation plans for goal 2 of the strategic plan. I will go into more detail about these as we go on. I wanted to just highlight some of the graphics there. A lot of new tools, like New Jersey is developing a whole new approach and a very important, I think, approach towards considering and addressing cumulative impacts. That is they also develop an EJ mapping tool to go along with that. The center graphic is the pathways diagram, which kind of is like a logic model that was developed for the General Iron health impact assessment. And the picture of the people there, those are the people that went on a hunger strike, or some of the people that went on a hunger strike to protest the siting of a recycling scrap metal facility in the southeast side of Chicago. Next slide. So let's step back a little bit and talk about the issue of cumulative impacts as in terms of NEJAC's historical interest in the issue. There's been a mention of cumulative impacts, I think, ever since the beginning of the formation of the NEJAC from its very first meeting, and it gets reflected in terms of specific reports and recommendations, in terms of public comment, testimonials, and in terms of letters of concern. So some of I started to develop a table of this, and it just got to be really extensive. So I summarized some of the key kind of ideas that has come out of the NEJAC that speak to cumulative impacts, one of which is a specific report that Robin cited in 2004, but these relate to things like social siting criteria, a solid waste waste transfer station regulatory strategy, permitting, goods movement, the EPA's research enterprise, and most recently, the air quality and community monitoring recommendations. Next slide. So this just goes into a little bit more detail. In terms of that 2004 report, there were actually, and I'm not going to go into this because I think you have all these materials in front of you, or we shared them already. But I just highlighted like 5 of the 12 recommendations there, including at the very top of this, the idea of institutionalizing a bias for action to community-based collaborative multimedia risk reduction projects in terms of tools for targeting and prioritizing communities, in terms of laying a scientific basis for incorporating vulnerability into EP assessments, assessment tools, strategic plans, and research agendas, and guidance on greater use of statutory authority. So as you heard already, a lot of this is being done. It is just the first step, but a lot of this is being done, and the importance of highlighting this is that we don't start we don't start from ground zero. We start with this in mind as something to build on. Next slide. So there is also a larger body of work on cumulative impact that we can build on, and this very much is it reflects the development and growth of the environmental justice movement over the last 10 to 15 years. And so, I think one place to start is the EJ Advisory Committee for Cal EPA, which made a set of recommendations about cumulative impacts and precautionary approaches, including a definition. Let me just connect the dots. The reason why I think the ORD definition of cumulative impacts is something that we will fully support in terms of total exposures or totality of exposures, is that it tracks this definition, and this is the definition I think that most comports with what communities are saying about cumulative impacts in terms of all the kind of impacts and that we need to consider: social, economic, climate, and environmental, that are that communities, overburdened communities, suffer from. New Jersey built off of that. Their advisory committee came up with a set of recommendations in 2009. Of course, the California's work resulted in Cal EnviroScreen, both in terms of a document that I think is really important in terms of building a scientific foundation and the tool for assessing cumulative impacts, which is Cal Viral Screen, like I said, and then, the other state mapping tools that grew out of that. There is also, state legislation, state and local legislation. I highlighted a number of the states that have actually passed laws on cumulative impacts. A number of those speak to cumulative impacts in the permitting context, but I think I counted recently, there's at least 12 states that have either passed or have bills pending related to cumulative impacts. Think about it, that is a quarter of the states. So this is no small thing that's happening. I think the slide went off, okay. And then, I think a very important thing that we are learning a lot from is the Chicago Department of Public Health General Iron permit analysis that resulted in a permit denial decision in the beginning of this year. I talked about the New Jersey DEP's regulations, which have gone through a tremendous amount of thought and engagement to come up with a very kind of, I think, sound and simple to understand and use methodology, and so that is forthcoming to be finalized at the end of this year. Another important item to let me back up a little bit. There is one of the things about the New Jersey regulations or the New Jersey legislation is the idea, and this tracks our original goals, which we made to match the idea that you have to consider equity. There's what I call an equity requirement in the consideration of cumulative impacts. That, I think, speaks volumes in terms of then how can you actually then implement and operationalize something like that. There's other legislation that doesn't have that, and one of the best examples of that would be the Massachusetts had a law passed it in 2021 that call for a consideration of cumulative impacts and air permits. They will have their methods issued by the end of this year. And then there's really a lot of other important developments, including, I think, the more place-based efforts that, like in California or Minneapolis, called green zones. You heard yesterday somebody from the governor's office in California talk about the transformative climate communities efforts. Those are actually efforts to address cumulative impacts that we can learn a lot from and build off of. Next slide. So having said all that, I think this then allows us to begin to think more analytically about what are the kind of things we need to do to advance the consideration of cumulative impacts. And the graphic here it comes from an article that I published in the Environmental Law Reporter in early last year. And it really speaks to the idea that when we talk about the kinds of decisions that address cumulative and disproportionate impacts, they go along a spectrum where there is a difference in the kind of types of analysis, the degree of the scale of the analysis, the kind of degree of quantification needed to properly inform that decision. And so this is to say then, we already started thinking about and have been using cumulative impacts, and we meaning, all people, people and agencies involved in advancing environmental justice have been implementing this, and this has come about in the form of EJ mapping tools, like Cal Viral Screen, EJ Screen. Even though EJ Screen does not have a cumulative score, perhaps its architecture is cumulative because it looks at the combination of environmental and social stressors, and how they interact. And so we have been using these both for identification areas that require more, say, outreach or analysis, to how we prioritize our programs, like where we do enforcement or actions or placement of monitors or things of this nature. And really in a big way over the last 15 years, starting with California, in the allocation of resources of scale. And so, and this may have been something that in the EJ conversation might have been overlooked, but now we realize the massive importance of that, because that has resulted in billions of dollars spent originally in California, but now tens of billions of dollars in terms of initiatives like Justice 40 and all the other funding that's related to environmental justice. So, but as we move along, but those tools, may not be totally sufficient as we move upwards on this scale to the more regulatory context like permitting and rules. And this is where I think our challenge lies in terms of understanding what is necessary to actually inform those so that they have a real influence in terms of those types of regulatory decisions. This is, like I said, both the challenge and the promise of addressing this issue. Next slide. So I said before that a lot of what we, a lot of what makes this framework kind of stand out is that it is decision centered, and so we put a lot of emphasis on trying to understand what a decision context actually looks like, and that, of course, some of the things that I've outlined in this in terms of a focus on the decisions and actions under consideration, particularly those that make a difference, on the kinds of authorities, roles, responsibilities, and the accountability of agency decision makers for those decisions, relationships and coordination among agencies, communities, and stakeholders, understanding how do we achieve or start with a sound baseline characterization of disproportionate, multiple, and cumulative impacts, understanding the historical and structural drivers of concentration of environmental burden, the concerns and priorities that impact the communities, and then lastly, something we need to better understand, clarity about how use of this information around cumulative impacts can fit with and inform pertinent agency regulatory decision structures. And so the graphic shows, on a community level, when you start to think about cumulative impacts, you're always, or virtually always, thinking about a particular decision, like a permitting decision, like in General Iron, but also, there are a lot of other decisions that are that have to come into play if you're going to fully address these issues. And one good example of that, as it played out in Chicago, is that, of course, Chicago made a permit decision, but it also made a set of recommendations around, addressing the more upstream factors like zoning and land use planning, and they're proceeding to, address that. Next slide. So, in terms of then our needs, in terms of what are we trying to inform when we talk about cumulative impact analysis, like I said, we need to address cumulative impact in particular specific regulatory decisions. We need to address them across multiple regulatory decisions, programs, and agencies. And then we need to do this in both of these in a way that's transparent, that has extensive and meaningful and authentic community partner and stakeholder engagement. Next slide. So actually, I wasn't going to put this slide in because I thought this was kind of self-evident that we were all going to build a lot of that community and stakeholder engagement was just implicit in everything that we're going to be doing. But a number of you in my earlier conversations in preparation for this meeting, really spoke to the need to really make this explicit in terms of having the kind of transparent, authentic, and meaningful community stakeholder engagement as a core principle, and again, also the fact that when we do this, when we talk about cumulative impacts, that there's an intersection, and this has been alluded to by Marion and Matt and others, with addressing cumulative impact at other parts of the equity action plan, like building capacity in communities, making sure communities input is actually really reflected in EPA decision-making in terms of community science, things like that. And of course, the co-creation of knowledge and expertise. I don't think we fully figured out how to best go about this, but I think, a great model for how do we want to have a meaningful stakeholder engagement process. We can learn a lot from the efforts are underway in places like New Jersey, where they had, a systematic set of stakeholder engagement process meetings in preparation or as they're developing their EJ Environmental Justice Act regulations around cumulative impacts on permitting. Same is true that happened in Massachusetts, in Colorado. There's a lot we can learn from. The reason why I'm mentioning those, because I think the thing that we have to understand, and this is a big issue that I've written about in the last several years, in Egypt, in the practice of environmental justice, we have gotten to a place where there's actually been a certain amount of stagnation because people think that it's okay just to hold a meeting and then you're done with it. But doing more than a meeting, we have to understand what the substance of that meeting is and begin to translate that in terms of all the things I've talked about. So, I would recommend you just go through some of those and it's really eye-opening in terms of how, New Jersey DEP processed the information that that they had to deal with, in terms of developing their regulations. That's just one example, but I think that is a kind of effort we would really like to have, both in terms of our engagement with the NEJAC and with the larger community and stakeholder public. Next slide. We've reduced this. Some of you may have seen, a number of you, we share, really kind of detailed version of this. But I think what we've kind of tried to do is start to understand what are the key elements needed for properly assessing and addressing cumulative impacts in terms of, first of all, properly screening or tiering, for cumulative impacts, the scoping effort, which involves, community engagement, among other things, a full understanding of that the decision context, and then, coming up with the design. What are the analysis questions that you're going to analyze for, and the data and tools used to assess them, and then we can bring to bear a suite of analytic approaches, both in terms of quantitative tools, semi-quantitative tools, and qualitative tools. One of the things you should know that in the Chicago general iron analysis, they use what is called a mixed method, where they use one, traditional risk assessment, 2, cumulative impact assessment, 3, this thing called racial equity impact assessment, which is like burdens and benefits analysis, and lots of input in terms of qualitative information, leading to, of course, the decisions and action plans and then implementation. Now, you can also see that these are these track the basic steps in terms of the minimum elements and standards of practice for health impact assessment. There are other models, but I think they all track the same kind of things that we have to answer. And how we use these is going to depend on the decision context and other factors. Next slide. So then there's another set of work that is part of the ORD research agenda, but I think we all know a lot about this already that we can kind of pull from, is how do we begin to systematically think about how you work across multiple decisions, programs, and agencies, and do that in a way that has that promotes community involvement and leadership at the core of that. So, you know, one idea is a framework for shared governance and community leadership at the same time. You know, so this again, you know, you are all really familiar with this in one way, shape, or another. We need to be able to start to think about how we optimize decisions, how we choose the right decisions to focus on, how we optimize the impacts of those multiple decisions, be realistic about how we go about that in terms of like the capacity questions that have to be answered, the obstacles that have to be overcome in that regard, and thinking strategically about developing an action plan for that community that is not short-term, but, you know, will play itself out over numbers of decisions, regulatory and otherwise, you know, over 5, 10, and more years. Next slide. So, you know, there's a bunch of questions that have emerged. You know, what I like to put, you know, frame them in terms of imperatives that we have to incorporate in when we're developing a cumulative impacts framework. And this, you know, is just not questions that we have that emerge in our conversations at EPA, but also in many states. So the first one, of course, and Robin spoke to this earlier today, how do we ensure that the totality of exposures and the lived reality of overburdened communities is appropriately, adequately considered when assessing and addressing cumulative impacts? How do we, this is a question that I posed earlier, how do we ensure that information from the analysis of disproportionate cumulative impacts fit with and inform regulatory decision structures, including then the appropriate use of thresholds and criteria? Third one is like, how do we make sure that the work around the EPA's work around and our approaches around doing cumulative impact assessment and cumulative risk assessment complement and reinforce each other to better inform decisions? And then lastly, you know, you spoke earlier about the importance of local government in all of this, and so how do we facilitate greater attention to and action on upstream factors such as land use planning and infrastructure investment? Next slide. So for our work in terms of the next phase, is we need to then apply some of these basic concepts. You know, we need to ground truth and make sure we refine them, but we also need to apply them to various decision contexts like NEPA, permitting, enforcement. And this is enforcement both in the environmental and civil rights context, cleanup and community revitalization and rulemaking. Each of these have their own complexities that I want to get into. We're starting to try to translate these ideas into a generic standard operating procedure so we can start to apply, marry these. Secondly, we want to implement an ambitious agenda of collective learning through demonstration initiatives, workshops, evaluation of past experience and efforts, development of educational resources and activities. Some of the things I talked about are examples of that. And then lastly, to really address the organizational capacity questions as part of Goal 2 of EPA's strategic plan. The last one I just want to say a few words about. You have pointed out in your deliberations of the last day and a half about all the obstacles that come up that are interrelated with capacity, you know, both within communities, but also within agencies. And I would say, and we put this forward with the idea that if you don't think about this issue, then any effort to really meaningfully incorporate cumulative impacts is going to be crippled. It's kind of like President Lincoln had this saying about, the law without enforcement is like nothing but good advice. And so we have to think about that part and parcel along with the development of tools and methods and, and procedures and things like that. People have to have the experience, expertise, the knowledge of how to work, across programs and across agencies and, and incorporate communities into that process. Those are things that we have to be committed to as part of the process of a real, living, meaningful, authentic cumulative impacts framework. And I think that is it, right? So I think, we wanted to get feedback from you in terms of these ideas that we have. We may want to, fold that into the next topic, which is also hear from you in terms of your perspectives, concerns, and priorities with respect to this whole cumulative impacts issue.
Thank you so much, Charles. I do apologize that I didn't keep track of the queue. So I think we'll start with Sophia and make our way around this way.
Sophia Owen, I'm Region 1, I'm based in Boston. And I have one clarifying question and then one comment. The question that I have is, I know you mentioned both New Jersey and Massachusetts, and I believe you made a distinction between the two, and I was just curious if you could just restate that.
No, thanks for that. So, we looked across all the statutes that have to do with cumulative impact in the regulatory context, right? So there are statutes that basically say, you need to consider cumulative impact when you're allocating resources and things like that. I think everybody is on pretty solid ground and have common agreement about how to go about that. But in those that relate to, say, permitting, which most of those are in, two of them really stand out, which is the fact that in the New Jersey law and the New York law basically say that no community should bear a disproportionate impact, or, the converse of that, communities that are overburdened should not be bearing more impacts. That's the equity requirement.
Yeah.
Now in other statutes, they say do a cumulative impact analysis and provide no guidance as to what that means. And then I think, I think you will find that most of the states, that have going on, going back to, 10 years or more, that have none of that kind of connection to that kind of equity consideration, are floundering. We can get into all this in terms of the interrelationship between disproportionate and cumulative impacts, and why, and the lack of ability of, like Mac keeps talking about, the kinds of culture change we have to effectuate within the environmental regulatory enterprise overall, is that, the environmental regulatory enterprise in this country has grown up, has evolved to not be able to know how to think about distributional impacts. It goes back to when I first, when we sent my first 1987 report to EPA, we got the response back when I was working for the UCC that, EPA deals with issues of technology, not sociology. Mm-hmm. And so that's the big divide, right? And that's why I made the point about why is it important that when...
Can you repeat that?
In terms of...
What you said, yeah.
that EPA, the response we got back in 1987 was that EPA deals with issues of technology, not sociology. And, you know, that is really ingrained, right? And Jill talks about that in her book, you know. And so, you know, that's why I made the point, you know, in the very beginning in terms of defining cumulative impacts, linking it to the idea that cumulative is a concentration of burden or concentration of lack of benefits actually at the same time. That is related, you know, that's interrelated to this notion of disproportionate impacts.
Yeah.
And in fact, you know, if you want to play that out more, when you talk about disproportionate impact, cumulative impacts, as you all know, is an intrinsic part of that.
Yep.
And that actually cumulative impacts or concentrated burden defines the contours of what disproportionality is. And so, you know, all that needs to get played out for what it actually means in terms of, so what is this cumulative impact issue? What are we really talking about when we talk about cumulative impacts?
Yeah, and the reason I wanted to highlight that because that was something that those of us advocating for the cumulative impacts assessment in Massachusetts wanted. We wanted language like the New Jersey language, and we didn't get it. And that's on my mind particularly today because yesterday our state energy facility siting board approved permits for an electrical substation in Chelsea and East Boston, despite overwhelming community opposition and the fact that it is in a flood zone and a number of other reasons. So my comment, and I know that you are aware of this, but the message that I want to go back to everyone else at EPA is that we absolutely need this framework to impact permitting decisions. And we need prohibitions on additional infrastructure. And I would say even if it's renewable infrastructure, if there's already a cumulative burden in that community, enough is enough. Thank you.
Hi, Charles. It's really good seeing you again. Yes, Pam Talley from Region 7, home of Damu Smith. Okay. I want to say I really appreciate the amount of work that has gone into this. Really a lot of thought. But I do have one comment. When you go back to, I think it's page 108, the quote about being sick and tired of being sick and tired, that was Fannie Lou Hamer.
Right.
1964. I think we need to give my sister the credit.
You know, I was thinking that I put that up there because of that, right? And I was gonna, I went over it by mistake. I wanted to highlight that.
Okay,
yes,
so
absolutely.
you will. So yeah. All right.
Glad you pointed that out.
Right. But I do really appreciate that because the framework looks like, I mean, it's complex, but it looks like it's doable, possibly. So, and we just need to try to work with it and see what happens. Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Charles, Jacqueline Shirley, RCAC Region 6. Accumulative effects require cumulative efforts. I want to say thank you. You're the reason why I spoke yesterday. I want to thank you for being a first NEJAC member. I want to thank you for organizing the Environmental Leadership Summit back in 1991. I read your preamble yesterday. And I want to thank you for all your work over the decades and never giving up and always thinking that NEJAC is important enough, and we are doing things. And thank you for sharing the historical value of NEJAC and our work that we have done. Sometimes we get distraught that our work is not valued. We don't do anything. But we have. Can you imagine this country without a NEJAC? So I just want to say thank you.
right. Hi, Charles. Thank you for this. I just want to say, I feel this way, but I just want to say this is so important. This has to happen. This is not particularly sexy stuff. Getting into the weeds on cumulative impact frameworks gets really abstract, and there's a lot of different concepts to merge together. But to me, it's so important that we continue to push this needle on figuring out ways for regulatory agencies to make better decisions. There's a lot of questions about regulatory authority that I know you all are working on, and we heard from Robin and from Marianne about that, about the addendum to the EJ legal tools, and I look forward to hearing about that. But I just want to say I'm so glad this is happening, and I want to be part of that push to keep making progress on this here at the federal level, building on good work that's been done in other places. And it's so important precisely because regulatory decisions are not made in the context of cumulative impacts, which is, one of the many reasons that our communities are in the dire conditions that they're in. So I just, I have some questions, and I don't know if you have answers, but I'm curious, has there been discussion about which areas of regulatory work this, a cumulative impact framework would be designed in application for? Primarily permitting is, the top of my mind, but I know there's been discussion too, potentially about compliance and enforcement, for example. So just wondering if you have any insight on that, or are you really trying to develop something like super general?
Well, I think that this is not going to be without its challenges, but, that list of the different decision contexts that, we know that this has some relationship to, I don't see how we can avoid not addressing them, and so, I do know that, there's active thinking, in terms of, all parts of EPA about that question, actually, it was the state of Colorado that, they have an equity task force, so they have a statute that calls for equity analysis, and within the equity analysis, you have to address cumulative impacts, right? And so they started to put forward questions that they needed to answer, and one of those was, in order for this type of information to inform, you can't do it in the abstract. You got to inform something. So you have to understand what is the regulatory structure, what's the regulatory decisions and the structures that you're trying to that can be used to inform those decisions. And so, trying to make sure that we're starting with both things on the table at the same time, I think is the next step. And it may not be that you can do it for rulemaking as a whole, or all permits as a whole. That we may have to, really figure out what are specific decisions that are, the easiest to get our hands around, make progress on, that you can, model and build off of. So, so I think we got a lot to learn from that. And I think one of the questions that I had asked in that discussion document is, which of those decision contexts do you think, the work group think that we, may want to establish, think are the ones we should really stand out as being the most important ones and the one that holds the most promise?
Yeah, I've just heard loud and clear over so many years that getting environmental justice reforms into permitting is really the holy grail of reforming EPA and other regulatory agencies. So that's where I would put my money first. Oh, Jill Harrison, Region 8. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Charles. Mike Tilchin, EPA from Region 3. First of all, I appreciate the fact that you cited our recent letter of recommendations as contributing to the NEJAC body of knowledge that we've sent to EPA related to cumulative impacts. And I think that was the right thing to do because there are a number of recommendations, specific recommendations in that letter that address cumulative impacts. We have a section devoted to that, and even throughout, there are other recommendations that are related to that. And one of those recommendations is to develop an airshed equivalent to the TMDL program. And we're excited about that because we feel it's a tool that even if we can't get down to to quantifying those cumulative impacts on a community, this is a regulatory or permitting approach, a revolutionary regulatory or permitting approach that would protect communities suffering from cumulative impact. And I refer to it as being innovative or revolutionary, except for the fact this is exactly what the water program went through, and we think it is entirely feasible to do this in the air program. Not saying it is not a heavy lift with a lot of obstacles in the way, but we really hope that EPA takes a serious look at that, conducts some research about how that might be implemented, and tries to move that idea forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Millie Piazza with the Region 10, and I'm very invested and excited about this work, and thank you for mentioning again or reiterating the challenges with regulatory authority, Jill. I'm envious of New Jersey and other states that have that authority, and I'm just really thinking hard about how to connect the cumulative impacts analysis and this to, in a real way to operation with permitting and other regulatory decisions, and I'm at a loss. But I don't think this is necessarily a highest priority area for me, but it's an area that I don't have that struggle with the regulatory barriers, and that so it's glad to see on the list NEPA, right? NEPA analysis. I think we can all play in that field, and that we can all practice the framework that you're building as we influence NEPA processes. So that's definitely a area of high opportunity. And then this is just me thinking aloud. I might be misguided here, but was hoping you might be able to clarify. My brain is super full. But the cumulative impact piece and the disproportionate impacts, is that synonymous or connected in any way? Or could it be connected to disparate impact analysis related to Title VI? Because Title VI has been my foothold for so many things when I didn't have authority otherwise in the EJ advocacy realm. And so is there a connection there with cumulative impacts and disparate impacts?
I would say yes, right? And I would not go any further than that because, disparate impact analysis is a whole set of, procedures and standards and things of that nature. So I think, definitely yes. And I think we are in conversations about, what that actually may mean, right? I will say, though, that, this other strand of conversation, which is that, as we're developing a program that integrates environmental justice and civil rights, that we need to step back and basically start with a premise, and this is, my proposition, that, the fact patterns that give rise to environmental injustice and to, violations of civil rights is the same. They're going to be applied differently in different contexts, but the fact pattern behind them is the same.
Thank you very much, Charles. April Batiste, Region 2. I have 3 questions, and I'm hoping that you might be able to answer them. The first is sort of with respect to processes. The Finance and Investment Work Group, we started off by working a lot with EJ Screen and trying to understand how EJ Screen plays a role in accountability, as well as bringing to the forefront issues of burdens and disparate impacts, etc. So the first question is, with the framework that you're developing with cumulative impacts, how do you envision communicating with EJ Screen or working with EJ Screen for that to be a part of sort of the reporting, right? Whereby now cumulative impacts may be able to be mapped in an easy way. So that's the first one. And I'm not sure if you all are at that point, but that's the first question. The second is on one of the slides you mentioned demonstration initiatives, and I just wanted you just to expand a little bit. There were 3 regions that you mentioned, and maybe I missed it, but I was just wondering why those regions, how they were selected. Are there specific places in the regions? I just wanted to understand a little bit more about the demonstration initiatives. And then thirdly, how do you envision that this framework would inform decision making, right? So for example, do we envision that communities, we know that there are communities with cumulative impacts. I guess this framework is just for the powers that be, I don't know. But, how do we envision that the communities that have cumulative impacts, will they get like more funds for addressing, like they'll be set aside and they'll get more funds for addressing those concerns? Or will it be that programs will then have to use this framework that you're developing in their decision-making processes? And when I say programs, I mean programs across the EPA. Would it then be, okay, here's this cumulative impact framework, all of you programs now have to use this in your decision-making tool? So 3 questions, hopefully you might be able to address one or all of them. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a lot of. So the first one, in terms of EJ Screen, there's a definite relationship. EJ Screen is not just a set of indices, but a whole data warehouse that you can tap into, right? But we actually do use in EPA letters around specific permits or other situations. We always refer to use of EJ Screening in terms of how many indicators are above a certain percentile and things like that, right? I think you can actually begin to, in EJ Screening, developing a tool, a widget to be able to look at thresholds above a certain preset and then look at that. So I think that's just a different use of information, right? It's just not cumulative scoring, but you can look at, like New Jersey's is really a matrix. They look at, so there's different ways to start to do that. The question then becomes what is adequate in terms of a set of baseline indicators? So we have a lot to learn from, what's being emerging from states. Like New Jersey picked 26 indicators, stressors. Massachusetts has a set, and things like that, So, it would be important in my mind that things like that we begin to kind of, come to wrestle and come to terms with, and then begin to institutionalize, because that would advance the practice of this, in a much, 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 quicker way, right? And it would certainly involve a set of a consistent approach. That's very important. On the other hand, when you talk about lived experience of communities and use of quantitative tools, it's always the false negative, right? Just because you don't have data for it doesn't mean the problem doesn't exist. And so how do you account for that, right? There's a whole set of questions that in that discussion document about how do you then begin to take qualitative information and begin to use them in such a way that you can better inform regulatory decisions. So I think that's like the beginnings of looking at that, right? Demonstration initiatives for these evolve organically. We put the idea out, and certain situations came up, and the region said, "Yeah, we want to do this." And so, EPA work with Chicago to around that general iron permit, and then the subsequent work, is part of an effort that we're doing together, and we want to learn a lot from. These are like pilots, but we don't want to we don't like the idea of pilots, and we want these to be things that we're consciously learning from. So this is there's lots of variations of this, I think, and Trish Coleman was referred to before as being a really smart person, right? So here's another one of her ideas, which is that we should take past decisions and analyze them retrospectively, so people can really think out of the box, because we all know cumulative impact is such a controversial issue, and when you're trying to do that in real time, your options are really limited in many ways, resources, data, things like that. But what about things that you can think about and think through, with a good deal of thought and deliberation, and then take those lessons and start to translate those into something more systematic. So that's the second one. And then how do we use cumulative impact to inform decision making? You're absolutely right. And the whole point of that graphic was that we are using cumulative impact to inform major decisions, in major decision contexts. And that's primarily prioritization. But so that's like, we know that certain communities are overburdened, they should be prioritized for attention, resources, etc. Right? That's one thing, right? It is to say, however, that that's not sufficient to inform regulatory decisions, which have to inform, these kind of things that are established in terms of statutes and regulations that you have to address in order to, come to a decision. So that's the challenge going up, in terms of what does that mean, right? And I think we're learning from, various states in terms of how they're addressing it. The use of health impact assessment, personally, I think is a really important thing to do. I think the general iron analysis is probably, if not one of the only first times that has been used within a regulatory context. So, I think, so these are things that are real frontier questions for us. And keeping in mind that, would you have thought, 5 years ago that there would be a quarter of the states have legislation of some kind pending or it's passed around cumulative impacts? So this is an area that's really emerging, growing. It's being pushed by communities that think this is an important issue, right? And so within all of that, then, it would be great if we could understand what are the kind of things that then could really make this type of legislation and the directions they offer a lot more meaningful and implementable. Hey, Richard.
Oh, sir. Dr. Lee, I hope I'm okay calling you Dr. Lee. I am very honored to be able to sit here and speak to you like this. Been knowing you for a little while. The one thing that I want to comment on is something that's in what you were just showed us, and it's the part that said facilitating greater attention to and action on upstream factors such as land use planning or infrastructure investment. The inner city has grown since you and I first met, going back with the Van Jones days, to be at a point that is what is needed. It's time for the people we serve, not us, because us, we do whatever we're doing, but the people we serve need the kind of leadership that's going to take them to the next level. And I'm very proud of the fact that a lot of what I'm doing is going to come from what I've learned from you and others. So thank you, sir, for being here.
Cumulative impact is really a planning issue.
Yes, sir.
And if you try to address it through the permitting process in and of itself, 80% of the decisions are already made in terms of where it's located and things, facilities located and so on and so forth, right? And so one thing that I do want to share with you is that, alongside your interest in this, the Local Government Advisory Committee of EPA has had a EJ committee that has had an active interest in the cumulative impacts issue going back almost a year now, and so, one of the things that I had put in that discussion document in terms of composition of the work group is interface with other federal advisory committees at EPA, like the Local Government Advisory Committee, right? And this is hugely important because, a lot of this is planning decisions, right? This is the siting process. That's why that social siting criteria, that came out of NEJAC conversations way back when, so important.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Ben Pauley, Kettering University, Flint Region 5. Hello, Charles. Thanks so much for your presentation. I wanted to begin my remarks by appreciating you. I know that's a little cliche at this point, but not just for all of your work on this framework, but for your generosity with your time and explaining it to those of us who want to understand better. And we had a conversation the other day where, in which I certainly learned a lot from you about all of this. And, something you said really stuck with me. And I'm afraid it might be a little bit redundant now because I feel like we've kind of touched upon it in various ways as we've gone around the room. But, I know there are a lot of technical issues wrapped up in the whole question of cumulative impacts in terms of how you assess those and so forth. But one of the things you said to me was that, a lot of this really is a question of governance, right? Dealing with cumulative impacts is a question of governance. And, again, I think we have touched upon some of the governance challenges that arise, but I just wonder if there's anything else to say about what those challenges are from your perspective. It might be worth just kind of calling them out explicitly, summarizing them, because I think that, again, getting back to those issues of procedure, we can have the best, analytical framework in the world, right? But if we don't have the means of actually making use of that effectively because of hurdles that exist within that realm of governance, then it's going to be difficult making good on, all of this work. So, again, I don't know if you have much more to add than what you've already said there, but I would just invite you to expound further if you care
I think
to.
that's a huge area, right? And I think, I would come at it in several different ways. First of all, most environmental programs are really fragmented and very much operate in silos, right? And there's a reason for that. I think when the environmental challenges of the 70s came forth, they were really complex issues. So the way that all of us figure out how to deal with them is to break them down to manageable chunks, and then statutes and programs and all was set up. So 50 years later, what do we have but a whole bunch of fragments, right? And so the idea of how do you get people to think across, and quite frankly, if I'm working in a program, and I got, I don't have a whole lot of staff, I don't have a whole lot of resources, I got a huge workload, I want to focus on something that I know I can do well, right? And so there's all these disincentives from working across, right? And so that's true all around, right? And so, the community comes to this with the idea that we need to think holistically. And then you got a whole culture that has all these disincentives about doing so. So we have to have the kind of leadership structures, the kind of management structure, the kind of ability to facilitate, and then people with skill in doing that, and I think we have to begin to figure out a much more a kind of scientifically, a systematic way, a rigorous way to kind of do that. You know, that I don't think that it's not that, it's complex, but it's not that complicated. You know, if you kind of have a well thought out thinking process behind that. So that's just one side of that. And I think there's a whole lot to what I just said, and a whole, you know, the other side of this would be, I think, you know, is the role of the community in all this. Because if there's one entity that is totally invested in addressing their cumulative impacts, is that community. You know, like, and, you know, like the problem for the federal government is they can't focus on everywhere, and those that can only focus on but a few for a short period of time. Same thing with states, right? And so, you know, the community and the local governments are really critical to this, right? But how do you do this in a way that really addresses the power imbalances? Power imbalances in terms of knowledge, right? Or actually the value of community knowledge and how you use them, right? You know, in terms of capacity, in terms of any number of things that are there, you know, and so, you know, so I, you know, like to think about this in terms of like shared governance, but it's not shared governance among those that make the decisions. It's like shared governance and the role, the central role of the community within that. That is got to be one and the same question.
So that it wasn't in the way. Leticia Colon Bahia's Region 1, thank you for everything. I appreciate specifically your attention to detail regarding the human condition and the basic needs of humanity. It's really interesting that sometimes that's forgotten when we're talking about environmental protections. This idea that you mentioned earlier when speaking that, you know, when you raised the issue of protecting humans, they were concerned that it wasn't a social issue, that you're dealing with technical issues. But if you're solving for something technical, it's probably because you're looking to serve people, right, in some way or form. And I find that sometimes we're myopic in our views of solutions to problems. And I noticed in your work phenomenally that you even pointed out the need to be inclusive of the community, because who's at the table informs the questions that we ask. The questions that we ask inform the data we collect. The data we collect informs the plan, and the plan informs the budget, or where the resources will flow, right? And historically, the people in the room have been the ones who haven't experienced that level of cumulative impact, haven't experienced personally that level of disparity. And sometimes I'm in the room with people that swear they're solving my problems, and they're talking about things that have absolutely nothing to do with anything that I've ever seen, right? So I think it's phenomenal when you talk about solving human problems that you go down to the level of land use, zoning, and permitting, because ultimately almost every single one of the issues that we're talking about tie right back to that power and privilege of where do we site things and who gets access to the things, even if they're good things, right? So say it is replacing a power plant that's a fossil fuel, you know, emitting with a community solar plant. Even that, again, I noticed that, you know, like there's like brownfields everywhere. That's a great opportunity for planning, right? Or there's parking lots in these same communities that are suffering heat, you know, putting these solar, you know, arrays over these parking lots meets multiple needs. Rain gardens are another one that's, you know, very easy to apply, but very rarely done, right? I find that everyone gravitates toward the high cost ticket items instead of the simple solutions that would resolve the actual problems of the most burdened and vulnerable communities. And I just want to say that it's so critical that this make it out of this original phase to a broader education of all of the members of the EPA, right? All of the partner programs, contractors, consultants, planners, all of the folks that really need to understand it, at least at an inkling of the level that you're discussing it here. And I really think it's critical that that roll back to the states in some measurable way, as some of the other members have said. Because, as you said yourself, what's the point of a law if nothing's going to happen? It's just advice, right? And when it comes to these most disparaged and vulnerable communities, I feel like it's always just advice when it comes to protecting the least of us, and it's certainly a law when it comes to the rich of us. So if you look at, for example, corporations have the same rights as humans. This notion that we would be disempowering a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, you know, because we're stopping them from killing people, it seems a little bit almost unrealistic, but I see it happening. So I hope that that will be part of this idea of key indicators, would be this burdens and benefit analysis that would include things like household income. Is it on the increase in the zip codes where it's the lowest? What is the employment like in those communities? Are they gaining access directly to the jobs that are being created from the Inflation Reduction Act, Justice 40, or any other federal dollars coming out of any really federal entity? And then how do you ensure, as a metric, post-implementation, that you're measuring the financial investments that they've actually reached those communities of color? How do you say they've received what we promised and that they have their basic needs met prior to continued investments in things that I would call luxuries? For some communities, they're receiving luxuries, right? Literally.
Right.
While others cannot have access to water, decent air, livable conditions, right? Or education, because knowledge is power. And how will they be meaningfully engaged without any STEM education, tools to reach the community, or ways to lift their capacity to meaningfully engage in planning discussions? Because oftentimes in these meetings, they skip us, right?
Right.
Or they say we're not valid. We don't understand it. My favorite one is, you don't understand economics, Leticia, right? So you don't understand business. Economics are going to get hurt. You're hurting the business people. And so I want to thank you again for all of your work, and say that if there's anything in my human power that I can do to lift your cause, please call upon me. I am here. Thank you so much.
You know, a couple of things. So, you know, these indicators of elimination of health disparities, first of all, Matt is doing a far better job than I would have. There's a relationship between those indicators and this whole issue around decisions that we make now. And you're never going to get to what, you know, the kind of indicators, the metrics you want to get in terms of outcomes, unless you have decisions that move us in that direction. So I think that's and I think trying to think out what that is going to be really important, you know, and it's a hard thing to do, but I think just understanding that relationship, you know, is going to be important. The other thing I would just add to this conversation and all the things you raised, you know, is the idea that you're not only talking about planning, you're talking about structural factors that concentrate burden in certain areas. So, you know, the idea that there's a relationship between concentration of burden and distribution is we're going to find, I am sure, that, you know, when you move to certain places where you have the highest amount of a certain type of burden, the percentage of the people of color or low income in that area is just going to jump, right? So I think that's, and there's not enough, you know, I went out to talk to a lot of researchers, EJ researchers. Have you looked at this issue of concentration and distribution? And we haven't done enough research on that yet. There isn't. So that's the first thing. The second is, I think there's a, if you read the General Iron health impact assessment, I would recommend that you do, right? You know, there's a term they use called embodiment. right? And so that comes from a social epidemiologist named Nancy Krieger, who's at Harvard, and this idea that all the kinds of uh, impacts, social and physical, and so expresses itself at some point biologically. Okay, so that's embodiment, right? And so that's and so within that context, she talks about this whole notion of then agency, meaning what role does something play, and the accountability there, right? So this is all unified together in one type of thinking, and I think that has everything to do with how you have to understand cumulative impacts. So I think the NEJAC would be a group that really appreciates that, right? And we can build that out for what it is in terms of how do you understand the decision context, the context in which we make decisions, and whether or not they account for things like that.
Hi, Andy Cricken with Region 2 from New Jersey. Charles, really good to see you, and I just want to echo what everyone has said here today about thanking you for all your service and being a trailblazer and talking about this before anyone else was and sticking with it through ups and downs and just your tenacity and persistence and commitment to the cause of environmental justice is really inspirational, so thank you. On this work, I'm just following up on the discussion questions, a few thoughts. One is I want to echo what Mike Tilchin indicated about the importance or the opportunity to have an analog to the TMDL from water, where the stream is the receiving entity that has a limit to what it can totally receive. Similarly, a community, especially an environmental justice community, having that sort of a limit to that for that airshed. So I want to echo that and hope that recommendation from our committee can be uplifted. Second, though, it's that sort of air, but it's important to also look at not just in each media, but across media for cumulative impact as well, and to maybe take where data is lacking, take the presumptive approach. Now, if you don't have data on this particular factory, but that factories like it, tend to emit certain things, so just to accelerate and err on the side of caution to be protective of the human health prior to having to rely on health impacts that have already happened. So just a thought there. There's no doubt that if this can be successful, like you mentioned in New Jersey, that it would impact decisions on new actions, applications, new permits, renewals of permits, etc. But what about existing disproportionate burdens where there's no new action? They don't have to come back for a renewal of a permit, and so one thought would be to consider would be where if the permit allows for less than what the best available technology has become because the permit is dated or there is no permit required, that maybe in instances where there's EJ communities with disproportionate burden, that best available technology be retroactively or newly applied to things that have been approved retroactively. Just a thought there. And then lastly, you mentioned it and others have mentioned. In addition, it seems to me that it's a multi-pronged approach to try to protect our communities against cumulative impacts. So in addition to EPA regulation and state regulations, to get it at the local level. And one of the things I was thinking about was could we collectively, EPA, maybe the TIC-TACs, the technical assistance centers, provide model ordinances, model environmental justice ordinances. So rather than every single community in the country having to make up their new ordinance, at least have just a will, a model, just to make it easier, a template for an environmental justice ordinance that a planning board could then easily, or a planning board could adopt, or the city council could adopt for the planning board to use, so that new applications come in, at least they could go beyond where the state or federal government might be limited. So just some thoughts about that, and again, thank you for your work in the past and moving forward, and looking forward to working with you in the future on this.
No, that's great. I have lots of things to say, but all that I think is great, and I think that there's the different strands of what you're saying that we need to kind of dig more into. So yeah, so further conversation. Yeah.
Hi, Lauren Hopkins from Region 6. So when I I guess, what I've been thinking a little bit about is when you're implementing or testing or thinking about that sort of cross-validation idea of going back and applying the framework to see if it would have worked in some other scenario in the past. Somehow that made me think about the residual risk assessment and MACT and how if we had actually gone to one of the most polluted places, which would have been Houston for benzene, and made sure that the residual risk was safe in Houston, then it would have been safe for the rest of the country. Instead, when we reevaluate the residual risk, there's always some percent of the country that it's still not safe, and it's Houston. So I just offer that as a suggestion. And then when I was thinking about people had me thinking about the different indicators that you're going to be looking at, and I haven't looked at, I guess I can't imagine looking at 32 different indicators or whatever it is these other places are looking at, but because we're also worrying about climate change, I hope that flooding and heat are part of the indicators that, because they weren't, at least in EJ screen in the original ones. But another stressor that we have in Houston, that other people have, but it's just an example, is that communities, EJ communities that are living next to or on top of plumes or next to Superfund sites, even though they may not be a complete exposure pathway for that, they're under a lot of stress from fear. So I think living near any of these sites, they don't have to be active. They don't have to have RMP for it to be a stressful situation. And then when you were first talking about it, I was thinking siting and planning and, permit. I was thinking, we'll use the cumulative impact, when we're trying to block a permit or something like that. But then as you talked about EJ screen, we can look anywhere all the time and look at the indicators. So then it made me think, so you're talking about doing this cumulative impact with these indicators across the United States in some static form where we could actually identify locations that, have more, concerns than others. But just sort of following up with Andy is a theme that we've had that I think that we're frustrated with, some of us, are that the communities that are there now maybe shouldn't be there because the situation is so bad, but there isn't a mechanism to move them out, and hoping that potentially this cumulative impact framework would identify or help as a tool if we ever were able to come up with something where we can move people from harm because it's just not their place for people to live, because we can't move away every other hazard, that maybe this could be the mechanism for it. Thanks.
One thing I just wanted to say was that if you read that General Iron, the Chicago Department of Public Health report, one of the factors that stressors that they take into account is mental health. And they also put it in terms of mental health being the ability to have some say in what's in your community. So, and I thought that was just really kind of, farsighted.
Hi, good evening. I was attending virtually a second ago, so if you didn't see my face, I apologize, but I was trying to listen in. But I did have some, Semeli de Aslan, El Paso, Texas, the U.S.-Mexico border. I'm an organizer with Mujer Obrera. One thing that I was, we've been trying to address the cumulative impacts in our community for a long time. And when I think of the cumulative impacts, I think of the existing sources of pollution directly in our community, which are many, and define our borders, right? Our neighborhood. The neighborhood I'm in is one of the poorest neighborhoods in the nation. It's one of the highest populated immigrant neighborhoods in the city of El Paso. And mostly Spanish speaking, mixed immigration status families. And majority are women, single women with children. It's about 8,000 people in this neighborhood. It's a pretty big neighborhood. But when I started thinking about this framework and super excited that perhaps maybe something will kick in, yeah, that's my question. Like, will there be like an automatic sort of kick in to assess situations as such as these? And more than that, you know, beyond our neighborhoods borders, the environmental injustice that we're feeling is coming from multiple places geographically, right? We're on the U.S.-Mexico border, and although everyone wants to blame Mexico, Juarez, the Maquilas, for the environmental pollution, which they are contributing. You know, we're actually contributing more on the U.S. side, right? And that's because we're downwind of the Permian Basin. And we have two of the largest military bases surrounding us, Fort Bliss and White Sands. So I would like to see, again, this suggestion by Andy, this like retroactive automatic kick in to assess cumulative impacts. But I also want to address like the geographic regional situation, right? Because the domino effect it seems endless, as you mentioned. The embodiment is more than a theory. I mean, indigenous communities have been saying that for time immemorial, right? This is scientific knowledge about the earth and humanity that I hold true. I'm glad science is catching up, right? But more to the point, as far as this roadmap, the community needs a roadmap as far as how to get these things to kick in, right? Because environmental impact studies never been done in our community and no one wants to do it. Even with recent federal funding for renovation of our international port of entry in our backyard, they're skirting that. They don't want to do an environmental health impact study. And I don't even think NEPA is going to kick in until the last minute, and I don't have any faith that it's going to change anything. So there is no assessment. I don't know what the guidance is to demand assessment, what constitutes an assessment. But, you know, the work that we're doing, you know, our community is ranked number 12 in worst ozone pollution in the US. We're worse than Chicago, worse than New York, worse than Dallas, right? You know, this is burning our lungs and damning our future. The National Health Institute director a few years ago told me because of the high levels, we're about to be a non-attainment for particulate matter as well. But because of those high levels and fugitive dust, the environmental impacts are actually damning not only us and our health in this lifetime, but 2 more generations to come. So my grandchildren will be suffering these effects, and they've yet to be born. So as a community organizer without a PhD or a background in science, I didn't even understand half of the things that were said. So in layman's terms, I suppose, what is the guidance? Is there going to be a roadmap for people? I highly suggest that there should be.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the hope is that we can get something that can be easily translated into, you know, a set of steps. And then obviously, you know, you know, all those things I talked about in terms of the complexities of what that means is probably got to be addressed. But, you know, I think that would be the hope, that we would start to come up with different things which are easily to apply, you know, and actually are, you know, realistic in terms of like the kind of context, particularly the regulatory and other contexts that we have to operate in. So I think that that's and I do think that, you know, when the idea of fit for purpose is really important, you know, that we can take a set of basic core elements and apply them in different ways. So, I mean, I think what New Jersey offers is something that is real simple to understand and simple to apply, you know. I also think that, you know, I think the general, the cumulative impacts addendum is essentially going to say, this broad the authority on EPA's part to consider cumulative impacts. But, how you actually address them is very much dependent on a particular statutory regulatory context. So, so what that means is that, there's ability to look at the issue and really try to better understand. And, so this is where capacity and resources and everything else comes in terms of like the community's ability to proactively kind of advance their own agenda in this, So I think all that are kind of questions that we need to be better at figuring out how to articulate. So that's why I go back then, why is having a kind of focused, ongoing discussion with the NEJAC so important is to really kind of turn those kind of ideas into things that make sense to you, but also then, make sense to people that are trying to implement these programs.
So just a time check, we asked for about 15 additional minutes. Sylvia has something, I have something brief that I want to mention, and then Charles, perhaps you can give us the high level pieces with respect to the potential for a working group, just to help tee up our conversation for tomorrow afternoon.
Thank you, Nataki, and thank you again, Charles, so much for all of what you put into getting us prepared for this conversation. I want to ask though, and again, don't always want to sort of be the cynical one, or one of the cynical ones, right? I think there's a number of us here, but I'm frustrated because I want to know at what point will this framework, when and how, actually name the contaminating and polluting industries that are responsible for why we're having cumulative impact conversations, problems, needs for change, right? And I say that also because I recognize the powerful economic interests that would be opposed to this, that again, in other FACAs are speaking against this, right? Because it's not in their material profit-driven interests to address or take responsibility for any of this. And we also have medical communities that have a lack of consensus around who's responsible for what are the determinants for someone's cancer, diabetes, asthma, whatever it is, right? But if we're looking at a given community and we see that there are multiple parties with multiple responsibilities, and I'll give you some examples. We got lead service lines that have to be replaced. That's the city utility, right? We've got pollution emanating from refineries. That's the oil company. We've got coal ash that's coming from the utility power plant. We've got agricultural fields, and again, it's not too far to figure out that we've got these safe surrounding in cities. We've got high levels of nitrates, right? All of these different factors that are impacting people's health in a variety of ways, but no one wants to take responsibility for it. No one wants to name that company. No one wants to tell that city official, manager, whoever it is, you're responsible for dealing with these issues, getting out these lead service lines in a timely way, right? No one wants to take responsibility. But then when these residents are at the doctor and they're getting their cancer diagnosis, or they're being told, look, you have to be on oxygen now because you've also been greater exacerbated in your health because of COVID, right? Everyone is like, oh my gosh, you should eat healthier, right? You should not be drinking all that pop, right? They say pop now in the Midwest, it used to be soda, right? And on the West Coast. And so all of these things that, again, no one is taking responsibility for, and we can't even get the medical community to align on this. So when we're talking about, again, setting up a framework, trying to figure out a way to start addressing these problems, when do we name, again, the people, the places, the responsible parties for this? This is not like it just poof is coming out of the air or out of the earth, right? And we know where this is coming from. So we have to be able to name this if we're going to make any difference here. Otherwise, I think it's all not for naught, right? So that would be one thing there. But related, we've also got many politically vulnerable communities, right? And tomorrow we're going to have a community panel on farm workers and the impact of contamination and pesticides in their lives, particularly women and kids. And so how will this framework be able to incorporate those vulnerable populations where, again, they don't have voice, where they're not visible, where, again, people are working, under the radar, people also in meat packing plants, pork and poultry farms, even incarcerated people that are doing indentured work, right? I think that if we're not looking again like the whole of the experience and these vulnerable places, right, that we know, again, some folks have described the canaries in the coal mine, like how many, again, like birds have to keep dying. So I'm trying to understand like how we're gonna really get at ultimately some responsibilities here and who's gonna pay for this stuff, right? And so I'm wondering again, like where there's space in the framework for that. Thank you.
I don't know if I can answer all those questions, but I will say that being cynical is a good thing. I mean, I think that, and I don't think it's appropriate to name people in these conversations, but, I mean, one community group said to us, how do we know it's going to be real? Right? And, even when, a lot of, things have been put, EPA is trying to put things at their disposal that are, arguably much more so than anything ever before, right? The question still is, like, how do we know we're not spinning our wheels, right? And so, our conversation wasn't with her, but with, leadership is to say, this question is an inevitable question. And how we respond to that question is the test of whether or not these efforts are for real. And, if you didn't think this question was, we all knew this question was going to come. And, so I think that, the kind of push that comes out of, communities in terms of like, not just, the urgency, but asking the hard questions is a good thing. And I think, part of the transformational nature of this is how agencies respond to that. So, so I think that's one way to start to address that question.
Thank you. I'll forego my comment and just ask you, Charles, maybe to end giving us some high-level points on a potential charge and working group on on the cumulative impacts framework.
So I had shared this with everybody beforehand, this discussion document, and I don't think I gave the sense of like the overall framing, which is that, we need to move towards implementing solutions, building on what we've learned thus far, is to assist, the purpose to assist EPA in developing and operationalizing, implementing a cumulative impacts framework. The context of this is multiple. I don't need to go through that. A lot of that I talked about already in the presentation. We do have, I think the composition of this work group is really important. So I gave you some ideas about what we need to consider for work group composition. There are people with demonstrated experience on leadership in this issue, so we need to tap into them. People with deep roots in communities, it has to be multidisciplinary. It has to be, it has to really reflect, multiple kind of community, stakeholder groups, government, business and industry, gender, geographic, racial, ethnic diversity, and, the last point here in terms of there's a lot of other federal advisory committees that we can interface with, you can interface with and figure out how to best do that. I gave you like 30 potential charge questions, and, the idea here, and I put in bold and italics that we're going to have to reduce this, right? We're going to have to, and some of these get synthesized, right? But the point is that I wanted to start with you hearing, you're knowing that we're hearing people about the people's questions, right? And they need to be, and one of the questions is like, what are we missing? Of course, and then the other set of questions, have to do with, back up a little bit, I gave you these set of types of questions that we have, and then, in terms of overarching general considerations, use of authorities, the relationship between disproportionate and cumulative impacts, right? The community and stakeholder engagement, the methods, and how to work across multiple decisions programs and others. Keeping in mind, we need to think about this not just in the urban context, but the rural and tribal context, things like that. How do we make sure that climate is involved? How do we factor that into analytic methodologies and how you scope and bound your problem when you, analyze for cumulative impacts? And so, I gave you these 5 questions that, I wasn't sure we're going to get to, but obviously we're not going to get to in terms of discussion. But, in terms of anything else you might want to add or comments about, the framing, purpose, context, and composition. First key question, what are other issues that you think are important that we need to be thinking about? What are issues of highest priority to you? And then what do you think are the issues that NEJAC is in a good position to tackle? Given your expertise and experience, we would hopefully take all that in and start to synthesize this into like 5 to 10 questions. And obviously we're going to have to prioritize. We're going to have to, we're going to be strategic in terms of the value that you can bring to this conversation.
Thank you. So, council members, we'll just ask you to keep all of this in mind. Please review the document that Charles shared with us in terms of this potential charge. We'll kind of need to think about this and deliberate on this on tomorrow when we talk about what new work we're going to take on as a body. So thank you for that, Charles. Thank you also to Robin Collin for teeing this session up. And I think we are ready to turn it back over to Paula.
Yes, thank you, Charles. Thank you, Robin. Also wanted to let you know I noticed several members looking for that document that was part of the advanced documents that were sent to you, also in your folder. But I just sent it to you again. So you have it in your inbox. Thanks. So that concludes today's meeting. I just wanted to let you know that we start again tomorrow. We have, and that would be our last day, and a very important day where we're going to be making some decisions. So I already sent the message out to our virtual members to please stay connected, because we are bound to start making decisions very early. We are scheduled to do that in the afternoon, but we're going to stay with it. So thank you all. With that, this meeting. Okay, not yet. Go ahead, Sylvia.
Sorry, just a quick announcement. So tomorrow at 9:15 a.m., we're going to have the community panel, and it will be bilingual. So you've all, I believe, got one of these there in front of you. So I ask you to please come by 8:15 so that we can do some troubleshooting in case you're not able to make sure that you can hear adequately from the interpreters, because it will be simultaneous from the panel that's going to be in front of us. So I want to make sure that we're giving them their full time and we're not having technology problems. Okay, thank you.
Thank you all. This meeting is adjourned.